Makes sense when I go into the heavy material that I get into, where you'll see where it's coming from. Next thing I'm going to talk about is the big picture. And the whole presentation is really about giving you a feel for what that big picture is, where the pieces of things fit together, so we can get an idea of what's going on here. We're going to deal with past and present contact and how this race has been duped. We have been duped since the Christ period, all right? In the original books that became the Bible, there was information on the stellar races. There was information on the Nephilim race and the Anunnaki races. These were in the books of Enoch that were edited out of the Bible. So we're going to cover that a little bit to show how, because of political agendas, primarily orchestrated through the Church of Rome way back in 325 AD, there was a lot of things that we were denied. And that's not fair. We were denied our teachings of ascension. Ascension is a science. It's not a spiritual hot dog in front of your nose, behave yourself and you get it. And this is what has been used to do in our religions. We have been taught to follow, to obey, to feel guilty, and eventually maybe if we're subservient enough, we'll get saved. That is not what those religions originally taught. So we'll cover that a little bit so we can start to see. Because in this group, particularly if there's a lot of contactees in this group, you may already know some of these things. You may have been told some of these things by your own contacts. But what's important is the world needs to start knowing. The people that are still under the spell of the lies that we're told to keep us from our own heritage, they're out there and they will call you evil. They will point fingers at you because they're being taught this. There are ways to reach those people. So the more people that find out about how we've been duped and the fact that ET has been part of our history all along, the more we will come together as a race and stop being divided. And the religions are dividing us a lot right now because they're each teaching us to worship a different God. And all of them are telling you ETs are evil if they even acknowledge them at all. Yet they all say angels exist. The angels and the gods of old. That's just another word for what we call ETs today. And that's some of the things that we will also cover in the presentation. And some of the things that I won't be able to go in depth into in this hour that I'm supposed to have now. We'll cover more of it in the workshops. The workshops are going to focus on not only learning about things, I'm going to give you techniques for those of you who are interested in learning scalar mechanics, scalar waves, are standing points of energy that create the electromagnetic grid of light and sound that is the template that your bodies are built on. It's a template for the body, mind, spirit in dimensionalization. There are certain techniques called bioregenesis that you can use your mind to direct scalar waves through the body to help you regenerate the 12-strand DNA pattern. So these are some of the things that I'm going to get into in the workshops. I won't have time to do it here. Now, some of the other things I'm going to talk about are hybridization. The primary 3 hybridization programs that are going on right now. And I will get into that. I won't even tease you on who they are or what they are yet until we get into that part of the presentation. Then we'll talk briefly about one world order agendas. Not because it's a subject I like. I'd rather talk about spirituality and awakening and all of that thing. But the one world order agendas are running right now. And there are certain things that are being done that it's actually amazing that people can get away with these things or that they even want to. We need to be aware of what those agendas are. Because if we're aware of them, we don't have to be afraid. What's scary is not being aware and having them run over you. If we know what the one world order agendas are, know some of the flags, the little red flags, say, aha, that's something that has to do with mind control. That's trying to get me to go in a direction that's not in my best interest. If you can develop the differentiation between certain things that are occurring out there that seem benign but aren't, you will be empowered. And it's not about being afraid. Fear is the last thing that you need to do. Because if you get afraid of the negative things, if you're afraid to look at them, afraid to acknowledge they're there, that's when they sneak out and really affect you. Empowerment is being able to see the good, the bad, and the awful, and everything in between, and make a rational decision as how you will posture yourself against that, or with it. And this is part of what I teach. A lot of the spiritual people in the New Age movement get upset with me because I will look at the negative side as well as the positive side. They do a lot of this light and love, but it stops there. They don't want to know about both sides of the drama. Yet they say they want Christ consciousness, they want unity consciousness to unify the polarities. You have to see both polarities before you can unify them. So this is why I go into talking about one world order agendas. Now, what this is going to come down to is you're going to be it with a lot of information that probably sounds really wacky to a lot of people who haven't followed any of these books yet, because there's been a whole lot of information to fill in the blanks, even between the Voyagers books. There's been 12 workshops given, 6-hour workshops, since that time, each on a new higher level of information. So if you have a million questions, by the time I get done with this, that will be normal, and there are ways to find the answers to those. There is a very cohesive paradigm of science and spirituality that's being presented here. You might not be able to see that cohesion just from little pieces, but I would urge you to hang in there and learn more about it, because it's really exciting to bring this paradigm here. This is a paradigm of science and spirituality that come together, where ET abductees and people who experience holy experiences with seeing saints and things, where all of a sudden they're understood in the same group. They're understood as having the same experiences, because that's what's really happening. So it's a really neat paradigm, and I'm really excited to bring it here, and I'm kind of almost intimidated, but I hope I do a good job, because this is priceless information. This is information that in the Christ period they tried to bring to you. This is information that in the Atlantean period, through the Emerald Tablets, they tried to bring to you. And every time this information was brought on this planet, certain forces made sure it disappeared very, very quickly. So this is kind of an introduction into a whole new world, and it's a world that belongs to us. Okay? We'll come down to, at the end, solutions. There are things that we can do to change the negatives that are happening here. There are things that each one of us can do personally to become immune to the negatives that are here, and that's what's important. We may not be able to save the world. I'm not even trying to save the world. But individuals, if they have enough knowledge, are fully capable of saving themselves. You don't need somebody to save them if you know how to save yourself. And that's what it's about. Okay, can you go to the next one? Okay. Now I'm going to briefly go through it. In fact, I'm probably going to talk so fast as I get going with this that you'll say, what did she say? Okay. This is my contact history. It starts here, 1964 when I was born. I was born conscious, which means I was aware of myself as an energy essence that came into the body, that rooted into the first 8 cells that are the base of the spine. I know what level of my consciousness I put in which cell, and I remember bobbing in and out of the body through the whole time until the body was grown, because I didn't particularly have a bond with my mother. So there is an experience called field integration that is precious, because if you can remember your field integration, you can remember where you came from. You can remember, that big thing that everybody's doing controversy about. Well, gee, is consciousness a product of the brain? Does the brain create consciousness, which means when you die, you're gone, that's it? There's a whole argument between science and religion. Does life exist beyond the body after death? If it exists before death, it exists after death. I'm living proof that all the things you hear about life after death are absolutely and positively true. And every one of you has memory. It's stored in what's called your cellular memory. It's in your DNA. It's unplugged right now, but you have the memory of who you were in other space-time frames. And what's really neat is it's happening simultaneously, because time is simultaneous. So when we talk about reincarnation, it's not just you died in one life and came into another. It's you as a soul simultaneously manifested yourself into several different space-time locations. And each one of them has a track of time in linear motion that they will run. This means you can make a conscious, living memory link now between you and your other selves and start communicating between them. I'm able to do this. I remember many of my selves, and I did all through childhood. And it made it a little confusing, because at first I thought everybody else remembered too. And I found out very quickly that they didn't, because I would remember people that I knew in other contexts, and they just wouldn't know me at all. And it was very heartbreaking until I hit about first grade. Then I learned to deal with it and just not try to engage them here. But every one of us has this memory, and this is why I speak out. Okay? It was very hard for me to get to the point where I was speaking publicly. That was not something I wanted to do. When I was in college, I had started college, and I actually dropped out of college because I had a public speaking course, and I got an A on the written version, but then it was time to deliver the speech, and I couldn't even get myself to go to class. I was so terrified, and I actually dropped out of school because of that. At this point, many years later, here I am talking about all sorts of really wild, wonderful, wacky things. It took a lot to motivate me to do that. And what it took was realizing the things that I have been privileged to use these scalar mechanics that I talk about, the bioregenesis, to get the DNA reactivated so you can remember who you were. These are precious, and people don't know about them. So if I can share the level of knowledge that I have, and it can help you find those things in yourself, it's worth me getting out here and getting over my stage fright and talking. So that's why I'm here. Now, I have packages over there for anybody who wants them. We call them chart packs in the New York City workshops. And we basically just sell them for how much it costs to get them run off. They're all the milars you'll see up here, all the transparencies. It's a copy of all of those. So anybody that wants more details, there's charts and things I'll show you in here. Anybody that wants more details can have them. We only printed up about 20 of them, but they're still over there for $7. Now, if I skip over things really quickly, it doesn't really matter. I just want you to know it is there. You can look at one if you don't want to buy one. It'll show a chronology from birth to the present of continual contact with ETs, but also with the spiritual essence of being. Now, my mother had said to me once, she said, you know, when I started talking about ETs, she said, I always wondered how you came to be when you did, because there was no way humanly possible you could have. My father and she had not been together in the time frame that it could have been conceived, the child could have been conceived. She didn't remember contact. She remembers having strange time distortion, which I would think qualifies as missing time. She also remembered some very strange things about me when I was very, very small. I would sleep from infancy on. I would often sleep with my eyes wide open. And it used to terrify her. Because there would be a baby laying in there and your eyes wide open, go like this, she doesn't see you, she's asleep. By the time I could speak, and I believe I started to speak early, pretty average early, I don't know, somewhere in the not exceptionally, not genius category or anything. But some of the first things I would say was I'd go to sleep, still have my eyes open, be in the crib, and I would be saying, the angels are coming to take me away, they're coming to take me home, and I'd be talking to myself. And it used to terrify her because she's listening to her not quite toddler in there talking about the angels coming to take her home, take her away. Sometimes she said I would wake up terrified that they were going to come and get me. And this was partly due because some of the angels aren't good guys. They were ETs that I was in contact with, ones that were out of my family matrix, my matrix of consciousness, which is the Melchizedek cloister. Others were what we call the intruders. They're the visitors that are here messing with people that they really shouldn't be messing with people. And because they are after a certain type of hybrid called an indigo child, which I was born as, they were trying to get control of my body since the time I was an infant. There are many indigo children here at this point. There are actually 500,000 indigo children among the populations. They started about 100 years ago coming in. The indigo children are in danger until they wake up and realize fully who they are and start to realize how to protect their fields. Because the other two intruder groups that are here, visitor groups, are trying to either body snatch them, which means get control of the neurological structure so they can direct them where they want, or they want to get rid of them, exterminate them. Because the indigo children have the ability to bring through the memory and the frequencies of consciousness that can help the races here learn how to block mind control that's done through electromagnetic pulse technologies. So they know the indigo children are a threat to the one world order agendas. So from the time that I was very, very young, we were dodging what we call psychic attack, which is fourth dimensional attack, trying to mess with me because I was an indigo child. Now, some other strange things about my growing up was my Aunt Kay, who I was his number 3 here. My Aunt Kay I was very close to. We had this really interesting rapport. She was also an indigo child, much older than me. And we could telepath. I found I could hear her thoughts and she could hear mine too. I didn't have that with anybody else. But these are some of the things that indigo children and some of the other hybrid strains of humans have. They have accelerated genetic abilities, which gives them extra perceptual abilities. So I had the telepathic rapport with my Aunt Kay. Where I started to get into trouble with intruders was through my father. Not directly, he was a great man. He'd also had a service record. He was a flyer, he was in the Air Force. And he happened to have a very rare blood type. He had AB negative. And he was on the lists for blood donations and round the clock blood donations and those kind of things in the services because it was a rare blood type. What he didn't know, it was also a flag blood type that tends to indicate something called the Grail lines in the human gene code, bloodlines that are associated with the crisis period and with the hybridizations that came through there. So this isn't common knowledge, but it is knowledge within certain ranks of the government and within the Zeta forces, the little gray guys that are running around messing with us. The fact that my father had that blood type put me on a hit list, even if they didn't know about the indigo, that would indicate I could very well be. So a lot of people don't realize it. Where do they get on the list to become a contactee or an abductee? It could be something as benign as somebody finding out your blood type and they know something about it that you don't. They put you into a genetic category that is of interest, and that's what happened with me. It took me years to figure out how did they track me down like they did, but they did. Now, the reason for the conscious birthing that I talked about has to do with the DNA. I mentioned this a little bit before. It has to do with the templates for the DNA. Science is identifying the chemical translation right now of the templates of DNA, and they see a double helix, and they see certain coatings within that double helix. You'll always see a double helix, but you'll see different coatings emerge as the template for the DNA activates higher and higher and higher. With indigo children, they're born with the 6th strand activated in the 12-strand pattern. They have strand 6, part of strand 5, strand 4 is dormant, and then they have the usual strand 3, 2, and 1 that everybody else has active. You would not have three-dimensional consciousness if you did not have 3 strands of DNA activated. Science does not know how to see dimension level 1 frequency yet. They can see part of dimension 2 and part of dimension 3. So the chemical translations that they are finding and the frequency signatures under them are actually part of a greater pattern that science hasn't discovered yet. So with indigo children and with a lot of people, there may be indigos in this room, you just haven't realized it. You know, if you had like propensity to psychic type perception since you were little, or if you had invisible friends that were really there, or if you, psychic abilities tend to be one of the key factors for indigo children. That comes with 6-strand activation. So these are things that as we go along, think about what you might have experienced in your own childhood. Think about, were you extra sensitive to certain things? Even things like electromagnetic fields. You know, does it bother you to stand next to photocopiers? Do you get kind of sick? I mean, there's a lot of little things that can indicate if you have a gene code that qualifies as a hybrid strain. And it's not something to be afraid of, it's something to be glad in. It just means you're a little bit ahead of the game as far as evolution. It doesn't mean you're better than other humans that don't have that. It just means you're here to help them. If you have an advantage, you help them to get that advantage too. That's what true, more evolved beings do. They don't come in and say, well, I have 6 strands of DNA, I'm so much better than you. It's not about that at all. We're in this together. We're all in this together. And every one of you in this room has the ability to activate your 6th strand and higher. That's the good news. That's why I want to keep talking to you. Okay, let's change. Okay. Now, in 1968, I started having my run-ins with what I call the Zeta covert government. This is a portion of the human governments that happen to be of a specific hybrid race line from way back in the ancient times. They're called the reptilians. A lot of people call them the reptilians. They're actually called the Nephidim. And they are a human hybrid race line. And you would be amazed at some of the political figures that actually fit into that family category. They have made agreements with the Zeta Reticuli races, which are a strain of reptilian beings from the Orion system primarily. They came here in the early 1930s. It wasn't just Roswell, it was before that. They made treaties with the government, with portions of our government that I call the secret government. And they have been running abductions, and they have been running hybridization and cloning programs as part of a one world order takeover agenda since the 1930s. It has gotten worse since the 1980s when a group called the Draconians got involved, who are from actually the higher dimensional systems of Dimension 10. So you have 10th dimensional beings working with this negative agenda now, and they're influencing here. I got tangled up with the Zeta covert government through abductions because they found me through my father's blood type. Now, that got into a bunch of very strange experiences. My life from probably about the age of 4 through the age of 18 was like being a pawn in a bizarre game of chess. I would have The negative ones abduct me and they do the medical experiments, and they were using my genetic material for hybridization programs and things, and they were trying to put me under mind control. They were trying to take down the DNA, so I didn't remember, and so they could get me under their influence. At the same time, I was having abductions, which were actually rescues, by my own family, Melchizedek Cloister, which they call themselves the Guardian Alliance because there's a huge group of them. It's not just particularly that family line. I had years of literally 5-6 times a week being taken places. It was more normal for me to be dealing with aliens than dealing with humans here, because I had live contact. They would come down with the ships. The negative ones would do the body block, which is a bioneurological block on the brain chemistry. It's an electromagnetic pulse technology that allows them to hit with frequency certain parts of the brain that literally cause the motor skills to stop functioning. If you've ever had abductions where you find yourself freeze-framed, you can't move. Maybe your eyes can move and your brain can move and you want to scream, but you can't. This is part of this technology that's used by the Zetas, and it's also used by the interior government. Okay, so I had a lot of those running. I had, at the same time, I don't have this listed up here yet, I had the Guardians coming in, trying to assist me, trying to undo the damage, trying to get me unplugged from the mind control they were trying to do, and trying to save my life. So it was very, very hectic. And I had conscious memory the whole time, which made it even harder. It's one thing if you're asleep and you're having these strange experiences, and maybe by the time you're 30 or 40, you go get put under hypnosis because there was something weird, and then you find it. At least you had a chance to have a normal life as a human. This was necessary, and I know on a higher soul level, I agreed to participate in these experiences so I would learn, so I would know the ins and outs, because I walked both paths. I would see what it was about so I could tell other people. But it wasn't easy. And there are people right now going through a lot of this. People are still being abducted by the negative side. This is one of the things, if you go hang out with the people in the New Age movement, which, hey, a lot of my teachings fit right into the New Age movement. But there's a group of them there that they don't want to recognize that the negative influence is still here. You will hear a lie being told there by several very, very prominent teachers. The Zetas went away. That something happened and raised something to D5 consciousness in our planetary grids, and they all went away, and now we don't have to be afraid, and now we don't have to worry about it. Why are people still being abducted and having medical experiments done on them? Because I have seen groups of abductees over and over and over that are still having terrible experiences with negative type of abductions. So when you hear those things coming from New Age people, God bless these people, they don't see what's happening. And the reason they don't is because they're in contact with things that are telling them not to believe those things are real anymore. Why? Because they're easy to manipulate if you put your guard down. If you don't think you need to learn how to protect your bioenergetic field from interdimensional manipulation, you're easy to manipulate. Some of these lies are being promoted in the highest levels of spiritual teachings. They're being put right in there with the good teachings. This is a ploy, and it's part of the One World Order agendas. Other parts of the New Age movement are wonderful. They're teaching you valid technologies. They're involved with definitely positive ET contact and high-dimensional contact. The New Age movement is becoming a very scary place because there are efforts being made right now to ensure that it divides, to make sure that they cannot unify under an understanding. It's being infiltrated, and that's one of the agendas that we'll talk about as we go along. Let's see. Anything else I need to touch on? Okay, no, we can go on with that one. Yeah. Okay, we can run through these real quick. I'll give you the visual pictographs here. Okay, this was when I was 4 years old. I was playing out in the driveway of my aunt's trailer, and broad daylight, a little gray thing came up behind me. This was one of the negative ones. It had a little silver rod, and it waved the rod. Before I could run or scream, I was in that freeze frame state, and I was taken up high. Can you slow that down a little bit? Because there's a thing up there. Yeah, way up above. There was this big black triangle type ship that you could see up above the clouds, and I was literally levitated up. That's when the negative abduction started. That was the first physical negative abduction, and they got worse. We can go fast from these. Whoops, that one goes that way. Okay, these are some of the type of beings you'll meet with the Zetas. See these insect type ones over there on the left of the screen? They're called Zeta Arcanus. They're a type of the Zeta races. Everybody seems to think that it knows about Zetas, that they're just the little gray guys, and they know that there's some shorter ones and some taller ones. But there are much more in the Zeta races than just those. There are ones that look like insects, like the Zeta arcanus. There are other ones who are called Zeta Runelov, who have a completely different facial look. And all of them are united from their original race called the Zephelium. And the Zephelium are actually 10th dimensional beings. When their genetic code was in its normal form, they could hold 10 dimensions of consciousness. And they were blue-skinned. And they were very, very negative. They were a blue-skinned reptilian race that has wreaked havoc with our history and our evolution for thousands and thousands of years. So the Zetas all come out of the Zephelium races. Okay, we go on. What this is, by the way, this apparatus, that apparatus there was a chelantic table. They use chelantic morphogenetic science, the science I talk about in my books. They use it in a negative way. They use it with external technologies where they can literally recode your body template and your DNA template by sending certain sound frequencies and light frequencies in. And that was a table that they used to do that. That was one of the ways they would try to put people under mind control. And it works. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to have the guardians, if I hadn't been fortunate enough to be an incarnation of one of the Amalur Melchizedek Cloister, I would not have got out of that situation alive. There's another reason I talk about the negative things. There are people that this is still being done to. And we need to be aware of it. We can do things to change it. Okay, this one, when I was age 12, I had one of the strangest abductions I've ever had. It was a negative one, but there were no ETs involved. I came out on my porch because I saw lights. It looked like lights coming. It was like very late at night. It looked like lights on the snow or the field out in the country. So I went out to see what it was, and I got grabbed as I walked out the door. One person on each side, and something went over my mouth, and I believe it was chloroform because I was out. I woke up, and I was in a military type facility. Again, I'd been taken to military bases that had lots of Zetas running around. But this was different. I was in a military facility in what looked like a hospital, and I was restrained. And there were human doctor type people coming in, like giving me shots and these kind of things. And then I was dragged into this one area and interrogated. And that's what's being shown here. And they had given me some type of drug, and they were trying to get me to tell them I don't even know what, I still don't know what, probably about the good guys, because they knew I was actively being contacted and taken on the other side. That was the only abduction I'd ever had that had no aliens in it. They were all military type humans. They were, I believe, they were Navy, a lot of them. And this is scary to me, because most of the people in our armed services, they're good people just trying to serve their country. They don't know about these things. These are top-level, ultra-top-level security programs that are being run, that even the people in our military don't know about, except for that little echelon of people that manage to pass the right tests and have the right gene codes. Because if you want to know, in the military, what people get privileged to have the real high top-secret information about the ETs, it goes right down to the gene code. Only the ones that are part of the Nephidim races from the ancient times, the reptilian gene code, they're the ones that formed MJ12. They're the ones that are being chosen and permitted to have this knowledge. So no matter how hard somebody tries to be on a covert inside side, they're not going to get there unless their gene code's there. So even the military is being run around. And I feel bad for these people because I've known lots of people in the military that are good people. My father was a flyer. He was a good person. He wanted to serve his country, and if he knew what was going on here with Americans being sold out over ET contracts, he would have totally rebelled. So would 90% of the military. That's why they don't tell them. If they knew what was going on here, if they knew that our democracy is being taken right out from under us, because that's what's happening here. The one world order agenda that's running right now, it's taking our democracy away. We have an illusion of democracy, but behind that, we have a dictatorship that's being run by a couple of groups of individuals, a couple of families of human Illuminati, human Nephidim families, that have to do with the multinational corporations, the world banking system, the world management team. It goes down to MJ12, and out of that came the CIA, and a whole bunch of things. If any good American realized what was taking place here, they would have absolute revolt on their hands. But that isn't the solution. It's not going to work. So I'm not saying rise up and revolt, no. We need to re-evolve rather than create revolution. Okay? Re-evolution instead of revolution, because revolution will just get us killed. If you don't get accused of being wacky and they lock you up someplace or they tear you, trash your career and make up stories about you to defame you and make nobody believe you, then they will, if they have to, just simply take you out and make you be gone. This is how this program works. This is going on in America and in other countries. If we ignore this, it isn't going to stop. And as we move through this, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how this is manifested someplace else, a place called Parallel Earth. And I'll show you a little bit about how that's a reality. It's not just sci-fi. There's a heavy science behind this that shows the reality of parallel Earth and Earth. You know, the Earth isn't hollow. We're talking frequency scales here. So I'll talk about that in a little while. Let's keep going. Thanks. All right, this is just a quickie. This was one of the bases that I was taken to in the negative abductions. I have no idea where it was, but I was taken at night, and we were brought in by these, they were like collector ships, and there were hundreds of children, and sometimes adults, but usually I was with children of all sorts of different races. Some weren't even speaking English, and we would end up waking up in the bottom of these metallic like holding cells, just kind of like strewn on the floor, and we would be deposited in these places, and then we would be separated, and I think they separate us by potential genetic something or other. I'm not even sure what they used to separate us. In these bases, it was terrifying because you would see hundreds and hundreds of children, all in little uniforms that they put you in. There were red ones, there were blue ones, there were green ones, there were dark blue ones. They meant something different. Each class of uniform meant you were being filtered over to a different facility to have something else done to you. There were hundreds of children here. They're taking children. It's the truth. And nobody wants to seem to believe it. I try to speak to the spiritual people about this, and all I get from them is, oh, our channels told us that the Zetas all went away. Did you ever check the resume on your channels? Why are they telling you that when it's not true? You know, this is some of the stuff that's going on that has motivated me to speak out. People don't deserve to be treated this way, and we are being treated this way. A lot of the missing children on our rosters, they're not missing because some psychopath decided to take them and, you know, molest them and then, you know, throw their bodies away. They've been taken and not brought back, some of them. This is happening, and we have the power as individuals to begin being empowered as individuals. And only empowered individuals will have the power to begin shifting what's happening on a mass level here. That's the message that I'm trying to get across to people. Let's keep going. Thanks. These are some of the intruder races. Up there on the left, you have a classic style Anunnaki. It's a Syrian Anunnaki. They're from the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions primarily, but they're also capable of being fully physical in dimensions 1, 2, and 3 like us. They have messed with our race for thousands and thousands of years. They have been jealous from the inception of the human race. The human race was thought of and made into being 560 million years ago. We are a very old race. It's a very old race we're part of here. The Syrian Anunnaki have always had a grudge against this particular race, and it had to do with jealousy. It had to do with we having 12-strand pattern DNA and they having only 10. It had to do with who got control of what stargates way back when. So these races of Anunnaki, some of them have come around and decided that they would work for the benefit of all. But primarily, they are still interested in hijacking Earth-human evolution into their own particular Anunnaki hybridization plans to make sure we never activate our 12-strand pattern and to make sure we never reclaim our heritage, what we were created for, which I'll talk about in a little while. It has to do with something called the Emerald Covenant that was made 248,000 years ago. It was an interstellar promise, and it's a promise that's being restated today. It's a promise the Anunnaki don't want us to know about. Now over here, on the upper right, that's called a Dracos. That was created, a particular hybrid, was created about 1 million years ago on Earth. They think Earth belongs to them. As humans originally weren't created on Earth. They were created in dimensions 4, 5, and 6 on Tara, which is the, you could say, twin of Earth on that harmonic of manifestation. The Dracos are part Draconian. Draconians, if you saw a Draconian, it would look like a middle-sized dragon that walks on 2 legs. They look they're reptiles. They're part of what's called the Seraphi families. In the old ancient books that talk about the angel rosters, we had the Elohim and the Elohai, and we had the Seraphi and the Seraphim. All right, the reptilian lines come out of the Seraphim families, and they're no more angels than anybody else. Angels are ETs. If we can get this through our heads, our past will make a lot more sense. When you think about what's written in the old religions, they talked about angels, they talked about fallen angels. This is what they were talking about. Okay, so we have Dracos that They're half human and half draconian. Some look a little more human than that, others don't. They tend to have a nasty temper when it comes to humans. They're very militant, and they tend to just have very little patience, unless they're trying to con you. Then there's a couple of people I know specifically that are in the circuit that are being moved by them. And they think that they're being treated nicely, and they don't realize the agenda that's behind it. They're tricksters. The Dracos like to trick you into joining their reptilian evolution. Yeah. So there, in the middle, that is what I was talking about before, the Zephelium. That is the head shape. Now picture that in blue skin. That's the Zephelium, the original imprint out of which the Zeta races came. They're the controllers of the Zeta races. The Zeta races function in a caste type system where they have very specific ranks. And it goes with the DNA. Who has more DNA, has more intelligence, has more power within the ranks. This is how it works there. They're very authoritarian. It's a dictatorship. And these guys, the Zephelium, are the head of that dictatorship. The little guys down here, we have over on the left, that is your standard little gray. It's a mutated version of some of the other insect reptile type strains out of the Zeta matrices. They hybridize themselves kind of to death. They cloned and cloned and cloned, and they crossed it with other things and then cloned more because they started to lose their genetic integrity because certain things they did to their planet. They were from a planet originally called Apexi and Lao, and it's not even in this harmonic. It was in what we call the next harmonic up, which is dimensions 4, 5, and 6. They blew it up, and they got stuck in between dimensional warps and things. And they're dying as it is. That's why they came here originally, was to regenerate, to find the traces in the human hybrid lines that still had some of the reptilian codes that they could take and harvest to regenerate their own pattern. They knew that humans were connected. There are races of humans on the planet that were hybrids, that had their reptilian coding that could save them. That's why they came here in the first place. Okay, the little guy over here on the right, he has 6 fingers. They're your classic EV, okay? The EV guys over here, that's what they call them EVs. I don't know who coined that word, but it's one of our words down here. It means extraterrestrial biological entity, for lack of a better thing to call them. They're actually a hybrid between the Zeta races and the Dracos. And they have a little bit paler skin than the gray color. It's more of like a cheesy, yellowy gray kind of color. And they have more figures than the grays. They work the same agendas. So the guys you see, the 4 of them there, the Dracos, the Zephelium, the Zeta, and the EVs, they tend to work together with the human Illuminati that are out of the reptilian hybrid human lines. The Anunnaki don't get along with them. They don't like them. They never did. Most of the Anunnaki have been enemies of the Zeta races for many millions of years. So we have a very interesting drama unfolding on Earth. We have 2 factions that don't like each other, and neither of them like us. So we're caught in the middle of a level of interstellar politics that we have not been trained at all to even think could possibly be real. It's an amazing situation. This is the big picture we're walking around in. It's much more than what does an abduction mean. It's, oh my God, what does it mean that people are being abducted on mass levels at this point? We need to know the agendas if we're going to be able to posture ourselves. Okay, we can move. Thank you. Okay, in 1972, I began to have direct physical contact with my guys, my family matrix, the Guardian Alliance, the Emerald Order of Melchizedek Cloister. That's what the initials of there stand for. Now, EOMC, Emerald Order of Melchizedek Cloister. Okay. They made physical intervention when I was 7 years old with what freaked me out because it was another gray. It was actually a gray, except it had large blue eyes instead of large black eyes. I'd already been dealing with the little grays as nasty little militant soldiers working for the negative sides. I wasn't any too happy to see them. But it explained to me, it approached me in lilac bushes where I was playing at my grandmother's house, and again in broad daylight, and it said, I won't hurt you, so I want you to understand. They know what's happening, and they're going to stop it. You're safe now. So this is strange. Usually the grays are terrorizing me now. You know, this little gray is being friendly. What I found out was in 1983, there were amnesty contracts offered by the Guardian races to any of the grays to any of the negative ones that wanted to stop messing with humans, they would help them. They would help them with their evolution in a way that did not violate other life forms. In 1983, the Dracos and the Dracon from the Orion system got involved with the Zetas here, and a bunch of the Zeta races that weren't quite as militant as some others wanted out because they were terrified of the Dracons. And they accepted amnesty contracts with the Guardian races, and they're on a short leash. It's like, and of course they don't trust them, but at least, you know, if they have to help clean up the messes they made. So some of the gray contacts people are having now used to be negative ones, but those particular grays ended up going over and accepting amnesty contracts. Now they work under Guardian protocols to try to help you because they messed with you before. It's very, very confusing what's going on with the grays. There's a group of grays called the Regalians that refused amnesty contracts. This group made agreements with the Draconian matrix. We call it a matrix of consciousness because it manifests in numerous different race strains, but they're all reptilian. This is the D10, 10th dimensional matrix of consciousness. The Regalians made treaties with the Draconians, and at that point, the human Illuminati that had made treaties with the Zeta lost control of the whole game. That's when they became pawns, and they started to realize it. And at this point, the human Illuminati are scrambled. They don't know what yet to do with the situation. They're completely dominated by the Zeta Dracos alliance. That's the Dracons and the Dracos and a couple of other reptilian groups. We have Torandaras and a couple of other ones coming in from the other systems that are backing these guys. This is a huge drama that's going on here. It's not just a couple of little grays running around. So we're stuck in a situation where we have large groups of very ancient interstellar kin coming back here, and they're interacting with us, and we can't tell. The person who's a contactee, on this level, you can't tell yet who's contacting you. Why are they contacting you? What does it mean for you? Some of you will feel a great deal of love for your contacts because you'll feel the family relationship. Some people, it is not just about the gene code being connected. Let's say you have a reptilian gene code that you don't know about any more than anybody else does. It's not just the gene code that you have. The people with the reptilian gene codes tend to incarnate as consciousness out of that matrix of consciousness in the higher dimensions. So when we have reptilian humans here, they are incarnations of the draconian matrix. That doesn't mean they're bad. Once they're down in human form, if somebody shows them they have the choice, they can choose not to play ball with the agendas that are harming other life forms. Just because you might have reptilian coding in your DNA does not mean you're a bad person. Just because you might be an incarnate out of one of their matrices does not mean you're a bad person. It means they're going to jerk you around until you find the difference. And if you find you're one of them, you can use bioregenesis of the DNA template to block anything they can do to mess with you. And you can choose as a free and sentient being because you are in a human imprint now, and that's what will unify all the races. So there's a lot going on here, and there's a lot at stake. I'm touching on little things that I could probably take one subject and actually go for 4 hours of, but I don't have time to do that. So I'm going to keep rolling. I want to mention here the priests of Ur. Okay, the priests of Ur are a group of elder race humans that have been involved with Earth. They're involved with the inner Earth. They're involved with the higher harmonics of Earth that we call Tara and Gaia. But they're also involved with this planet. There are certain groups of them. One group is in Kauai, Hawaii, and they're physical people on the planet who are very, very old. Some of them are hundreds and hundreds of years old. They have DNA that regenerates, so they don't age the way we do. They are part of a security team that was appointed many, many millions of years ago when the human experiment was being formed. It was an experiment to see if we could unify all of the interstellar races through the human imprint. So the priests of Ur were the guardians of the human experiment since the time it began. These beings are contacting people now. I've had a number of people write to me or call me and say, what are those priest guys again? Because I think I met one. You know, they tend to look human, but they're very tall. And some of them are very, very good looking compared to the average, human that's here. They're like your classic pretty human. Some are female, some are male. It's not a patriarchal priesthood. It's totally egalitarian. And that's what all the teachings originally were. The Anunnaki are the ones who set the format here for the father-god male dominance thing, the patriarchy. The true spiritual higher level beings know that male and female are just aspects of identity, and they're actually reflected in each other. One is not superior to the other. This is what the higher beings will teach you. The Anunnaki will teach you that it's a father god, and you're supposed to bow down to that father god, and women are lesser than men. This was how they controlled the breeders. This was how they kept the thumb on the ones who could bear the babies in their bodies, so they could make sure they could hybridize in the way they wanted to. What's scary is they got most of the women believing it. So for generation upon generation, women accepted the fact that God created me not equal, so I have to listen to somebody who may not be fair to me at all, just because God said it was that way. This is how we've been duped and deceived. And males aren't bad people that want to go around dominating women. They've been taught that they're supposed to. They were taught from ancient times that you weren't manly if you didn't go, playing word of the household. You didn't teach your woman a lesson and your child a lesson if it didn't work. We have been programmed here. Our belief systems have been programmed so badly that we sit in the middle of our contemporary age going, wow, there's all these issues. Where could they have come from? What do we do with them? It's such a mess. Look at all the conflict. Males and females don't get along. Everybody's usually mad at each other. We have different races not getting along. Different creeds and religions not getting along. What happened to this race? E.T. That's what happened to this race. Intervention with conflicting creeds, conflicting agendas that started thousands of years ago and have played out ever since. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. Thank you. This was one of the good guy, actually, pickups. When the Guardians started to come in after age 7, they would do these great holographic ships where it looked like a mountain. It was a hologram. It was a ship, but they disguised it. And they told me after a while, we know that you can see the ship, but there's some of the other children that are having their DNA accelerated and that are being worked with, that they would be frightened if they saw spaceships. So they would actually create a hologram of something you might see out of a fairy book or like a children's story, floating mountains and that kind of thing. They were trying not to frighten the other children. In the town, Carbondale, Pennsylvania, where my original contact started to happen, there were at least 30 other children that were picked up regularly by the Guardian Alliance. They were indigos. And they were awakening slowly. Not all of them were conscious at birth. Some of them were, depending on the type of indigo. And they were being trained and taught. I haven't had contact with them. I don't know how they fared or whatever. But there were also ones being taken by the negative side. And I do believe the reason Carbondale, Pennsylvania became such a hot spot of picking up children was because the negative ones were messing with the children there. So the Guardians would come in, and since they were trying to rescue me and a few others, they might as well try to undo the damage that was being done to a lot of the children. So it was a real hot spot there in Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Okay, this is one of the learning centers that I was taken to in the Guardian experiences. We were taught how to read energy signatures with our fingertips. There would be symbols that would come up on a screen in light, in like different colored light, different look like geometrical symbols and that kind of thing. We would be taught to put our fingertips on them and use the breath a certain way. And I teach some of these things, these type of things in the exercises, where you use the breath a certain way, draw the energy current in, run it through what's called your Kundalini energy, which is the energy that runs from the base of the spine into the pineal. It's the life force energy that most of us don't use most of. You can run these energy signatures through, and you will get direct cognition. You'd have pictures open up in your mind, all sorts of really neat things. It was a great form of communication. That's one of the things I was taught with the Guardians, and so were the other children that were taken on these type of experiences. We can keep going. Thanks. Okay, they also taught me once I hit about 13, they were doing almost nightly, these were the good guy grays, almost nightly out of body. They were teaching me how to do astral projection, how to do out of body. I could already do it a bit, but I didn't have control of it. I'd kind of find myself out of body and kind of freak out and go flying against the wall as consciousness and not know how to get myself undone. I remember hanging upside down on the ceiling and being in a body shape in my astral body, looking down at my other body sleeping, and I was hanging upside down like a bat. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how to get the head up and the feet down. It takes a while sometimes to get used to the astral body. And in these experiences, they were helping me. The Guardians were sending in some of the grays that were, on amnesty contracts to help me learn how to get control of the astral body so I would be good at it and, stop splattering myself on walls and things. Ready to keep going. Okay, these are Guardians. Some of them. There's many, many other forms. Some of them look very much like us. Some of them have been here for thousands of years. The Gray Alliance, the Christite Alliance, they like to call them. That's a hybrid strain. And it's a hybrid guardian strain that contains the original 12 to 48 strand imprint of the human and the pre-human forms. All right, what we have here, up at the top and the left, that thing, they won't be here probably visiting directly for about 500 years. A few people see them in encounters. I've had a few people come up to me. They're called Zionites. They're actually very scary looking, but they're not scary beings. They're very pure beings. They're a combination of what's called a cloister race human, which was the original ancient humans that had like a 12-strand DNA imprint, plus certain types of fish beings. And they look reptilian, but they're not reptile. It's more of a fish strain. They're kind of like Man from Atlantis concept. They can live on land or underwater. And they're going to be here probably, if things go well here, in about 500 years, to really help settle the oceans and those kind of things, to help us with that level of evolution. They tend to only communicate with people right now in the etheric level or in subtle forms of contact because they know that their form and their size, they're very, very tall, something like 12 feet tall. They would be very intimidating for a human to meet physically. And because of all of the things we've been told about demons and what demons look like, because of their looks, they know they would be prejudged, and they don't want to frighten humans, so they tend to not communicate unless other groups have been working with a particular contactee for a long period of time, and you kind of get introduced to ones and don't panic, they're okay. So if you ever see them, they're Zionites. They have a very pure form of consciousness. I've dealt with them, and I've had them, they've actually served as guardians for me at certain times when I was under a lot of attack, psychic attack and things. They would run interference until I learned how to hold my own fields, which I do now. I don't need their protection now because they taught me how to protect myself. But they were very helpful, and they protect a lot of abductees and a lot of contactees, even though they don't, contactees might not be aware of it. The funny little guy in the middle there looks almost like Scrooge, down, yeah, in the middle. Yeah, the one that looks like Scrooge with the bald head.
Here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now I got the pointer. Okay. All right. This guy here, that is called an Anahazi, or a Syrian white. The Anahazi are actually Lyran Syrians. They were the original founders race that the human lineage came out of before it became human. The Anahazi combined with a couple other things to form what was called an Orophene, which was the host race that the first original human imprint called the Tornisium was put into. These guys are the founders of this lineage. And they look a little funny, and they're very, very white, and they have some strange looking eyes. They can go, their DNA allows them to transmute from literally pre-matter, liquid light, all the way down into manifestation if they should choose to do so. This is what we have the ability to do once we get our DNA activated. You can teleport, you can demanifest, you can remanifest. This is the heritage of this human race. These guys are living that heritage, okay? They know how to do this. They work with people who tend to have contracts here, who came in with birth contracts to serve as part of the awakening of the races here, because there was a big awakening going on in this time frame. And as we move along, I'll talk about a little bit about why that awakening is happening at this particular period of time. But they're the Syrian whites. These over here, they're the Bigfoot guys that everybody's wondering if they really exist. They're called the Queventilier. They were actually started before the human race to try to have those that be the race that would become responsible for being guardians of the planet. But they were so sensitive to the natural world of the planet, they couldn't break a leaf off of a tree without feeling pain. They couldn't move rock or affect the environment. They had to allow it because any type of infringement on the environment would cause them pain. So they turned out to not be a really hardy enough race in terms of their sensitivities to be able to do the manipulations it would take for for race evolution here. If there was going to be a race that was going to help to unite all the fragmenting interstellar races, it was going to require building things on planets, and building things required moving stone and different things like that. These guys had a real hard time with that because they felt the consciousness in every living thing. But they still monitor. Most of them are from the inner Earth. People wonder why they can chase them all over, but they can never find them. They're not beaming up on spaceships, most of them. They're coming from what's called the inner Earth portals. There's a frequency modulation zone that exists about half turn over as far as the angular rotation of particle spin goes. There are reality fields taking place within the same space-time as we are. But there is a shift in the axis that the particles spin on. So they don't see each other. They literally move through each other. The inner Earth qualifies as one of those spaces, so does parallel Earth. So there's a lot of things that we need to learn about physics before we're really going to understand what's going on here. But these guys come up from the inner Earth a lot. They still try to monitor the planet, particularly now, because the planet's going through, between the year 2000 and 2017, it's going through some very interesting changes that have not happened here in over 200,000 years. So there's a lot of presence coming from every which way to see what's going to happen on Earth. Okay, this over here, her name is Azara. She is what's considered one of the original human types. They were called Tornisium. That was the original human form that was created in dimensions 4, 5, and 6 on Tara. It was out of that strain that the 12 tribes of the Earth human lineage were seeded by breaking down their DNA pattern into 12 groups. And that's where we got more gender differentiation that we have down here. We didn't have that when we were in these forms. There was still male and female, but it was much more blended than here. Her name is Azara, and she is one of my regular contacts. She's also an incarnate, like I am, out of the Melchizedek cloister, matrix of consciousness. But she last had her physical incarnations about 550 million years ago. She's been out of the game of physicality for a long time. But I still have telepathic rapport with her, because we're all eternal. This is one thing people here tend to forget because of the belief systems we're raised with. Every one of us here is an eternal being. And as soon as you remember your fetal integration process, you realize it. Yeah, I did come from somewhere else. I always did. I was always around. You realize that you have many, many lifetimes, many life experiences, and then no matter what you do, energy is consciousness and consciousness is energy. And energy cannot be created or destroyed. It only changes form. That applies to you too. That applies to your personality, to your being. You evolve, you grow, you experience. There are beings in this form, some of us in this form. We have connections to them. We actually have incarnations in those other forms, in the higher universes. This is something that most people here don't have any concept of yet. Some are saying, okay, I can deal with reincarnation. I had other human lives. Part of your incarnational heritage is other lives and other biological forms that are characteristic to the higher dimensional fields. The dimensional fields change something, and that's called the particle base. Down here we have gross matter, physical matter density. It's a carbon-based biology. When we get into harmonic universe 2, which is dimension 4, 5, and 6, we have part carbon, part silica-based biology, which gives us a semi-etheric matter form. It's a much less dense state than the physical matter we're accustomed to. When you go up past that into dimension 7, 8, and 9, you get into an etheric matter density, which is a silica-based biology. So there is a progression of biology that we will experience. Once you come into time and manifest, you go through various stages, from antimatter to pre-matter, to etheric matter, to semi-etheric, to physical matter. It's a whole progression. There's a whole picture here that if we can start to understand, we'll start to understand ourselves, we'll start to understand the ETs, we'll start to understand where we fit together, what our differences are and our similarities are. There's a whole big picture that we really need to identify if we're going to become effective in handling ourselves in relation to what is happening right now in our environment. And that's why I'm talking about it. Some people may think I'm very strange, and so I like to talk with scientists sometimes because we have a whole level of physics that's being presented with this. But I don't have time to spend 3 hours arguing about particles, muons, and meosins, and all sorts of other things. Right now, I have to show the framework. So that's why I'm giving you pieces. But I want you to understand this is a whole huge paradigm. It's a paradigm that we understood as a race in the past. 200,000 years ago, this race of beings we call human was we were on the planet. We were called the cloister races then. We had higher DNA content. And with that higher DNA content, we had higher consciousness. We actively used these sciences. The paradigm of science and spirituality united that we're bringing back here was used as common knowledge by them. And it's also used in the future. Now, the Guardian Alliance groups that physically come and visit with me and work with me are coming from the year 6520 AD. Okay? That's a time cycle that's very far advanced compared to our own. And they have time mechanics and all sorts of things that I don't have time to get into here, but there's time mechanics to go with this too. If we can realize that we're a part of this whole thing, the knowledge I'm presenting now, it only seems weird because you've been taught something different. And you've been taught, if you look at what our science knows and what it doesn't know, it's scary. How can they say they can negate a paradigm like this? They don't know how to open stargates. They don't even know what a stargate is. They don't even have a definition for what a dimension is. These things are presented in this paradigm. So what I'm hoping is the people of scientific persuasion start to say, wow, you know, maybe I could be the one to find proof. Instead of asking, yeah, prove it before I listen to you, I get this a lot from the scientists, yeah, prove it before we'll even listen to you. Why don't you look at the paradigm and see how you can use it and work with it, is what I try to say to them. Okay, let's go through these quick. This guy here is an Arcturian. He's kind of funny, he had like almost like frog-like skin. It was paler than a frog, like a pond frog, but it was amphibious like that. He's a good guy. They work with the Syrian Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense. They're one of the groups that are visiting here, and they're working on what's called the Portal Protection Plan. That's the planetary vortices, which are part of the Stargate system that allow things to come in from the interdimensional time fields. There's a whole security operation going on as far as keeping those vortices secure and free from intruder infiltration. And right now, I don't know what it is like. It's like a running score. Every week I ask, okay, is it 50-40 or 50-50, 40-60? What's the balance this time? Where it's almost like a game as far as who's controlling the vortices. Right now, for instance, in New York City, that has been under, for a good 8 years, that has been under negative control. It's been under control by the human Illuminati. They're working with the Montauk Project, which has to do with the base that's out under the water in the triangle. There's a whole connection there. That is one place where there's a lot of manipulation taking place because the negative ones have control of the vortex there. There's other places that are secured, where the vortices are being, monitored by guardian races, not just the guardian races that work with us. There's lots of different guardian races that visit too. Okay, let's see. This one was one of the Greys. Her name was Amira, and she was one of the good Greys that actually was a teacher for me in a lot of different things. She taught me about something I'm going to talk about briefly, because I know I'm running out of time here, I can go forever. Amira taught me about something called the Cloister Doratura plates. Now this is what's going to be very interesting. These plates are little discs that, they almost look like little flying saucers. They're made of a metallic substance that's part platinum and part something else that's not of a metal from here. They're holographic recording discs. They store huge, vast amounts of information. They were given to the cloister race humans 248,000 years ago as part of the gift of the Emerald Covenant. The Emerald Covenant was a promise from the interstellar races all the way up the higher dimensional scale to assure that Earth humans got to evolve back into what they originally were, which was a 12-strand DNA pattern. It was a promise that we would be able to re-evolve and not be hijacked. We would be able to re-evolve to our 12-strand self and what we were created to do, which was to become guardians and keepers of the interplanetary Templar complex. The interplanetary Templar complex is a system of stargates that runs from this planet all through the interdimensional spectrum through other planets. Every planet and every star has at its core sets of black and white holes. These black and white holes operate in certain frequency ranges. There is a range of frequency of vibration that happens in large time cycles. It creates opening and closing of these black and white holes, and they become stargates at certain periods. There are maps. There was a book that was part of the Bible once called the Book of Maps and Keys, and it was the diagrams showing the stargates, what systems they connected to, and the dynamics of how to use them. This is human heritage. Right now, all we hear about Stargate is that Stargate shows on TV, the SG-12 or whatever it is, and the sliders perhaps. This is all we get on Stargates. Once upon a time, it was taught. It was taught in every school. Every child at the age of 4 knew what a Stargate was. It was intrinsic to our culture. Our Stargates are called the Halls of Amente. That is why this place has been prime real estate and a prime place for other interstellar races to come in and try to control this race, because we have key stargates to control the other stargates and other systems. So Earth is valuable real estate in the interdimensional communities. Because of this, they don't want humans down here to evolve back to what they were created to be, which was guardians and keepers of the stargates. If we're back to our 12-strand evolution, if we get our memory back and remember who we were and what we came to do, nobody's going to come in here and use those stargates for negative purposes, because we were created as a sacred trust to bring what's called the law of one here. to make sure the stargates were run by something called the spiritual law of one, which in the scientific translation is the universal unified field of theory of physics. There is a pattern of unified field physics that certain things work and certain things mess things up. If you put it just as simply as that, there are certain practices of physics that will work well and allow things to continue evolving, and there are other practices that will make things fall apart and create major issues and will be life-threatening rather than life-supporting. The law of one spiritual teachings were meant to uphold the physics teachings, the science teachings of how to work with the energy structures of a multidimensional system without collapsing that system and all the life forms within it. Human race was created to be guardians of that law, to let other interstellar races who had gone into digression know that they could not use these powers to abuse other things. Because if they do, they're only harming themselves in the long run, because all life is interdependent and interconnected. So these are some of the things that this race was created to uphold. And this is why we've been a target for a very long time, particularly the Earth humans down here. If you could keep us stupid, if you could keep our DNA unplugged, then we didn't remember who we are. We come in here, we're conscious beings until we birth here. Then all of a sudden we go to sleep because our DNA blocks out the rest of our consciousness. Every one of you has a 15-dimensional identity. It's there with you right now. And it was there with you from the time you were born. The only reason you don't remember it is because when you come into fetal integration, most people have only 3 strands of DNA activated. That means only 3 levels of consciousness, 3 dimensions of consciousness will be able to embody. Your higher dimensional parts, which you can call your spiritual identity, from dimension 4 through 15, can't anchor consciously in a body pattern that only has 3 strands of DNA activated. But through bioregenesis, you can activate those strands again. You can progressively bring them back into life, and it creates integration of your higher self. You'll begin to remember who you are and what you came to do. That's what it's all about. This is where science and spirituality go hand in hand, and it's so important that we realize it. Okay, I'm going real quick. I'm trying to flip through these two. Okay, this one here is, oh gosh, I haven't seen it in a long time. Ramthankana, they call themselves. They're a hybrid version that are connected to the Mayans, actually. The Mayan races that were on the planet once, they're kind of like the keepers of time, even in the higher harmonics. They work with the guardians. They're a hybrid of about 6 different things. So I'm not even sure what they're hybrids of, but they have given the first book, the Voyagers, Sleeping and Deputies. Part of the information in that was given directly by them through what's called quantic communication. That's where they actually send you little emails. If you look at the 6th dimensional level and higher in my auric field, you would see little spheres of energy, little balls of energy hanging there in the field. And it's not direct contact, it's like leaving an email for somebody. And when I want to, unravel what that information is, I take it and pull it into my pineal gland, run energy from the kundalini at the base of the spine up through it, and it opens up and it translates through my natural language patterning into my home language. So that's how the first manuscript was given for Book 1, Voyagers. So they're the Ramthankana down there in the corner on the right. Beautiful.
And the top right.
Oops.
Very top.
Oh, this guy up here, I forgot about him. They're called the Athian. All right, these are white, they look like very large white praying mantises. There's also a version of them that are more like gray and dirty and kind of scaggy looking that are negative, but the white praying mantises and also gold ones, because they get gold as they age, they're from about the 10th dimension, but they're connected to the higher dimensions as well. They accompany a lot of people in their abduction experiences. They work, if you see an Athian, if you're having experiences with a gray, say a little gray, or those type of beings, and you have Athian with them, the Athian are there for a couple of reasons. They're either there as infiltrates to try to help you get away from negative grays, or they're there to help train grays that have come over to the good side on how to treat humans properly. The Athian are connected to, they're one of the races that were combined with these guys to form these Zionites. They're a very ancient race of beings. They're much older than the human species was. And they're from the higher harmonics, and they're an eternal race, which means they don't really die. If they get sick of being in a body, they just demanifest themselves. But they're visiting a lot here with the abduction experiences. Okay, I think we covered everybody there. Oh, yeah, that guy. Okay, his name is Jonathan. He's one of the priests of Earth. This guy. I deal with him frequently. He's When you see him in his natural form, he's about 11 and a half feet tall. He's blonde and has very tan skin and very, very blue eyes, and he's very, very handsome, but he's very large. When he manifests here, he sends like a little holographic version of himself, so it's like size proportion, so you can kind of interact with each other. He's one of a group of about 12 priests of that work out of the Kauai, Hawaii base. And he comes through. These guys are time travelers. They can, come, they don't have to like have a house in Kauai. They have certain areas underground that there's actually tunnels in some of the mountains there. And there are physical places where these guys hang out. But they're not always there because they're bobbing around time systems a lot. But his name is Jonathan, at least that's what he addresses himself as here. His name is really something that's very long and not pronounceable, at least not to me. Some of them have very long names because they're using a language called Anahazi, which was the first outer sound language. All other languages came out of it. Anahazi was the original language of these guys up here. Whoops, I lost my pointer. These guys up here, the Syrian Anahazi, learned Syrians. It was the first externalized language that created the ability to communicate in other than telepathic means, which was what most of the beings of higher evolution do. They don't use verbal, they use telepathic. So if you end up in contact experiences with guys who have really, really strange names, ask them to just spell it phonetically. That helps sometimes, and if not, just ask for a nickname. Because a lot of times you're dealing with a language that's so complex, it's like trying to take the large language that all the other languages fit into, and then try to translate that into one of the other languages. You're not going to get that much into one of the smaller languages. So you won't get a lot of the translations when they're given in Anahazi. Okay, let's flip. I think we're ready. Okay. All right, this is going to be in those packs over there, the little chart packs. I'm not going to cover this because it'll take me another half an hour. I'm already probably over time, and I want to get to the point of all this, which is the agendas. This is about the Carbondale UFO event of 1974. To run it down briefly, something crashed 3 blocks away from my house in a silk pond, and it glowed for 9 hours under the water. And they had the Civil Air Patrol in, and they had the cops in, and they kicked the media out, and all sorts of things. And it was a fiasco for about 4 days. And right before this, there had been about a week in the local farm areas around Carbondale, there had been reported TV outages and power outages and flying saucers flying around, all this kind of stuff, sightings all over the place. Well, by the time the whole fiasco ended, it got written up as it was a hoax. It was a lantern that was thrown in the pond, and it had a 9-volt railroad battery to it. So this 9-volt battery kept it going for 9 hours under the pond. Then explain why it was seen flying 5 miles away over Salem Mountain and 5 miles from that place and ended up in a pond with witnesses on both ends. They covered this up. And I was having abduction and contact experiences before, during, and after this. I think it was about a week before this went down, I had Grays, the nasty ones, chasing me around my living room. So it was like, yes, no kidding, there's ETs here. I knew that. But I want to show you real quick some of the newspaper articles. I'm just going to show you the headlines. Just bring it down for the headlines. It's not the little words. Okay, search underway for the UFO Carbondale Pond. Okay, we went from there to the next one. Carbondale's UFO identified as 6-volt railroad lantern. Interestingly, they didn't let the Civil Air Patrol guys or any local divers, they didn't let any of them go down to get it. They hired some other guy from Syracuse University and had him come in with special equipment to go down and retrieve the lantern. Found that very interesting because there were many other places. There were 3 UFO investigator groups from various parts of Pennsylvania that had come to the scene, and none of them were allowed to go down. Okay, so as it progresses, the UFO witnesses stick to their original stories, which was, hey, we saw this thing, it's no lantern. The UFO experts have the doubts about it, being a hoax because they wrote it up in the papers as it being a hoax. I had some other, I don't know if I have it with these, I don't think I do, but somebody had given me a copy of what was supposed to be an inter-office memo from something called the 20th Century UFO Bureau out of, I believe, Philadelphia at the time. And I believe the guy's name was Robert D. Barry, was the director. He had written an inter-office memo to the people in his office regarding this case, saying that they had been forced to lie to the media, the 3 groups, to concur that nothing had happened. They had been threatened, that there had been 8mm movie shot of the whole thing and it disappeared. That it was a cover-up. And he had said right in the memo that he felt bad for the people, the witnesses that came forward, because they were being railroaded. There was no railroad land, they were being railroaded. So there's a lot more to this case. I haven't even emphasized this when I talk. I figured I'd bring it out with this group because this is a UFO type group, it's not just the spiritual guys. But there's cases, like mass events going on around me, not just my own personal experience. Okay, we can keep going. 20 years later, still, they don't know. Okay. Now, this just shows between 78 and 97, there was a whole bunch of other different levels of contact. And again, if you want to look at them in the chart packs afterward, we can, because my experiences are less important. I think I showed you enough to where you see there's a real progression here, so I might know what I'm talking about. I want to get to the important stuff that you need to know about what's happening here. So, okay, that was the Mantis experience when I had the fortune of meeting one of the 12-foot Athian beings. And I had a bunch of missing time there because I wasn't quite ready to be let in on some of the agendas that were running. It was a mass event in a theater that we had light balls flying all over the place. We can go through those real fast. Okay, I do have in 95, I ended up with a hybrid child. Her name is Charlemagne. It was the first time I got to see her. And she was in this thing that actually looked like a crystal. They have something called citycraft that are parked in the fourth dimensional frequency bands in the time cycles of fourth dimension. It's a little bit less dense matter state. And that's where they're keeping many of the hybrids. And there's many women who have been contacted here who do have children in these places. And if they're created through experiences that were not negative, that were not through negative abductions, there will be a time when those women will be approached by guardian groups and asked if they would like to meet their children. They won't do that. The guardian groups won't do that if they think it will interfere with your evolution here, or if it will terrify you or frighten you, or get you so attached that you can't stay here. This is one of the big reasons that they don't tell some of the females that they blank the memory as far as having the children, because many females here, once they realized that for one, the ETs are friendly, for two, their environment up there is a whole lot nicer than what we have down here, and they treat people nicer than most humans treat each other. Three, you have a child there. Most females would want to go, And this is a problem, where it becomes a real problem for the female. They're very torn, particularly if they have family here. And a lot of times the memory will be withheld until it's a better opportunity where it won't mess up your life as a female here by getting attached to a hybrid child. Now, they knew I could deal with it as far as I understood she was there and she needed to be there for health reasons. She would have died with the carbon content in the atmosphere down here. And that was okay with me. I knew she was in good hands. Plus, I have 3 children here. So for me, it was like, well, I look forward to joining her someday, but they need me here. So it wasn't an issue of whether I was going to, pick up and leave or, get suicidal because I wanted to go there. I mean, we can keep going real quick. Someone's going to have to tell me to stop because I never look at my watch.
About 25 minutes over.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's for dinner. Okay, this always happens. I'm used to 6-hour presentations, so I will try. Let's see. I'm going to go through my thing here real quick. We can cover more of this if anybody comes to the workshops. Let's see. These chart packs, by the way, get into DNA and all sorts of other stuff. The main thing, I'm going to go right to the end, I think, on this. The one thing I want to tell you about is the reason why they're all here. I'm going to find that for a second. I'm going to go to page 22. Why have the visitors returned? Okay, this is one thing I want to get across to you real quick. And they are here because of something called a stellar activation cycle. All right, I won't get into the time mechanics involved, but once every 26,556 years, there's a possibility for this to happen. But it has not occurred in over 200,000 years. 210,000, 216 years ago was the last time this event has occurred. It's a physics event that involves blending of time continua. It involves opening of stargates. And we are in a very delicate period between the year 2000 and 2017. We could have Earth changes if the grids are not balanced here. This is why the guardian races have really come in force. They're going to try to help to keep the electromagnetic grids of the planet balanced through this. Okay? We're facing something that is unprecedented in any of our recorded human history. And I will talk more about these. I actually have whole workshops that were done on these, and they'll be available on video very soon. We have them, but they're not quite put together yet as a package. There's so much here that I would like to be able to share with you, and I'm already 25 minutes over. But I want you to know that the first thing we need to be aware of is the fact that we're entering a period of time where there's physics phenomena that's going to take place that will not only affect the planet you're walking on, it's going to affect your DNA. Okay? There's going to be different frequencies coming in from the solar light spectrum that aren't usually there. And some of the scientists, from what I've heard from the underground scientist groups, they're already detecting some of this. The solar light spectrum is changing. And this is some of the information that's being repressed and suppressed in the mainstream release of public scientific data. This can be a wonderful thing, because these frequencies that are coming in, they're scalar frequency. They can activate the DNA faster and higher. But if there's blockages and distortions in the DNA, it can accelerate the disease process in the body. Bioregenesis, this is why we're teaching the things that we're teaching. Through bioregenesis, what's happening in the next 17 years can be your best opportunity that you've had in thousands of years of incarnation. We're approaching a time that is incredible. There are so many changes. That's why I can try to explain to you many, many things. I could go on for another 4 hours just on this presentation alone. But let's see. Let's go to the next one. I'm going to show you this. I have some idea of what a stellar activation cycle is. This is one of the diagrams that's contained in the chart pack there. It's called the stellar bridge. It's a linking through the 15-dimensional scale. We have harmonic universe 1. See HU1 over there? That means harmonic universe 1. That's dimensions 1, 2, and 3. Okay, up from that, harmonic universe 2. Dimensions 4, 5, 6. Harmonic universe 3 at the center, dimensions 7, 8, 9. HU4, 12, 11, 10. And 15, 14, and 13, and HU5. So that's how the 15-dimensional structure is broken down. Now, I didn't have time to get into, in this one, about how the structure of the time matrix is formed. It's about scalar mechanics, all right, and there's this heavy science behind this, but I don't have time to go into that right now. But if we can understand that there are electromagnetic fields called Merkaba spirals that every planetary body, every human body, every body in general that is manifest, has sets of counter-rotating fields, Merkaba fields, that go up through the dimensional scale and link the different levels of the matter densities together. Most of the time, the axis, the central axis, let me see if I can point better, the central axis on the Merkaba electromagnetic spirals, usually the axes are different. See how they're not aligned here? They go off in different ways. See that now? What's happening in a stellar activation cycle is they align on a vertical axis, which means that stargates, portals open between the dimensional bands. And this brings frequency from the higher dimensional fields down into the lower dimensional fields. There's a real quick analysis of what's going on here in the next 17-year period. It goes back into what they talked about in biblical revelations of the opening of the 7 seals. They were talking about frequency seals on Earth's 7 primary vortices or chakras. This happens as a result of a stellar activation cycle. They knew it was coming, even in the times when the biblical texts were written. So there's many, many things that is worth learning about right now. We have some of the programs that you can start learning, and I suggest learn everything. Anywhere you can find information, find more. It's worth it. If you want to learn some more, we will be doing the workshops. You know, there's one tonight and there's one on Sunday. What I'm going to focus on is trying to get you familiar with certain techniques that, first of all, will block out intruder manipulation. Now, I didn't get to cover, because this is really a 4-hour presentation, not a 1-hour one. I didn't get to cover the primary agendas. I will tell you what they are, and if you want, they're listed. This is very coherent and chronological in the text, the text that's over there. It will show you all of the things I would like to cover, but I just had to jump from the beginning kind of to the end, and I'm in the middle, which is important. There are 3 agendas running by 3 different groups who have had interaction with us for thousands and thousands of years. One group are called the Templar Anu races. There is a race of humans on the planet that for thousands of years have been hybrid races of the Templar Anu. The Templar Anu are the Anunnaki races, and they are trying to hijack human evolution into Anunnaki hybridization, and they have a one world order agenda. They're working through the New Age movement right now, teaching false ascension teachings. You can't tell the difference in the New Age movement, which teachings are true and which aren't, because they're taking good teachings and twisting them. You have your classic draconian agenda that's happening right now, with the Nephilim human reptilian races, and the Zetas, and the Dracos, and the reptilian race strains. They're trying, I'm wrapping it up, they're trying for one world order. They are in conflict with the outer races who are trying for one world order. So right now, the human Illuminati in the secret government is being divided. One group's going with the Draconians, the other group is trying to escape from the Draconians and go with the enemy. Meanwhile, there are the Gray Alliance. There are the visitors who are responsible for the Gray Alliance humans, the cloister race humans. They're creating what's called the Indigo Children as a hybrid race that's meant to jumpstart the 12-strand evolutionary pattern back into the race gene pool to give us back our heritage. They're honoring the Emerald Covenant that promised us the return of our heritage. The Emerald Order Melchizedek Cloister is part of that group. They're actually one of the heads of that group. They're the three primary agendas that are running here. We have a choice to make, to ignore it all because it's so overwhelming, or to, I don't know, what could you do? This is what I ended up with at the end of this presentation, even in writing. What do you do once you find this out? Once you start to see how big this picture is, what is the next step? This is what we need to think about as individuals. The information I've given you bits and pieces of here, there's much, much, much more. That's just coming from me. And there will be lots of others. The Emerald Order is looking for people who are willing to learn more and who want to establish contact. So that's what the workshops are going to focus on, helping anybody who wants to begin to, first of all, protect themselves from manipulation, second of all, be able to initiate contact. So I'm going to wrap it up now because I'm sorry that I went over. So they got to tell me like a half hour out into my hour because I could go on forever. There's just so much. I'm sorry if I've held you up in your break time here, but there's so much that I would like to be able to share with you. Thank you for listening, and I hope you come to the workshops. Too much. That's why I kind of wanted to get as much done as I could in the lecture as far as giving you a roundup on the big picture. Because what's more important even than understanding all the little details of the big picture is understanding what that means to you and what you can do in relation to that big picture. So most of the workshops that I've given to date have been about using the knowledge of spiritual sciences that were the ancient sciences and also the sciences of the future to teach us about what we can do with our own bioenergetic fields to begin to deal with this big picture. So we don't have to worry about, at least personally, being directly affected by manipulative ETs. So we can get on to more important things as far as becoming integrated within our own self. We can start to remember our fetal integration, for instance. We start to remember what we came here for. We start to remember what role we chose to play in relation to the dramas that are unfolding. And when you begin to remember who you are, you find a level of self that you always knew was you, but you just really, really didn't remember before. And once you remember it, nothing could make you go backward because you become more and more whole. So I try to focus on beginning an understanding of the framework in which we reside. It's the same framework that the One World Order agendas are taking place in. But I try to focus on affirmative action. What we can do as individuals to improve our own personal life, to deal with rationally what's happening with the ET movement and not going to fear-based mentalities on it, because fear will get you nowhere, it just gets you more confused. So tonight, we can focus this one? I'm going here if you're ready or whatever. You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, what I want to focus on tonight is a couple of things. These are some of the things we're going to learn. And I'm going to take this, I'm going to try to follow this more step by step because I was told I can run over a little bit. So at least this time I have the leeway. Okay, first I want to teach you a bit about the scalar structure of dimensional fields. I've thrown the word dimension around a lot and scalar around a bit. And for most people, that's like speaking a different language because we don't get that in high school or college. We're not taught about these things. I want to give you a basic framework of understanding as far as where space-time and matter take place. When we're talking about scalar fields, it's a very specific science that goes into ultra-microparticle behavior. It's a level of science that our contemporary scientists have not yet detected because they are still functioning within a very limited frequency or dimensional spectrum. So I'm going to give you a basic, I'm not going to give you a whole course in physics here because it's not about physics, but I'm going to try to show you where the dimensional field, what the structure of dimensions are, where time plugs into that structure as far as time cycles and our like larger and smaller time cycles. I'm going to teach you a little bit about matter density levels because these things will help you to understand not only who you are and where you fit, but it'll help you understand the ETs, who they are, where they fit within the spectrum, where they're coming from. Okay? We'll get into, after we get a little rundown on that, we'll go into where visitors come from and what the primary races are that are involved here. So we know who the other players are in this drama, and we can get an idea of what their agendas are. So if we are having contact, or if we know people who are having contact, we will be more educated in being able to assess maybe what kind of contact that is. Because some kind of contact you're better off without. And a lot of people become attached to the fact that they have had contact, because that in itself is a remarkable phenomenon if you don't realize you're a multidimensional being yourself. If you forgot that, it's amazing when something from higher spaces comes down and talks to you, But it's not always as wonderful as it appears to be, because sometimes they're talking to you in order to manipulate you. You can disassociate from that type of manipulation without giving up the wonder of contact, because there are many positive races of beings out there that will be willing to establish a rapport with you. So you don't have to give up contact if it happens to be a manipulative group, and there you are, you're back to being a regular human being who doesn't have contact. Once you're a contactee, you will always be a contactee. It's a matter of opening your perceptual fields, and once they're open, they very rarely close again. So you don't have to worry about, well, I've been talking to reptilians, for example, and okay, I'm finding out that they're running an agenda that's about trickery, and it's really not good for our race, but I'm attached to them. They teach me things, and they know more than I do. You don't have to position yourself anti-anything. You just need to position yourself with wisdom. Just like if you were dealing with a person who, because they had some messed up ideas, were abusing other groups of people. You can still love them. That doesn't mean you condone their actions. And it doesn't mean you let them suck you into their agendas. If you can, you try to show them a better way. And if you can't, you need to let them be what they are and find other people that have a higher level, a higher perspective to follow. So when I'm trying to show the differences in agendas and the differences between humans that are affiliated with the different ET races, I'm not trying to separate people or try to get people to point fingers at good guys and bad guys. There are agendas. There are agendas that are good for humanity, and there are agendas that are not good for humanity. The people who are running those agendas are all part of the whole. Just like if you look at a room full of children, let's say, and you have some really outrageous children that are harming other children, you try to separate them from the other kids, but you don't damn the children. They need guidance, okay? They need to grow out of those behavior patterns. This is the perspective I come from when I'm looking at the ones that are running negative agendas. So as we learn more about who the races are, what their manipulation tactics are, now it helps know how they manipulate, so you can watch for those signs, so you don't get suckered in, to put it very bluntly. Because right now, there's so much trickery going on, particularly within the New Age movement. That was a movement that was meant to unite people. It was meant to bring back the ancient truths and the ancient sciences, and right now it's being used, it's being infiltrated and twisted in a way it was not intended to go. And that's very upsetting, because it was meant to unify people, and it was meant to bring them together in light and love and Christ consciousness, and it is not able to do that right now because of what is happening in infiltration. So in this program, we're going to find out a little bit about first of all, what the eight primary methods of visitor contact. Some of the ways that visitors are making contact. And some people think that, well, probably most people in this room don't, but a lot of people at UFO gatherings don't realize that things like channeling and all those angel channels and all those kind of things, they think it's something different. They think it's people are imagining it. It's not. This is ET contact happening as well. So we're going to find out some of the primary methods that they use for contact, not just spaceships coming down. We're also going to find out the 7 primary methods that visitors use for manipulation. These are those little things they do to us that we don't realize they're doing that really mess up our own evolutionary program. If we can realize that every one of us came into this incarnation with a purpose. We chose to incarnate, and there's no exception on the planet. There's only one way to get here, and that's to choose to come in. But when we come in to manifestation here, into the gene code, lights out, we don't remember who we are. We get an identity put on us by our parents, who probably don't remember who they were either. And we learn to live this life of personality that it has parts to do with us, and we have a sense of self, but there's this huge part of self, the part of self that knows why it chose to come, why it chose to be born into the type of body that it's in. This whole portion of self is still out there. If we can learn how we're being manipulated to make sure we don't remember those things, we can learn to sidestep. So that's why I address things like, what are the primary methods of manipulation? So we can find counter strategies. And the biggest counter strategy is simply awareness. If somebody's telling you to surrender your power to some ascended master, some god, some, a lot of them are like the ancient Egyptian gods coming back to talk to us and all this kind of stuff. Some of them are legitimate contact, some of them aren't. You need to ask questions. One of the biggest things I always stress is that I don't care if it's Jesus, I don't care if it's the big God of the universe come down, manifest, standing in my face. If that thing is telling me to hand over my power, you're pathetic, you're little, and I'm going to run you around, there's something wrong with that being's thinking. And I don't care what image they give you. One of the biggest forms of trickery that's happening now is having ETs come in as religious figures. Okay? They're doing holographic inserts. They're manifesting themselves as Jesus, as Moses, as the prophets, as all sorts of things that resonate with our ancient history. And they're saying, this is who we are. I'm Mother Mary, I'm Father Joseph. Some of them are connected incarnationally and actually are incarnations of the beings that were those persons. There's a whole group of other ones that are using the same faces and the same names and the same lines that aren't those people at all. So these are some of the distinctions. If we're going to become empowered, we need to be aware of, not afraid of. And it's not meant to make you paranoid about everything that decides it's going to tell you it's an angel. We tend to, in the Guardian Alliance, we tend to not use the term angel because it's been abused so many times. And angelic consciousness is really anything from 6th to 9th dimensional consciousness. It is an ET consciousness. That's it. Angels, ETs, they mean the same things. And this is one thing if we can realize, if you start getting angelic contacts or something, or angels whispering in your ear, you can still ask them, okay, well, what's your resume? What dimension are you transmitting from? What are your intentions? You have a right to question. We're taught in this society to not question authority. The doctor tells you this, you do that. The teacher tells you this, you do that. We're not taught to think. We're taught to not think, we're taught to follow orders. This is being played on right now. Okay? Sure, we just tell them this and they'll follow orders. We put ourselves in a position of authority and they will follow blindly. That's one of the things that the negative ETs are counting on. We've been raised as sheep, so they expect us to behave as sheep. We don't have to. Sheep is a choice. We don't have to play sheep. And that's one of the things I try to get across to people. It is very confusing to try to be empowered if you don't recognize the rest of your multidimensional structure. We're in the middle of an interdimensional, stellar, I wouldn't call it battle yet, conflict, let's say. If we are not willing to learn what multidimensional means and to learn about the science of interdimensionality, we're really going to be at a loss because you're not going to be able to handle yourself with empowerment in a multidimensional battle when you're dealing with three-dimensional consciousness alone. So one of the things we try to teach is DNA strand activation in order to bring back the perceptions of the higher dimensional fields. So you can start looking at the fourth dimensional field and start seeing again. So you can open the ancient eyes, where we used to be able to run frequency scans up and down the matrix, and we could, see anything in the dimensional fields that we wanted to while we were in body. These are some of the things that we work to do. I will be doing some techniques tonight that help in that process for people who want to participate in it. Okay, we're going to learn about the internal, what I call internal scalar technologies. Internal, that means it comes from inside of you. You don't need a laboratory and a bunch of fancy equipment to use scalar technology. What we don't learn in school here, we really should from the time we're in kindergarten, is that every time we think a thought or hold an image in mind, we have created a scalar pattern. Now, I will explain in the beginning a little bit more about what a scalar is, what scalar waves are. Okay, so that will give you more of an understanding of what I talk about when I say thoughts are things. This is one of the things that are truthful that you'll hear in the New Age movement. Thoughts are things, your beliefs create your reality. Yes, they do. Okay, but there are specific laws of physics that govern this process. And if we become aware of our interdimensional selves, we will become more functional in using those processes of physics. They're our natural birthright. Okay, so one of the things we're going to learn here is called the Maharic Seal. It's a bioregenesis technique, and it does many, many things. It's a 12th dimensional frequency seal, first of all, that you can, on your own, erect within your bioenergetic field. It's a part of your natural anatomy that has been dormant. It has been dormant in humankind for at least 10,000 years. It is not that hard to restart it. It has to do with the template of light and sound and scalar waves that our manifest form builds up on. Behind the DNA, there's a DNA template of vibrational patterns that form a fixed grid of light and sound. And this template of energy, is the key to regenerating anything within the body. When we begin the process of using the Maharic Seal, and there's like several versions of this, I will run you through a quick, easy one here. Within these packets, if anybody wants to get them, we still have them at Kinko's, but they'll be coming if anybody wants to get them. It will be in written form. It's the short, faster version, and then in one of the programs we introduced, that's a whole other thing unto itself, called the Cathara Biospiritual Healing System, we introduced the long version, which is a really intensive version. This technique alone, if there's any one technique you were going to learn, this is it, because this is the only thing that's going to get a 12th dimensional frequency scalar field moving within your bioenergetic field. 12th dimensional frequency is the first point where polarization, electrical, magnetic, ceases to be, and it goes into an antimatter state where energy is no longer polarized. That is the level that is associated with true Christ consciousness, for when you unify the two polarities, electrical and magnetic, you end up with a unified whole. Now, when we're applying it to the bioenergetic field, we are creating in the bioenergetic field the strongest frequency that the body can hold. The human imprint was built on a 12-strand DNA template. That means it has the capacity to hold 12 dimensions of energy within it. Each strand template goes with one set of dimensional frequency bands, one dimension's worth of consciousness. Now, when we're dealing with the Maharic Seal, you're bringing into activation the 12th strand and parts of all the strands down from there to build a frequency pillar. When you look in somebody's bioenergetic field and do an energy scan on the higher dimensional fields, people who have activated the Maharic Seal will have literally what looks like a pillar of light forming in the field. And all the ancient ascension trainings and the spiritual stuff, they used to teach you about this in spiritual terms, but there's also a scientific equivalent. And right now, this is one very practical spiritual application, because if you have that pillar of frequency, of scalar frequency in your field, you will not be susceptible to electromagnetic pulse technologies, such as the HEART Project. Those things that are being directed at you by the One World Order people, okay? Scalar pulse technologies are another thing that the Illuminati human governments are using, and they're planning to instill mass mind control. The only people that's going to work on are the people who are still functioning on third strand DNA. If you can get your fourth strand to start activating by using certain techniques, and the Maharic Seal is one of them that will start all of the strands simultaneously beginning your activation cycle, you will progressively be able to hold those frequencies that would block your natural brainwave patterns, hold them out of your biofield. It creates a natural immunity to manipulation, and not just to Illuminati human government manipulation. The ET intruder guys, now we have intruders in the dimensional scale from the 11th dimension on down. A lot of people, particularly in the New Age, seem to think that once you hit D5, you're in Christ consciousness and everything's perfect after that point. That is not true. D12 is where polarity stops. And while you have polarity in electromagnetic form, you will have conflicts and you will have polarity dramas being played out. So as long as we can start to run the 12th dimensional frequencies into our biofields, we will build progressive protection from manipulation. But the exciting part about it is, once that's taken care of, it's also accelerating the entire process of integrating your higher dimensional identity. It is helping you to reclaim your own spiritual identity. Now, spiritual is simply a word to describe usually the stuff that we don't really know what it is. That stuff that's beyond our physical senses. We sense it's there, but you're not really sure what is spiritual. It has to do with spirit. What is spirit? Good question. We teach a program called Tangible Structure of the Soul, where we show in energy terms what those higher dimensional portions of your own identity are. So all of a sudden, spiritual is not a vague concept. It is a concrete thing that has a real form. And once you know that form, you can use the mechanics by which that form functions to begin expanding your own spiritual consciousness. It will increase the health in your body as you do this. Because originally, our first, as we entered as consciousness into the time systems, we, at the 12th dimensional level, there's something called the perfect imprint for health. That's before polarization began distortion of our full identity pattern. We have a perfect imprint for health for our bodies. The more we work with techniques such as the Maharic Seal, we are progressively stimulating into activation the imprint for health within the template of the body and the DNA. And it doesn't happen overnight. You're not going to bang, use it, and then you're fixed in the morning. It's not a quick fix pill. It's a progressive usage of energy to create progressive strengthening and realignment of the templates of the body. The templates of the body are what the matter base manifests on. The reason a lot of healing doesn't work is because they fix the outside, but the template is still distorted. If you don't fix the distortion in the templates, it's just going to remanifest itself. In our society, they cut organs out. And what that does is make more distortions in the templates. That's why people will get one organ taken out, and then a few years later, something else will go wrong. And then something else. How many organs can you take out before you have nothing left? With allopathic medicine, it is a problem because it is not healing the issue. It is simply, cutting off the hand that offends you. And eventually, you cut enough things off and you don't have any body left, and that's what's happening. So when we're dealing with these technologies that will give us protection from ET, we're also dealing with technologies that hold a promise for our whole species, whether or not you even believe in ETs, that it's a promise that hasn't been here for thousands of years, because this knowledge has been lost and buried for thousands of years. Okay, when we get through with the Maharic Seal technique, I'm going to get into 5 techniques for visitor differentiation. Okay, now visitor differentiation is being able to tell by the frequency of the consciousness of a visitor. It doesn't matter if it's a physical body in front of you, or if it's something floating around in your room that you sense is there but you can't see it. There are ways you can start to get some information about, is this something I want near me or isn't it? So there are some techniques that I'm going to talk about, and then in these packages I have them written out, again, in long form for anybody that wants them. I'm thinking that I would like to be able to give these to you guys. Usually we have to cover the printing cost, that's why we sell them. But I'm going to see if I can find a way to have them as handouts, because these techniques are invaluable. If you would take even just these home with you and work with them, you can read the techniques onto a tape recorder for yourself and make your own tapes and just listen to them. Even if you can't remember all the steps, just follow them as you're listening to them. You're still making the changes in the energy in your bodies. So this is going to be a unique ET workshop, because it's not just going to teach you about ET. It's going to teach you about the extraordinary parts of your own self and how to bring them back in the body to help you handle this whole drama. Because once you realize you are a multidimensional being yourself, once you realize you have a soul, you have an oversoul, you have an avatar level of consciousness, and you have a rishi level of consciousness, all with you right now. They remember you. Those parts of yourself know you. It's just you down here because of the DNA that have forgotten those parts of yourself. When you realize that you have this eternal consciousness and the knowledge that it can access, you no longer look at ETs as gods that you fall down and worship. You no longer look at ETs as something you have to be terrified and go hide under your covers from. You become empowered. This is why in the New Age movement they say something is true. Spirituality is the only real fix for any of this. They're absolutely right. But what they seem to not be teaching anybody is what precisely is that spirituality that they're pumping so wonderfully. Why aren't they teaching dynamics? Why aren't they teaching the tangible structure of the soul? This is what I ask a lot of times with a lot of the other people that are out there teaching. It's like, you're giving wonderful spiritual concepts, and this is great. It's helping shift consciousness to a degree. But if you're dealing with ascended masters, why aren't you teaching them the very simple anatomy that they're dealing with so they can create their own salvation? You're asking them to hand the power over to you to do it for them. That is not something that meets the standards of the Amador monkeys that I cloistered. They believe humans have the right to know what their anatomy is. They have the right to have the tools to regenerate their own consciousness and regenerate their own DNA. So that's why we do what we do. Okay, we'll get into 5 techniques to disengage visitor manipulation. If you think you're being messed with by something that is not in your own best interest, or even if you're wondering. Because if you're dealing with something that might be good but you're not too sure, and you disengage it, if it's something good, it will find a better way to approach you, so it calms your fears about it. Okay? If it's something negative, that's when it will fight you. You don't need to learn this, or you don't want to do that. They don't want you to learn how to protect your biofields, because when your biofields are not protected, that's when you're an open target, and that's what they're going for right now. This is a huge drama we're involved in. I think a lot of people across the board in all of the movements that are popular now are forgetting, or not even forgetting, they just don't remember at all the scope of this drama. We're dealing with 15 dimensions of reality here. Each of those dimensions, and they go in sets of 3. It's called a harmonic universe. Each harmonic universe has many, many galactic systems in it. This is huge. There are thousands and thousands of races involved in this. So we think, well, ET contact, we're trying to figure out what it is. We're in the middle of a massive drama. And the more knowledge we have to posture ourselves, the stronger we will be and the more intelligent we will be. And if we do well with this, we will be able to stop the one world order agendas, not by fighting, by shifting the frequency of the planet out of their range. And that may sound like something far out, but if you didn't understand scalar mechanics, which I'm going to get into now, you start to realize we're all walking around in a unified field of energy. And everything inside of us is going to affect the things outside of us and vice versa. Each person holds a tremendous amount of power to affect the outcome of the dramas in the next number of years, because you are a living energy field placed within a larger living energy field called the Earth body. If we can begin to realize that we are our bodies, our minds, our consciousness, our patterns of frequency, literal energy that can affect other energy, we start to get a sense of the real power that we have to make change. So by teaching people how to become empowered within themselves, that's how you save the world. The world saves itself one person at a time. It's not going to be done through revolutions and through, confronting the governments about, you're hiding things. Of course they're hiding things. This has been going on for thousands of years. It started back with the Church of Rome, when they started to distort documents. The Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, it took out 90% of the good books that were supposed to be part of the original biblical texts. When they started burning people like the Cathars, because they were teaching about the 2 Christ lineages and the 2 Gray Lines. If you look at the history that we have grown up as the foundations of our culture, it is not what you learn in the history books. They downplay what you learn in the history books. They make it generic and sugar-coated. But when you see what has been going on here, as far as the repression of information from the general populations, this has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. And that's why we're at the point where we are right now. So when we become aware, first you'll find, as the things I start to talk to you about, they'll start to sink in a little bit. And the first thing you might find, what I found when I saw the agendas they were running, first was, I don't want to deal with this. I went into denial on it first. Like, okay, I know it's true, obviously. Can I do something else? Can I look someplace else? I didn't want to deal with it because it was so overwhelming at first. Then I moved through that, and I moved through it with just bringing more of my own spiritual consciousness and my own spiritual power. And then I went into being really ticked off. Not for me, but for the whole race. How dare they? And I remember some incarnations where I was part of ascension schools and the whole bit, where we were trying to bring back the trainings that have set people free. And watching what has happened to those trainings, and watching how hard we had tried, different groups of us in different time periods, incarnating in to bring the knowledge in to help people set themselves free, and then watching it get, wiped out completely. There was an anger attached there for a while, and you have to let that go too after a while. So if you find yourself moving through these things as you start to deal with the information that I'm presenting, that's okay. Let it move through. If you try to repress it and pretend you're not angry about it or not scared about it at first, then you're just repressing it and it makes it stronger. Let it come out. Yeah, talk to yourself about it if there's nobody else you can talk to, because it's hard to go home and talk to your spouse if they weren't here to deal with this with you. A lot of times people have spouses or friends or family that are just not ET at all. They don't want anything to do with this stuff. That's crazy, wacky stuff. You know, it's fringe culture thing. They don't want to deal with it. You have to realize that you're not going to get a lot of comfort talking to them. You can still love them, and they can still love you, but they have their boundaries. And as long as you realize that, you'll kind of seek people who do have the awareness you have. Talk with them. And most of all, learn to talk with your own higher parts, because that's where the answers will come from, your own higher parts of identity. Okay? By the end of this workshop, we'll get into finding your spiritual core. And we're going to get into some of the exercises. And I'm kind of known in the New York area for doing these really strange, you could call them guided meditations, but they're more than that. They're making changes in your biofields. They're helping you to bring new frequencies in, higher frequencies of your own consciousness. So sometimes we go on journeys. And I don't want to just talk at you about how things work. I will do that, so your logical mind gets that. But you're not going to be able to own it and make it your own unless you begin to experience it. And that's why I tend to take people through these journey meditation type things. We call them meditations only because that's the only thing you can really compare them to out there as far as what's available. They're really bioregenesis techniques. Okay? So at the end of this, we will go on a journey, and I will do this spontaneously. I tend to send out a level of my own consciousness, because I'm aware on several different levels at the same time. I send out a level here and ask all of you on that level, what do you need most? So it's very spontaneous, so that part of it won't be planned. But in the meantime, we're going to try to get through everything that is planned. Which will be nice.
Good job.
Yeah. Okay. Now, one of the points that I did want to point out on is the earth scientists, they haven't discovered the sciences that I'm talking about. That doesn't mean they're not real. I hope that if there's people that are scientifically oriented out there, they'll start to say, okay, what if this is right? All the ancient cultures practice this, and the future cultures are practicing it. Maybe we're missing something. If they took this as the way it really works and tried to plug in what they know, they'd find the answers. Okay? But right now, some of the things you'll find support from science, some of the things you won't. That doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been trained for 28 years in the mechanics of these. But the most important thing is not proving to every physicist on the planet that this is how it works, so I can say, yay, I told you, this is how it works. What's most important is getting enough of it across to people, the laymen of the world, so they can use it to make the changes in their own biological design and integrate their own higher consciousness. So that's why I'm not going to give you a physics course, and part of it I could, as far as archive physics and all that. I'm going to give you a framework, okay? Okay, let's see. We can go, I think, to the next one. Where are visitors? Yeah, I'm going to get into that in a minute. That's the next sheet after this. Okay. Okay, that was the one from the first lecture. There's another one coming. And what I'm going to try to do, if I can afford it, I don't see how many people are here, but if you want them, I'll try to get them to use. These have technique in them, okay, they can take home and work with. They're still over at the I have to get them over here for tonight. Okay. First of all, visitors, I think everybody at this point, because you've listened to me enough, knows that when we talk about angels in the ancient text, we were referring to the same thing they're calling ETs now. Now, we need to understand, okay, what are angels, ETs? What are these beings? To understand that, we need to understand a bit of the interdimensional framework, and that's what we're going to get into. Now, the visitors, I call them visitors, because instead of saying angels, ETs, all the time I just call them visitors. They come from a variety of different matter density levels, all right, within something called the time matrix. The time matrix is a scalar construction, and I'm going to get back to scalar and show you what a scalar is and how it builds up to form templates for manifestation. But we're dealing with a 15-dimensional time matrix that creates the basic structure that all manifestation in our local universal system takes place within. Within that 15-dimensional time matrix, there are 5 different matter density levels. We happen to live in one of them. The visitors come, some of them from these matter density levels. Some of them come from the matter density levels associated with the higher dimensional systems. Okay, now I'm going to show you, I have diagrams in here too to show you exactly what I'm talking about here. Now, to understand the locations that they come from, it's necessary to understand the basic template of how the universal system is structured, that 15-dimensional time matrix, and that's what I'm going to show you. Okay. Now, go through this one. All right, first of all, it's called a holographic template. Now, this is what it's composed of. Before I show you the shape of it, I want to show you what it's composed of. Okay. These things here, is that, can you adjust that a little bit? It's a little blurry over there. Right here, we have something called part of chi, part of cum, and part of k. These are ultra microparticle units. They are of such a small form that they are not detectable with the present instrumentation that science has available to it on Earth. Now, the part of K, part of chi, part of cum, and part of K form the basis. These are the basic units of energy, and they are conscious units. They are units of consciousness, units of conscious energy that form the templates upon which everything manifests. They start out as units of part of chi. Part of chi have something called part of chi phasing. It's a natural attribute of this energy form. It is a synchronistic movement of fission and fusion that takes place within the units. The fission and fusion creates the process of breaking down a part of chi unit into two smaller polarized units called a part of cum and a part of k. The part of cum units form the basis for particles in the particle universe. The part of K form the basis for antiparticles in the antiparticle universe. So we're dealing with units of energy, units of consciousness that cycle. They go through their own natural cycle of fission and fusion within themselves. They break down into particle and antiparticle and come back up together into what's called antimatter. It is a non-manifest matter. It is non-polarized. So these are the basic building blocks that are behind everything. Now, these building blocks, you have these units of consciousness. They begin to attract to each other by what's called like polarization. That means when they're in the phase of being broken down into polarity, the particle particles will draw more particle particles to them, and the same will happen with the part of K particles. They will first create strings, and it's kind of like the string theory that the physicists talk about. They will create strings of energy units. And those strings of energy units will progressively create more strings. And the strings begin to overlap and create grids. Okay? This is called a part of chi grid. And it is literally the fabric of electrotonal units, part of chi units, that undergo their fixed points. Each one of these little dots doesn't move anyplace. It just simply cycles and breaks itself down into two and then back into one, into two, into one. These grids form the templates upon which matter manifests. They first create, these are scalar templates. A scalar is a standing wave point. Okay? We have waves that move, kind of, we have waves that move, like frequency, different types of frequency move. Then there are other types of waves that just stand, flash on and off in the same place. That's what a scalar wave does. It flashes on and off in the same place, which I can't hold a study of. Okay, you have underneath all matter manifestation, this is what creates the dimensional structure itself. Before we enter it, you have a series of layers of these units of energy, units of consciousness, that hold still and flash on and off. They flash on into particle, antiparticle, and then they disappear and flash off into antimatter. So literally, everything in manifestation is flashing on and off. We just don't see it because it happens so rapidly and so slowly, depending on which level you're looking at, that it can't be perceived by the eye. And very little of it can even be perceived by scientific instrumentation at this time. Now, it's this process of creating scalar waves, standing wave grids. And the best way, I always use the analogy of a marquee. Did you ever see the old-fashioned marquees where they had like light bulbs all around the sign? And you could, the light bulbs didn't move, but they could make them flash in a certain sequence that made it look like waves of light moving. This is the same concept. These are the templates that matter and consciousness form on when they come into manifestation. Now, after the Partakai units, after the Partakai units build up to form the Partakai grids, which are like two-dimensional grids, they're not filled out in three-dimensional form yet, then they continue through accretion, which is bringing into themselves more light particles. They begin to fill out in dimensionalization. They begin to take on geometric shape and create what are called crystals, Keelan crystals. These begin to fill out the three-dimensionality of form. So behind your manifest particles, behind your subatomic level, you will have Keelans, and behind the Keelans, you will have Partakai grid, and behind that, you will have individual units of energy, of consciousness that came together to form those structures. It's a process of building up into manifestation. And there's a lot more physics to it. And it is very complicated. In the Catharba spiritual healing system, we get more into some of it. And I'm much better in writing when it comes to the heavy physics. This is enough. If you can understand, when I talk about scalar waves, I am talking about fixed points of three-dimensional waves that stay in the same place and flash on enough to form the template that your particles and your consciousness build on. Now, the scalar waves don't just haphazardly arrange themselves. There are very specific mathematical geometrical formulas that are inherent to how scalar waves will organize themselves in order to form a manifest system. When we are talking about a 15-dimensional time matrix, there are 15 different levels or layers of scalar wave configurations that interweave together to form a 15-dimensional time matrix, which is what is necessary to experience physical manifestation. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Now, we can remember when I'm showing you these shapes of how things look. I'm not saying you're going to look up in the sky and you're going to find these shapes like that. No, I'm saying these are the structures that the scalar waves, templates, take. These are diagrams to show you how they form. And a lot of these diagrams are actually spread out. It's all really taking place in the same space, all interwoven reality fields that are literally taking place in the same space. We get at a certain level of consciousness, when you hit D12 consciousness, you realize that space, time, and matter are just illusions. It's a hologram. But when we're down here, we have to work ourselves up to understanding what that means. So when I'm showing you structures, cosmic structures, for example, I'm showing you the scalar wave configurations, the templates that allow for this manifest experience to take place. What we have here are, I think I'll start over here. This is a 15-dimensional, can we get that a little less square, please? Yeah, I'm sure, I think it's the round knob up there. Oops, point that. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Clear.
Much better.
Yeah. This is a diagram that's used to illustrate the relationships between dimensions in a 15-dimensional structure. Okay? We have dimensions 1, 2, and 3. And then there's a band of polarity. The polarity means that the particles between this one, between D3 and D4, are rotating at different angular rotation of particle spin to each other, which creates a magnetic repulsion zone, which makes the reality fields separate from each other. So they're not intertwined. That's why we don't see them and they don't see us unless they know how.
They're spinning opposite each other?
It's not exactly that. There's calculations. For example, between each dimensional band, there's a 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin. When you get to every 3 dimensions, there's a 45-degree shift instead of a 90-degree shift. Okay, so it gets into very complicated particle spin physics and that kind of thing. And to be able to talk about that in terms that would make sense to a physicist here, I would not only have to understand this level, I'd have to understand their physics jargon, because I've never taken physics classes down here. Everything I know is from what I have been taught through my, through 28 years of experience with the guardian lines. Technically, I have a 10th grade education. I figure I'm not doing too bad for a 10th grade education, So anyway, we have the 15-dimensional structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. They're broken down into groups of 3 dimensions each. And each one of those sets of three dimensions is called a harmonic of manifestation or a harmonic universe. Each of those five, we have 5 of 3 each in the 50-dimensional matrix, each of those 5 harmonics of matter manifestation represents a different level of matter density. It also represents different time cycles. For within each one of these, there are sets of time continuum. This larger cycle here, which would span these three dimensions here, is actually a time cycle that is called a Uego. They call it a Uego cycle. A Uego cycle, down in terms of Earth evolution, is 26,556 years. Within a Uego cycle, there are 6 smaller time cycles that are called time continuum. And I believe each one of those is 4,426 years. So there's a process by which the planet itself evolves through the different frequencies involved in the first, second, and third dimension, through moving through these time cycles. And at a certain point, now we can get into this, the process of evolution itself is the planetary template, just like everything has a scalar template, so does the planet. It draws into itself frequencies from each of the dimensions until it fills out within its form, within its template, all of the frequencies that are contained within the dimensional scale that it's passing through. At that point, it is able to pass into and evolve into the next set of time continuum. This is how your body works too. We grow through the process of accretion, frequency accretion. Our template, well, it's actually called a morphogenetic field if you want to get particular. That template of scalar waves is in the field pattern. We get part of it from the combined parent pattern and part of it from our incoming consciousness as a soul incarnate. It begins to draw to itself frequencies from the unified dimensional field around us. This is a unified field of energy here. It begins to pull in frequency into the template, and that progressively builds up and expands out the matter form. That's how we grow in time. That's how a planet grows in time. So when we're dealing with scalar mechanics, we're dealing with the core manifestation mechanics, the creation mechanics of how things are actually made and how they grow and where they go after they grow out of here. Go back to the...
So are you saying that in the first 3 that you have to get all 15 before it can move to the next 3? Which ones are you pulling in?
Actually, I'll show you. I have a little bit more after I get through this one. Okay. There's a couple more, and then we'll get to, I'll stay real fast, and then I'll show you the chart on it later. Each dimensional band is composed, it's a set of frequency bands composed of 12 sub-frequency bands. 12.
Okay.
So after you do 12, 12, 12, which is 36, you have accreted all of the primary frequency bands contained within that dimensional field, and you will therefore evolve and transmute into the next dimensional field to begin the accretion process in the next harmonic. Now, down here, in the matter, in the world's word, and we're in right now in dimensions 1, 2, 3, harmonic 1, that is the gross matter density. That's where what we call the particle pulsation rhythm is the slowest. The flashing on and off is the slowest. That creates a more solid, dense matter form. As we proceed up the dimensional scale in the harmonic 2, we get into what's called semi-etheric matter density. It is still physical. It's still a physical matter system, but the pulse of the particles is about twice as fast as it is here. So the density is about half of what we're walking around in down here. When we go up to the next level, in harmonic 3, we enter what's called etheric matter density. Again, it's faster. I'd have to go back through my notes to get the exact ratios. It has to do with the phi ratio. The particles flash out and out faster in harmonic 3, which creates what would look to us like a ghost matter. Like if a ghost comes in and has that like kind of two-dimensional, not quite solid look, that's what etheric matter density is like. But it is still, when you are stationed in that level of consciousness, you still experience an externalized hologram. You still experience matter perception, but you progressively know yourself as more and more and more a part of the unified field, where you no longer feel the division between the self and that self and that self, or this person and that tree. You begin to feel the living consciousness of the unified field. You begin to become it. And what you're doing is working your way out of matter density manifestation. Okay, when we get up to here, harmonic universe 4, that's dimensions 10, 11, and 12. We get into what's called pre-matter. And that's actually hydroplasmic matter density. It's liquid light, if you want to put it in simple terms. It is a pre-matter form that, even in etheric matter, you start to have form boundaries. Okay, a body stops here and the space around it is here. When you get into hydroplasmic matter density levels, everything is more like a fluid, unified field, kind of like an ocean of consciousness that has a bit of density, and you can take on form, but you can also let it go instantly. You know yourself as an eternal formless being that's capable of taking on forms if it so chooses. When we begin to embody that level of consciousness here, we progressively, you have to actually keep some of the DNA template turned off to hold that level of consciousness in the body, or you would turn into liquid light if you fully embodied the 12 dimensions of consciousness. When we get up to the 12th dimension, this is the transition point from the first level of what you could call matter, which is that pre-matter liquid. It's a cosmic soup, some people like to call it. Here's where you go into pure scalar form, where you go from dimension 12 into dimension 13. 13 through 15 takes you into thermoplasmic form, which is literally heat radiation. It's a form of radiation, it's scalar waves, again, those little particle things build up, forming materials. You're a template of consciousness in the form of pure sentient conscious radiation. You still know who you are. You still remember who you were in the lower density levels. You don't lose your sentience or your consciousness. So this is the process, or the structure, that we're actually evolving through. And it's drawn in this form so you can see the relationships. It's not that we're hanging in the middle of a form like that, it's hanging someplace. All right, this is the relationship structure. When we get into the bigger, how big is the universe, or the cosmos, these go in sets. There are many sets. Each one of these little guys would be one of these. Each 15-dimensional system actually has its counterpart. This would be a particle system, a particle system, would have its counterpart, antiparticle system. And that would have its counterpart reflection of the two. And they actually go on 6 axes. So you have sets of 12 time matrices simultaneously running in each cosmic matrix. And there's not just one of those. Reality is huge. It is absolutely huge. And what's amazing about it is it all takes place in the same space. That's what it's going to take a while for our scientists to justify for us. But you know, you don't need scientists to justify it for you when you start to find that cognition through integrating your own higher dimensional levels of consciousness. Okay? That's the one. So the next one, please. This is to show you just a little bit closer, a little bit bigger. That is a 15-dimensional matrix. So you can see it a little clearer than it was on the other diagram. Now, this was the 15-dimensional matrix right here, okay? That is dimensionalized consciousness. Dimensional structure is formed by specific arrangements of the Keelan codes of the particle units that I showed, the little crystalline things. Certain specific geometrical relationships and mathematical relationships form the structure of dimensionalization. Beyond that, and actually within a different structure called the energy matrix, time matrices exist within the energy matrix. Now the energy matrix is a large pool of scalar frequency that is not dimensionalized. It's not broken down in the same way as the time matrix is. It is when your consciousness is in this level, you simply know yourself as eternal consciousness without boundaries. And this is what people are aiming for when they're talking about ascension, talking about God and getting to be at one with God. They're talking about the process of integrating each part of their identity that's in dimensionalization, bringing it back into full expansion, so they go back into the eternal oneness and still know who they are. So this is the process that planets go through in their physics, the physics of their evolution. It's also the process people go through. And we can do it consciously or we can do it unconsciously, like we've been doing it for thousands of years unconsciously. It's not as hard to accomplish when you realize the basic structure we're evolving through. You have 5 harmonic universes, each with 3 dimensions. And around that, we have, or actually within which takes place, the 15th word that I get, 50-dimensional matrix takes place within the energy matrix, the pool of sentient, conscious energy that is not dimensionalized. There are 3 levels to that. The first is called the triadic level. And it has to do with the mathematical codings of how the particle units and the scalar wave grids form themselves. You have the triadic level, then outward, expanding further. You have the polaric level, it went from 3 to 2, and then you have the achatic level. which is the first level of individuation at all from the whole that some people call God, other people call the cosmos, whatever you call it. There is a whole energy field that all of this takes place within. And we are way down here in this little piece, down here right now. But it's all taking place within this massive energy area. So if we can understand the basic scalar structure that we're working with, we can start to understand the 15 dimensionals of
integrating the Mordecai Quanticom thing with that grid that you had on the screen a while ago. This, as I move my arm, this is called walk across the floor. Am I walking through the grid, or is the grid stationary within my body?
The grid is actually, all right, when you're talking about this grid, where is it encoded? It's encoded in every unit of consciousness. And it's also the whole at the same time.
So then the scalar coding that builds me, I take it with me wherever I go.
Yes.
So if I leave Pittsburgh to get away from my ex-wife and go to San Francisco, I'm just taking my problem with me.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is, when we were dealing with the 15-dimensional matrix, I had mentioned that each of the dimensions was a set of frequency bands. This is the basic structure of the frequency bands. We have in harmonic universe 1, which is dimensions 1, 2, and 3. Each one of those dimensions has 12 sub-frequency bands. Each one of those dimensions alone represents one full dimensional frequency band. So we're dealing with sets of frequency bands. And if we can understand that when our consciousness comes into manifestation, it's actually manifesting in the form of frequency. That is the form that consciousness takes on. It takes on energy form in the form of frequency, which is built upon scalar templates, in order to experience manifestation of any kind. Okay. So these are the basic. In the 5 harmonic universes, you have dimensional scale, and each one of those dimensions has 12 sub-frequency bands within it. Okay. Go on to the next one.
Can I,
Yes.
when you're talking frequency bands, are you talking any kind of frequencies that fall within our known physics as far as frequencies?
Actually, yes.
And what might they be?
This is one of the conversions that I'm trying to do as far as the known frequency spectrum. Most of the known frequency spectrum that we're dealing with is right in between these two. As far as the whole range of frequency that's been identified by science, is right between the mid to upper portions of D2 to the mid portions of D3 frequency. Okay, there is a whole massive spectrum of frequency that is taking place around that. Those frequency bands are actually, that we know of, the science knows those, are actually part of a larger frequency spectrum that science hasn't identified yet. Okay? And at some point I'm going to do it, but I haven't had time to show where their hertz are, where the gamma rays are, where all of that stuff corresponds. But I know that it does. Okay? We try to deal with the templates first, the basic structure. That would be considered details that are important. But when we're trying to deal with getting control of conscious evolution, the details you can plug in later. What you need to know is the blueprint. Okay, so we try to show the basic blueprint of frequency and how it goes. What a lot of it is being missed as far as frequency goes, they're picking up frequency within a spectrum of a certain angular rotation and particle spin, and they're completely not aware of or able to detect frequencies that are taking place in different systems that have different angles of rotation and particle spin. And the angular rotation and particle spin is really, if you have a particle, it has an axis upon which it spins. Okay? One axis may be vertical, one may be this way, one may be this way. They're all taking place in the same space, but they will be invisible to each other. So right now, science is identifying, let's say, the spectrum on the vertical axis. They're completely unaware of the other angular rotation or particle spin systems, so they're not aware of the frequency that's coming through. Does that answer the question? Yeah, and I'm going to be careful with questions. Sure. If I do the question thing, I'm never going to get through to the end.
Clear to me.
Okay, go on to the next. This one I basically wanted to show you for this graph over here. Okay, this was talking about Partakai phasing. if you want to get more into the physics, I suggest taking the Kizaro Biospiritual Healing System, because this is where you learn about a lot more of the physics, because it's how to use the body. They teach you a lot more about something called Tardigrade phasing and flash line sequences and all this kind of stuff that's really complicated. But this here is what I wanted to show you. It's the progression of the density levels for each of the dimensional structures in each of the harmonic universes, and the density type and the biology type that goes with it. So we have in dimensions 1, 2, 3, which is harmonic universe 1, we have carbon-based biology. That's the gross matter, physical matter density. In harmonic universe 2, dimensions 4, 5, 6, we have carbon silica-based biology. And that's physical, really physical matter level 2, is the semi-etheric matter. In dimensions 7, 8, and 9, harmonic universe 3, we have silica-based biology. So if you look, we're going from a carbon-based biology, transmuting the carbon elements into silica progressively until we end up as silica liquid, crystalline liquid light, and then into standing wave scalar patterns, which are basically constructed on the template that we can find in elements of silica. So it's all very, very connected. We're in a process of evolving from carbon-based to silica-based. In harmonic universe 4, we have the crystalline liquid light, that hydroplasmic density level, which is liquid silica. And here, dimensions 13, 14, and 15, harmonic universe 5, we are standing wave patterns. We are scalar waves. So this is the reality system that we're a part of, and it's been so many thousands of years since we were taught this, that nobody remembers, and it's the key to becoming free from being phase locked or having our minds locked into three-dimensional perception. We understand these things and how we plug into it. This is where we become empowered. We start to reclaim the parts of ourselves that are stuck in those other matter density levels. Okay, go to the next one, please. Now, where do visitors come from? Here's a basic chart that shows you, again, the 15-dimensional matrix. Okay. When we look up in the sky, we're seeing part of the morphogenetic template of the cosmic structure, okay? Now, if we can think of, if we look up in the sky, we see stars, we see space, we know what science tells us about that. But if we can also consider that, okay, we're looking at specific energy configurations within a morphogenetic field. If you can look at space as a morphogenetic field, a template, a scalar template, then it won't be so hard to realize that in different areas that we can look up and spot and give a name to, they actually correspond to different levels within that morphogenetic template. Here, in harmonic universe 1, we have basically, there's many other systems manifest in this system as far as harmonic universe 1 physical density, but our Earth system and all the planets in our solar system and a lot of others are affiliated with, they have their life field as far as their living life forms walking around on the planets down in harmonic universe 1. It would be Earth system. And when we get up in harmonic universe 2, in D4, it's associated with what we look up and see as the sun. In D5, we have Alcyone, the Pleiades. These are the frequencies that correspond when we look up in the morphogenetic field in the sky. Alcyone on D5 has a life field. Right now, it looks like a star from down here. But from up here, it's a planet with living things on it. In D6, this corresponds into the galactic coordinates of the Sirius star system. In D7, it corresponds to the Arcturus area. D8, to the Orion system, but not the belt, that's up higher. Okay. D9, we have Andromeda. D10, Lyra. D11 is a part of Lyra that actually it blew up as a planet. It was called Avion. And it also had a twin planet called Aramatena, which was Earth's 12th dimensional counterpart. Okay? These are all systems that are up in our skies when you look at them. But they all have a place within the 15-dimensional structure of the universal template.
So that when we look at these dimensions, we can say Arcturus is probably, they can reform themselves because they're part of liquid light, but they're also whatever.
That's right.
Because they are in that dimension.
That's right. This is one of the keys to being able, if something says, I'm from the Pleiades, okay, if you know this, you're probably dealing with D5 consciousness. Okay. If it says it's from Orion, it's either D8 or up and through here, D13 through 15. which is usually associated with what's literally considered galactic core, because there's a place in the morphogenetic structure, the scalar structure of this time matrix, that you go through and come out into the energy matrix where you can enter other time matrices. And that place, at the center of that place, are the stargates in Orion's belt, in the I think it's the center one, it's called Mintaka. In the planet that's called Mintaka, or the star that they call Mintaka on our charts. There are stargates in there that lead out, that after you go through the density levels, you would end up passing through those out into this level, the energy matrix, and from there, you could go into other time matrix systems. Okay?
But on the same dimension, if you went through a Stargate, like in dimension 8, wouldn't you still be in dimension 8, but only in a different space-time?
Kind of. It doesn't, you usually end up in parallel. Okay, there's a lot of dynamics going on. Remember, this is one 15-dimensional time matrix. It has its double. It has its anti-particle field. So you end up going back and forth between them until you accrete all of the dimensional frequency bands. Then you can expand out into here. But until that, you're really trapped within the D8 mode, or whatever dimension you're coming through on. Right here, we're trapped in the D3 mode. And on the other side of that, we go through the portals, we end up in parallel Earth. Okay? So there's a process of having to accrete frequency before you can make passage, go through and come out in D8 some other time matrix. There are passages that connect them, but it depends on what coding you carry, literally, in your own morphogenetic template, whether or not you'll be able to pass them. That's what the whole concept of ascension was all about. If you had enough of the coding activated in your DNA template, you would be able to pass through the stargates that link all through these systems, and you could become free. You could move out of gross matter density and up through and become, pure ascension consciousness again, and expand beyond time, space, and dimensionalization out to the energy matrix, into at-one-ment. So ascension is directly connected to this, but there is a specific, just like there is a specific structure to how the scalar grids of the universe are made, there is a specific structure to how ascension works. And there's a lot of technique that's being taught right now. It's supposed to be ascension technique that isn't, because they're not teaching you about the structure of the 50-dimensional matter. So this is why we teach this kind of thing. Down in here, again, there is the little time matrix that shows what would be taking place in one of the harmonics, your Uego time cycle with your 6-time continuum. So that goes right over through there. Okay, we can go on to the next one. I'm throwing a lot at you here. Okay, so I think it will be very helpful if you can get these packets, and if I can get them to you, at minimal cost, I will do that, because I think if you take this with you and you work with just even the exercises in here, you'll be very, very happy that you did. Okay, this is the ancient stellar races that have been involved with humanity. I'm not going to go through every one of these because we'll be here for the next 3 days. But the basic ones are what I wanted to show. We start with the densities again. We have harmonic 4, which is dimensions 12, 11, and 10. That's that pre-matter liquid light. Then we have harmonic universe 3, etheric matter, harmonic universe 2, semi-etheric, harmonic universe 1, physical matter. Okay? There's a lineage that the humans came out of, that our human lineage came out of. There is a lineage that, can you make that a little less blurry by any chance? Okay. There's a lineage, I'm going to have to use this off here because it's a little bit too small. Is this too small for you to see up here? Yeah, so this is better off, looking at it. I basically want to show with this chart that there is a lineage of, there's a lineage of not only genetic connection, but consciousness connection up and down the dimensional scale. To get down into the matter density levels that we're a part of, has that anybody?
It depends which part.
Yeah.
The center's focused, the outside is.
Right.
It's a non-linear picture.
Okay, this chart you can look at better, with the chart maps. But what I wanted to point out with here is, to get down here as an incarnate, it implies you had to come down through some type of template in the higher dimensional octaves. This is where our whole race has its lineup through different interstellar races. We have come out of something called, you can't see it up there, it's called the Elohai family. That was a templated consciousness in harmonic universe 4 in the pre-matter liquid light states. They created races of beings in harmonic universe 3 in the etheric matter densities. They created, for one, the Lyran Syrian Anahazi race, which was the original, that's our first template, the first part of our DNA template formed from the Lyran Syrian Anahazi template. They also created a bunch of other things, but we're just talking about our lines here. In Harmonic Universe 2, the Lyric Syrian Anahazi created another group of beings, and this is where you'll understand why people are buying things and making checks out to Azurite Temple. In Harmonic Universe 2, the Anahazi, Lyrian Syrian Whites, created a race called the Syrian Blues. They didn't call them blues, they're called Azurites. And they have blue skin. They're a Syrian race that has blue skin. And if you look at some of the ancient paintings from Egypt, you will see beings with blue skin. They weren't just being colorful. They weren't trying to use blue to represent something else. The ancient Egyptians dealt directly with them. And most of the, at least the good guy Azurites with the blue skin are from Sirius B. And they're the ones that are working with the guardian lines. Okay, they are part of the original human, as humans started as ET and worked their way down into what we call human here. Okay, now the Azurites and the Anahazi combined to form a pattern called the Orophene. The Orophene were the host race that held 24 to 48 strand templates. That means they could hold the whole 15-dimensional structure, its other 15-dimensional structure, and 3 levels of the energy matrix. They could accomplish full ascension out of the time matrix. That was the original host race in Harmonic Universe 2 that all the other stellar races, the primary 12 other stellar races, had part of their coding put into to form what was called the human. They called it the Turinicium. It had a 12-strand imprint, and after that 12-strand, it could transmute into the Orophene imprint and progressively transmute out of the matter density levels, going up through its Azurite imprint, up through its Anahazi imprint, and back into its Elohai family of consciousness. So there's a whole progression here of genetics and consciousness that's been going on. If we can understand at least our basic lineage, we won't get hijacked by some of the lies that are being told by the intruder races, like the Anunnaki. They love to come in here and say, you were apes and we made you into something. Sorry, it didn't work that way. That's one of the lies they like to tell here. Why? Because it puts us in a position of subservience and also that parental awe. Long-lost parents, that kind of thing. They play on this. They didn't create us from apes. We weren't created from apes. Many of the ape forms were created from us. That's what the Darwinian theory doesn't recognize, that there was an original human imprint that many of the animal forms actually came out of. It wasn't the other way around. Evolution is very tricky when you realize that time is simultaneous. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? They all came at the same time. Kind of thing. So I won't even try to explain deeper into that because I'll be here for another 5 hours. But if we can understand, we have a heritage. And right now, we're in a predicament where there are 2 groups of interstellar visitors that come from over here that don't want us to remember that heritage because they want to keep a lid on us so they can keep control of the Earth territories and stargates here. Or we can acknowledge that we have this lineage right here. We get our 12-strand pattern that can transmute to a 24, to a 48, and all the way out of the time matrix. That is the heritage of the human lineage. And it's about time somebody out there stood up for them down here because we've been manipulated for so long that most people have no idea that this is the structure of reality we've come out of. That's what I'm trying to teach the basic things here. Now, when we come down to Harmonic Universe 1, we had the Orophene who created the Turinicium, original humans. They created the 12 tribes. This is what was originally meant by the 12 tribes. They weren't just 12 tribes of Jewish people that were from Israel. They were 12 different tribes of humans. There were 7 root races, 7 root races and 5 cloister races. The root races were working on the evolution of 1 strand template. For the cloister races, each root race would have a cloister race with it, would serve as the host race. It would have strands 7 through 12 in the templates for those, plus the strand that the root race was working on. And together, they would complete the building up in the species morphogenetic field of the 12-strand template. Right now, we're part of the 5th root race. Most people on the planet that aren't hybrids are part of the 5th root race, the Aryan root race. And Aryans come in all colors, black, white, yellow, red, brown. They're all part of every root race. So it's not one root race was just this color or just that color. When we get into the cloister races, this is where we're talking the grail lines, okay? The grail lines, the holy grail lines, a lot of people like to determine that. They were the hybrid ones that were brought back. Now originally, the cloisters walked simultaneously with the other root races. But because there's been so much manipulation here, many times the cloister imprint was dissolved to the point where it was almost non-existent, which means the races down here would have lost the potential to have 12-strand evolution. So there would be interstellar interference or help. And the Anunnaki would come in and try to mess up the evolution, where the Elohai families would come in and orchestrate more hybridization programs to put back the 12-strand pattern. That's what the whole Christ story was about. There are actually two Christs. One of them was half Nephilim, which is part Anunnaki. He had a 9-strand template, and they were trying to evolve the Anunnaki contaminated humans. And the other one had the 12-strand template. And they came in at the same time. One came in 12 BC. We call him Joshua 12 for short, because he was a 12th little avatar and had the 12-strand pattern. And then there was Joshua 9. They both had the same name. It was spelled a little different. And one of them, Joshua 12, was actually out of the Constantine lines. And there is a lot of very interesting history there, because the Roman Church buried all knowledge of the two Christs. They made it illegal. They burned people at the stake for talking about it. And they got rid of most of the records, except the ones that are still held up in the Vatican. So there's a whole lineage here. The Christed rail lines were the lines that of the hybrid programs that were brought back in to keep alive the possibility of 12-strand evolution for the races on Earth. Because if they didn't come back in, if they hadn't been brought back in, this place would have been overrun by the Nephilim reptilian race strains or by the Anunnaki race strains. So the cloisters have always been hunted for that reason. If you look at our history, you will see usually the races that were, burned at the stake, outlawed, they were heretics, they were evil. They called them everything in the book because they weren't buying into the mind control patterns that were being run here, because they knew better. They had access to higher levels of information because they had more active gene codes, and they tried to bring the truth back, and they would be persecuted for it. But this time, the truth is going to stick. It has to do with the balancing of the cycles. This time, as we move through the stellar activation cycle, it is the dawning of a new age. This time we go into a higher frequency, which means this time the light holds. And the ones who are running the dark agendas, no matter how hard they try, and they may make it rough for us at first, they're not going to be able to maintain their positions. So we're in, actually, it's not as bad as it seems when we look at the One World Order agendas. Now over on this chart, I also have, which I'll show you really quick on this side, it's called the Seraphim families. One of those families is called the Seraphim. They're called the fallen Seraphim. And again, in the liquid light densities, they created, the fallen Seraphim over here, they created the draconian matrices and the draconian lines that became the Zetas and a bunch of other ones. There's actually a group of draconians that got involved with the Azarites and created a bunch of what they call dark angels. They're blue angelic type beings, but they're very nasty, and they have reptilian coding. So not all the Azarites managed to pull through, in pure form. The ones we are working with are out of the Elohai family, and they're here to bring back that lineage or try to help people remember who they are. These guys, they're still representatives of them on the planet. That's where you get your Zetas and all those guys, and you get your Draconians and your Dracos. Over here, we have the digressive families of the Elohai families of consciousness. They're called the Elohim. Not all Elohim are negative, but you'll find this word thrown around lots in the New Age. What most people don't realize is certain groups of Elohim, called the Anu Elohim, are totally One World Order agenda, and they're trying to get control over the place. They created Anu, which was a consciousness collective in etheric matter among universe tree, and that created the Anunnaki races down and through here. So the Elohim, the Anu Elohim, were responsible for the whole Anunnaki problem. They decided they didn't want to be part of the Elohai families anymore because they didn't want to follow the law of one. They were more interested in playing creator gods and trying to dominate everything. So if you get involved in the New Age movement, or if you know people who are, help to gently point out to them that not all Elohim have your best interest at heart. Yes, you're connected to them as a human through the Elohai, but that does not necessarily mean you came out of these lines. And they're trying to hybridize people back into the Anunnaki lines, and that is a violation of the Emerald Covenant, which promised humans could evolve back into what they originally were. Okay? So those are the basic lines. That's why I have that chart in here to show us some of our affiliations. Hopefully, here we go. We'll move to the next one.
Question. So when we pray, who's listening?
The part of ourself that never left it one with God.
So, our oversoul?
Well, actually, when we get in workshop 3, the oversoul would be the part of ourselves that corresponds to harmonic 3. Above that is our avatar, above that is our rishi, and above that are 3 levels of ascended
So it's
mastery.
all part of ourselves, that is?
Yeah.
Same for spirit
I
guides?
aim for the acadic level, which is that last level of individuation before full expansion where you don't have individuation anymore at all. The acadic level of self, the God seed. When I send prayer or communication or whatever you want to term it to the higher levels, I do it through my God seed level, the one part of me that never left at home. Because we all have a part. And that's what some of our tapes do. They try to build the energy connection between this level of consciousness and that level of consciousness.
And our spirit guides are all part of ourselves up on the higher levels?
Some of them are parts of ourselves, some of them are parts of other matrices. Okay, I mean, some of the spirit guides are like send-ins from another family of consciousness. Some of them are ones that are saying they're spirit guides, but they're really infiltration from the other levels. That's why when we do the Mahart seal technique, this will block out those that aren't part of your family matrix, the ones that are trying to mess with you. Because anything can come in at D4 or D5 and whisper in your ear and say, I am the voice of God, or I'm your higher self. You know? How are you going to tell the difference? You have to take their word for it. But you don't. If you know the structure and you know how to protect your fields from that kind of thing.
That presumes a choice because all of us, or most of us, have the genetic strains from the others. So it projects a choice. You must decide, I will pick this team.
Yes. That's what the beauty of the human form is, though. No matter what matrix of consciousness or how distorted it might have been in higher levels, once a being is incarnate in a human form, that human form, no matter how messed up its gene code is, still has the potential of regenerating the 12-strand pattern, disconnecting from the distorted matrix, and making its own direct connection to source. It can consciously evolve and not be under the control, not be a little puppet on the string of the higher distorted matrices. That's one of the biggest things that the negative matrices don't want people here to know. If their people knew what was going on, if you knew, say, for instance, that you were an incarnation of a draconian, let's say, if I was a draconian, and I found out the draconian matrix is running a nasty agenda that's violating people, I wouldn't care if I was an incarnate out of that matrix or not. I'd tell them to stick it. Say, excuse me, I'm not going to honor that agenda. I have a right to choose my own. This is what they don't want their people down here to know. Because once they're in human form, if they find out what that means, they can become free, and they progressively lose more of their energy. They use their people. An incarnate that comes through as a draconian is just a person that's three-dimensional. They don't let you expand into the higher strand content, into the higher perceptions. They just run you around and use you to feed energy. They're like energy vampires. Once a human being that's being used in that way finds out what's going on and starts using bioregenesis, they sever that connection. And they lose feeders. So that's why they don't educate their people.
So do they do this like with government and abusive family patterns, and you think that it's really you, but it's somebody else telling you what to do, and it's how your family always was, and
It's kind
all
of
that
part
stuff?
of it. It's part of it. It also has to do with who we are karmically. I mean, karmic is a pattern, it's a template that comes through with our consciousness when we move from one life experience to another. It's actually a lead through because they're all simultaneous, all of our incarnations. If there are portions of us that are draconian consciousness, let's say, they have distorted scalar patterns that manifest as distortions in the DNA, that manifest as distortions in being able to understand things down here. We can override those things. I'm trying to bring this around. This is a whole, like, bigger thing that if I go off on that tangent.
Yeah, but if we don't really understand things thoroughly, how can we go on to the next thing? Can you just kind of get it over here?
Yeah. Well, if I look at it this way, I have technically about 2.5 hours. If I go into every little piece really deep, we're not going to get past page 4, probably.
I know, but like you skimmed over, you said there were 2 Christs, one was a 9 and one was a 12,
Yeah.
and then you left it. I mean,
Yes, I did. Well, if you want to learn more about that, you can read Voyagers too, because it's in the Secrets of
there.
Humanity.
Okay.
Yeah, there are other pieces of this. I'm not going to, like I said in the beginning, I've given 12 workshops of progressively more information that's even contained in the books. Okay? There's no way I'm going to be able, they were 6 hours each. Some of them went to 8 hours. There's no way I'm going to be able to give that to you, even in a full-day presentation. So there's going to be other pieces. But what I'm trying to do, pieces missing, that you're going to need to fill in the blanks. But there's going to be, there will be tapes available from those if you want them. We're getting them ready, hopefully, for fall. We've videotaped all of the workshops. So if you want to learn more about a particular area, there will be information in workshop format on it. Okay, so I'm not trying to to poo-poo your questions and
Right.
not answer them. I just have to kind of get through this program.
Okay, all right.
Okay, all right. This is interesting. Pull that down just a little bit to show the top. Okay. Parallel and inner earth relationships. All right, this basically shows us, when I talk about, a lot of people that talk about parallel or inner earth, the scientists kind of go like, yeah, right, one of those airheaded people that don't know what they're talking about. It's a difference in frequency spectrum. If we look at our dimensional scale in the particle universe running this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, second harmonic, 7, 8, 9, etc. up. Inner Earth starts at where our 0.5 would be, where our dimension 1 starts down here. This starts in a little bit higher frequency, and it runs on a half step next to ours. When we get over to parallel Earth, this is running a full dimensional frequency band above or ahead of ours. So you see where our D2 is? That's where parallels D1 starts. So there's this correspondence between the inner Earth, the Earth, and parallel Earth. But if you can understand it, there's a difference in frequency. You're not going to dig down and hope to find inner Earth. You're not going to get a big bulldozer out and try to dig through to China and find inner Earth in there. Because what you need to do is shift 45 degrees negative rotational particle spin. That's how you find inner Earth. And if you want to go to parallel, you shift 45, 45, 90 to get over there. So it's a difference in particle spin rotation ratios.
That really helps, because in the book it's D this. This is great.
Yeah, I wanted to put this in the book, but I didn't have time to do this graph because to meet the publishing deadlines. Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah.
My publisher's ready to strike me these days. I'm like 3 weeks overdue on the new stuff I'm supposed to put in for the second printing. Okay, then here's a little diagram that kind of shows you the angle of rotation. If these were particles, you'd have Earth's particle axis here, okay? Right there. Then you'd have inner Earth, 45 degree shift. Then you'd have parallel Earth, 90 degree shift from here, right? When we get to Tara, these are time cycles moving in the opposite direction. So you'd have 45 degree shift up that way. It's actually in a reverse rotation. It would give you the particle axis of Tara, and then inner Tara would be there, and parallel Tara would be there. Gaia actually runs, their harmonic actually runs on the same angular rotation particle spin, but it has a gap in between it, so we don't see what's happening in harmonic 3, because harmonic 2 is in the way as a polarity zone. It's like a space between objects, it's a negative space zone. So these two you could consider as positive space. This one's negative, so these two don't see each other because that was in between. That's a quick way to do it. There's a lot of physics involved with this, some of which I can't even explain. This gets so sophisticated numerically and with formulas. I don't like numbers personally, and I would leave that up to the physicists. Right now, the Guardian Lines will not give us those formulas, because if they were let loose on the planet right now, the government people would destroy this place within months by having that information. They go for the stargates. They don't know how to run stargates, and they wouldn't care that they don't know how to run. They try to figure it out as they went along, and they probably blow the planet up in the process. That's why they're showing individuals how to begin to understand the structure, and eventually the formulas to plug it in, which regular physics will be given. But right now, they'd have to be crazy to hand over that kind of power to the human condition while there's 2 one world order agendas running. Okay? So the people who want to work with spiritual growth as well as gaining power are the ones who will be given pieces, more and more pieces of the information. You'll be the ones that get it first, before the physicists do. Unless you happen to be a physicist who is interested in spirituality, then you could vote. Okay, can you go to the next one? Primary methods of visitor contact. Okay. Okay, can somebody give me a time check just so I don't run over? Is there anybody monitoring that? Oh, that's great. Oh, good. I can still keep over here. Under the hyper pressure of that 1 hour thing that I knew I wasn't prepared. Okay. 8 primary methods of visitor contact. There's a number of ways they contact us. One of the most common is through pre-birth arrangements. Most of the people that are being contacted, even if it's by the negative agenda ones, they have pre-arranged contact agreements because they incarnated out of those soul matrices. So the people who are incarnating out of the Elohai families, they are being contacted to help them wake up so they can remember who they are and get on with what they came to do. Same thing with the people involved with the Draconians, and same thing with the people involved with the Anunnaki. What's rough is, if you wake up and realize you're Anunnaki, and that's wonderful until you realize what they're trying to do here. Then it's like, wait a minute, you may be family, maybe I incarnated as a member of you, but I'm going to rethink my contract. Just because you made an agreement while you were under a mind control, collective mind arrangement, and then came into individuation down here in a human form, you now have the right to choose your agenda. And you are not a bad person, you are not considered, you are not judged by the universe at large for whatever is in your gene code. Once you're here, you get a clean slate. It's time. If you have the awareness of what's happening, you can make your choices and you can give yourself that clean slate. You don't have to fulfill a birth agreement and say you were part of a draconian matrix and they said, well, we're going to do a one world order takeover plan down there and you're going to incarnate as part of our army. You can get down here and finally realize what's happening and say, wait a minute, I don't think I like that plan after all. Those matrices don't allow their incarnates to have consciousness of the higher dimensional things. They leave them, kind of deaf, dumb, and blind. So they're puppets. Once the puppets wake up, they don't have to play games with the puppet masters anymore. And that's what's happening here. So pre-birth arrangements are kind of neat. I came in on one of those, and I came in with a specific pattern that would allow me to do conscious fetal integration specifically, so I could tell people about it, so I could remember it, and so I could tell people that I could walk them through it, tell them what it feels like, and help trigger that memory in other people by sharing my memory of it. If it wasn't a valid memory for me, I wouldn't be able to transmit the consciousness of that to you. But I think most people could sense that I mean it when I say that. And I could take you right back to the first 8 cells at the base of the spine, which is a whole other workshop on advanced Kundalini awakening, so I won't go into it. But the pre-birth agreements are really neat because we all have a contract somewhere. Even people that are on root race contracts, that are not part of the hybrid races, that are not having active contact, they come in with soul agreements too. Soul agreements to fulfill their next stage of evolution. They choose their parents. We all choose our parents. We choose them for a specific reason, even if it was a horrible experience. I mean, sometimes you just don't get along with mom or dad, and most times it's because of what's happening in other space-time frames that may not be too pleasant. But we all make these choices, and we have the ability to reclaim that knowledge if we begin to remember who we are. The pre-birth arrangements right now that are running most predominant are the ones that are run as the indigo children by the Emerald Order. The indigo children are hybrid strain. They're the original humans, but they're amped up humans. They have the Orpheum imprint, that original host-raised imprint, so they not only contain the potential of 12 strands, they can, if they fully awaken, do 24 to 48 strands. This means that they're capable of transmitting energy directly into the planetary grids to change the scalar wave templates of the planetary grids. They're coming in primarily to make sure this planet makes it through the stellar activation cycle between 2000 and 2017. If they weren't incarnating here, there's nobody else that has DNA activated high enough that can run 48 dimensions of frequency, or 48 levels of frequency, through to recode the grids. If the planetary grids were left the same way as they are right now, which is the same pattern that 200,000 years ago, 210,000, 216 years ago, when this place went into pole shift, the last stellar activation cycle, that same imprint, that same scalar configuration that caused the pole shift then, would have just naturally flipped over and caused it here. So there's major plans in operation in the higher dimensional fields to stop that from happening here. And great success has been done so far. There's been several major events that we're not getting the warning out, like it's not time to, go hide under things and start, praying because it's all hopeless. It's not at all. But people with pre-birth arrangements with the guardian groups are usually here, not just for the personal evolution, it has to do with that, but they're here to help the planet. They're here to help run frequency, to recode the scalar templates of the planetary fields, so everybody can make it through this period without too much aggravation or getting wiped out or anything like that. Now, you can tell a lot. There's certain exercises. Some of the ones in here will help, and some of the ones we're going to do on Sunday will get right into the fetal integration thing. This is where you start to find your birth contracts, what matrix you came out of, what you came to do, and that's where you get to decide, do I still want to do this, or am I going to choose to do something else? Because you have free will. That's your divine spiritual right. Okay. So there will be technique to get you into that memory space. Now, another method of contact is the obvious physical visitation, where they come in with the ships or they manifest. I don't know if any of you have had contact where, forget the ships, they just pop up in your room. Have anybody ever had that? Okay. They can be anything from little grays to very tall, nice-looking humans to anything in between. And they do direct manifestation. Why? Because they have control over the DNA template. They know they have it activated, and they can create something called Merkaba, which is a configuration in the bioenergetic field, a very specific configuration of the ratios between electrical and magnetic spin that creates what's called a vehicle of light and sound. It's a scalar configuration that changes the way the chakra system works. It changes the angular rotation of particle spin. So you can literally disappear and pop up someplace else. Which is a configuration in the bioenergetic field, a very specific configuration of the ratios between electrical and magnetic spin that creates what's called a vehicle of light and sound. It's a scalar configuration that changes the way the chakra system works. It changes the angular rotation of particle spin. So you can literally disappear and pop up someplace else. There are beings of higher evolution who have full control over this process, and they can pop in and out wherever they want to in whatever time matrix they want to. That's what a lot of the higher beings are visiting. That's how they visit right now. So sometimes you'll literally have them pop up in your kitchen and there's beings standing there. Sometimes they'll be solid, sometimes they'll be semi-solid. So this is part of visitation. This is considered physical visitation. These are coming into the physical reality field. They're not just talking to you from up there, and they're not pulling you out of body to take you up there. They are dealing with you directly here. So that is physical visitation. They sometimes do it in ships, but very often ships are actually the cloaked perception of Merkaba, of a group Merkaba, where you may be taken on a ship with 10,000 crew members. But what that really is, in higher dimensions, is one entity manifesting itself as shipping 10,000 crew members. When you get into the higher dimensional fields, we are dealing with Gestalt consciousness. When we become our avatar selves, we realize we are one of many. All of those incarnational selves that we are simultaneously, we are that, and we are also more. So a lot of times when you're having ships come down, you're actually having entities come down, and this is what they look like in pieces. They look like different beings in different bodies in a craft. So this is some of the other type of visitation that's taking place. There are plasma ships, which look like they're not quite solid. Some people have photographs of these. They look like light, and they kind of get sort of gelatinous, and then they change shape, and they can shapeshift and pop in and pop out. These are, again, coming from the higher harmonics, primarily fourth harmonic density, where they can do Merkaba, they can change the angular rotation of particles, and control the manifestation of matter. When you're dealing with guys who come in and just not some old ships, the real heavy metal things, you're dealing with primarily harmonic 2. Because the higher beings and the higher races don't need that kind of craft. Sometimes beings in the higher fields will come in and manifest a type of craft that may appear to be metal, but it's really a living metal. They're more like living craft. They're actually consciousness. The structure, the metal form of the place, the spaceship itself is a being. They will do this for people that they need to take into the higher time fields who don't have DNA that's activated high enough yet. The ships can serve as a barrier to some degree to take you through a portal, even if your DNA isn't ready yet to go through that portal. If you try to walk through it by yourself, you'd end up going into spontaneous combustion because the body can't handle that level of radiation frequency. But if you go into one of these ships, they form a barrier. So you can be taken at least to some degree into a different space. There is contact being run like this too. A lot of people that are having ship contact are really being taken into higher dimensional spaces, higher time fields, in order to have certain genetic acceleration done. So eventually they'll be able to walk through those stargates, walk through those portals. But right now they have to be taken through by ship or they wouldn't make it through. so there's various interesting physical manifestations in physical visitation category. You've got to realize physical is multidimensional. It's not as simple as nuts and bolts what you see before your eyes, as our science tends to like to teach us. We have physical on this level, physical on the next level. It's just as real in harmonic 2 as it is in harmonic 1. All of these levels of matter density are just as physically real. It's just a different type of physicality. It's just a different type of matter density, but they're all just as real. Okay, another type of visitor contact is telepathy. This is where you hear little beings not quite whispering in your ear. You don't really hear them, but you feel as if you hear them. You feel as if you know they're talking to you because you know something's talking to you. Sometimes you'll get audio, but very often it won't even be like an inner somebody talking in your head. It'll be more like a direct cognition, like a hear-feel. You feel it as if someone was talking. This is thought transference. It's a direct cognition type language. And you hear it, but you don't quite hear it. It's not the same sound as here. Okay, it's not the same sound as even when you think to yourself. It's a little bit different. All right. There's a difference between telepathy and some of the other forms that like channeling and those kind of things. Telepathy is a thought transference. We could all learn telepathy by working with our 4th DNA strand and learning to take a thought form and get it very focused, and then take it as energy and project it through our heart chakras to each other's heart chakra, and then run it up to the pineal where it would expand. All right. There are ways to run telepathy. The telepathy does not hurt your biofield. It is not somebody else merging its energy field with yours. It's just a little signal of energy coming over and translating through you. When they get into channeling, some people get into channeling. And if you're channeling something that's in your own higher identity structure, you're fine. It has coding that matches yours. But if you start channeling things you don't know what they are, that's not the same as telepathy. Telepathy is like talking on a telephone. Channeling is like having somebody come and stand in your body. That's what it is. They link their scalar template, the communicators from the higher dimensional fields, link their scalar template with your scalar template. And if you happen to be incompatible, if you're not out of the same family of consciousness where your coding is the same, their frequency is higher than yours. It will begin to crush the natural coding of your scalar template, of your lower 3 strands. Channeling can be very dangerous unless you know who you're channeling and why. And most of the beings from higher consciousness will not use channeling specifically for that reason. They will use other forms. They will use telepathy. They will use chelotic communication, where they leave little email balls of information that you can translate whenever you desire. They will manifest before you. They will use channeling only if it's within your own direct family line, within your own soul, oversoul, avatar, rishi level of identity. Then it's okay, as long as your fields are sealed. Again, Maharic seal technique that we're going to get to. That will create a 12th dimensional frequency seal. It seals you to your avatar level of consciousness. So you don't get interference of something coming in and directing you where you don't belong. Okay. So when we're dealing with telepathy, telepathy is a good form of contact. Channeling is good only under certain circumstances. A, sealed biofield. B, only within your own matrix. Otherwise, even if it's a good guy that you're channeling, if it's a good guy, if you're not from the same family of consciousness and have too much code discrepancy between their templates and yours, there's a still high frequency. It's going to start to crush your DNA template, which is going to start to block your own ability to bring in your own higher dimensional consciousness. This is why most Melchizedeks out there will not endorse channeling. They tend to look at it like across the board, this is bad. We don't look at it across the board. We say sealed channeling only, and only within the family lines. And if you don't have the information where you can make those two things happen and be sure they are, then don't do it until you have the information to do that. There are other ways of interdimensional contact. Okay?
There's a man named Daryl Inca who channels Bashar, who is somewhere up there, and he says he's an Essassani in the 3rd dimension, so that's still in our 1, 2, 3 there. So he's over here somewhere. What did Essassani fit into the scheme of the good guys, bad guys, all that stuff?
Essassani. Oh, I have a little bit on them. They're originally out of the Elohai families, but a lot of things that fell were out of the Elohai families. The Essassani, I think, did he say 3rd dimension or 3rd density? 3rd density.
Yes.
That's harmonic 3. Okay.
That's 9.
Yeah,
Up to 9.
that
Or
would
somewhere
be
in there.
7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah. Okay, so that would be in the oversoul level. So he's communicating with a portion of his own incarnate self
Right,
in
right.
the oversoul dimensional fields. Yeah, because the Assessini are, I'm not even sure which exact matrix they came out of because I've not dealt with them directly. But from everything I've known about them, they're fine. They're not manipulators. From what I mean, maybe I am wrong. I will admit I have not researched who they are.
Well, his information sounds like your information.
Oh,
That's what we
good.
keep whispering over here.
Because I
It's very
have not
similar.
had any negativity or anything told to me
Yeah.
about that particular, contact, that there was anything negative. Just like with the Athian, I think they deal with the Assessini a little bit, the Manthus ones. I think there's some kind of, there's some kind of rapport between those two races. Yeah, I'd have to look into that more. I try to get the basic ones that are directly interfacing here with agendas. There's actually thousands of different ones interfacing.
Don't tell us.
Okay. Now, another form of communication is our contact. Happens in the dream state. Now, we don't understand our dream state here, at least scientifically, we don't. If we can understand that we have these higher structures of identity, right? We have our D4 cell, our D5 cell. These are all structured parts of our identity. But we have a DNA pattern that's all chewed up. Its template is not active in the right places. So when you lay your body down and move your consciousness out into your higher spaces, and then bring it back and try to bring back the memory, which is stored in the form of frequency, back into the body, it hits that DNA and it goes, bleh, it splatters all over the place. So you get fragments here and fragments there. What did that dream mean? That kind of thing. As we activate our fourth DNA strand, we begin to progressively go from fragment dreaming into lucid dreaming, into astral projection and out-of-body experience. This is all fourth strand stuff. So when we are dealing with beings that communicate with us first in the dream state, what that's really saying is they are communicating with us in the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional levels of consciousness. And when we come back into body after our sleep state, where we disengage a portion of our consciousness out into the next harmonic, we will only remember pieces of it, or sometimes not at all, until the fourth strand begins to activate. See, any experience that you have from D4 up, if you're only on a third strand activation template, you're just not going to be able to remember while you're consciously awake in your body. So the more you activate the template, the more you remember. And a lot of the contact is done there because if certain information is given to you on the astral level, that means it's information that's electronically or digitally encoded into the fourth DNA strand template. It's also coded into your astral body. What that will do is slowly that information will downscale and it will drop in frequency and go into the third strand template and begin to enter your mental body where it starts to become part of your conscious awareness. Then it'll work into your second strand template and down into your emotional body where you'll start to get the real feeling sense of it. And eventually it'll hit your first strand template and it'll become really physically solid. I know this is real, I remember this picture. So you have this strange memory distortion when you're dealing with interdimensional contact because it takes your DNA a while to sequence all of those frequencies that are coming in from the multidimensional spectrum. When they're communicating with you or taking you, say, on a ship in the astral body, it's just as valid as being taken in this body. But it doesn't seem real to this body until the fourth strand plugs in and until you ground that experience in frequency all the way down into the first dimensional levels of the self, into the molecular body, into the first DNA strand template. Then you know you were physically there. So there's a level of awakening that we'll all go through in contact experience. It will become more and more real in physical solid terms, the more and more of our higher consciousness we bring in. It's a frequency thing. There's a physics behind it. Okay. One of the other forms of contact that usually is used by the guardian types. Very rarely is it used by the negative types because it's kind of difficult to orchestrate. Chaotic communication. I've talked about this as being part of the way some of the information in the books is given, where they're able, beings of higher dimensional frequency, are able to create either in etheric matter or pre-matter form what look like spheres of energy. And they can encode them with digital mathematical instructions that hold cognition, hold information. When those digital instructions are taken and put into the frequencies of a human body, and they can be run through the energy currents that are called the Kundalini currents, that will open up into the natural processes in the body itself. See, there's a natural perception creation process, a holographic process the body goes through just to experience 3D reality. If you put one of these communication spheres in, it holds a bunch of information for you, run your Kundalini through it, your Kundalini gives it a signature, it tells it what language to translate it into. It begins to translate it into the scalar patterns that are characteristic to your particular DNA template. You get a language translation in your home language. So this is chelantic communication. It's not channeling where something's coming in and fusing its field with yours. It's not telepathy where something's sending a little line of live communication over. This is psychic email, where you're being left a message in energetic form for, at your convenience, you can bring it in and open it up and read it. Okay? So this is another type. Sometimes it's very difficult to tell the difference at first between chelantic communication and channeling. Channeling it's very hard to tell sometimes, because when you get chelantic communication, it may have, just like you can do a video and stand there and talk to somebody and your presence is there, but you're not really there anymore when they get the video. The chelantic communication can be like that, where there'll be a personality feel to it. And sometimes it's somewhat interactive within a space, like it'll know what certain questions that you may have, so you can ask the questions and you'll get an answer back, that kind of thing. There's a whole different feel when you start to sense the energies involved. It isn't a live connection, though you feel a live carry behind it, behind the sender. Okay, just like you can feel that the person that you know cares about you from across the country emailed you. You can feel the concern in their words and the caring in their words. Same thing with chelantic communication. That is not a dangerous form of communication. That you will only be able to translate what your DNA can hold. If you have a 12-dimensional frequency transmission there to translate, and you're only at 4th-strand activation, you will only be able to get in 4-dimensional frequencies of that information. So they're time-released. As your DNA activates, you will get more and more information from these chelantic modules, they're called. They're almost like time-released information capsules. Okay. And one of the other forms of the last one, of visitor contact, is of course abduction or invitation or Merkaba teleportation. Now this involves, all right, when we have physical contact, they come in here. When we have abduction and invitation, we go there, okay? So this is the distinction I'm making here. With when you have things coming in and manifesting down here, they're visiting you. But when you're being abducted, they're forcefully making you visit them. Or when you're being invited and being able to go with him, that is you leaving your space to go into their space-time space. So it's a different type. There is a difference between that and them coming down and visiting. Very often they'll come down and visit in order to create the other type of interaction. But not always. A lot of times you may have abductions or contact invitations that have nothing to do with seeing things. You may just all of a sudden find yourself someplace else. This is a very strange experience. I've had this happen numerous times when I was in training in certain things, where I was simply hyperspace, and I was physically completely someplace else. I've also had the bilocation thing where you know part of you is there and another part of you is in a different time-space frame, but then there's when the whole body goes. That's called entering quadrophase Merkaba, and it literally changes the angular rotation of particle spin so fast that you end up popping out of here, popping up someplace else. I've experienced it, I can't control it, and I'm looking forward to learning how to control it. I know the theory, but it's another thing to get the DNA template to clear its distortion so where you can activate that. But that's some of the things we're working on. Right now, we'll have people that are being abducted. Abduction usually applies to negative, okay? Because you're not exactly abducted by the positive guys. You're invited sometimes on the soul level, on the higher dimensional consciousness. You don't remember it yet, so it seems like you're being taken against your will. But when you start to wake up and remember who you were, you remember you'd agreed to it. Okay, it was part of your soul contract, or it was part of your birth contract when you came in. So a lot of what appear to be abductions really aren't. They're just invitations that you forgot about. But it sounds funny, but it's true. And on the same token, there are certain abductions, particularly the abductions that involve medical experimentation. Guardian visitors tend to not do this. They don't need to do this. They're working with the light sound technologies. They're working with scalar technologies. They don't need to leave scoop marks and take genetic material out of you. So if you have those type of abductions, you're probably dealing with Zetas that have something to do with the interior government. They're the ones you want to disengage. Okay? There are higher things to talk to. Okay? So, when I was talking about the teleportation, that is called going into Merkaba. In order to pass through a Stargate, you have to go into Merkaba. order to ascend, you have to go into Merkaba. I've given a whole workshop on Merkaba mechanics and even on the planetary level, because actually the planet itself passes into the state of Merkaba during a stellar activation cycle. That's why we need to begin to regenerate the ability to do that in our own bodies if we're going to keep up with the frequencies of the planet between now and 2017.
Which was May 5th.
Which was?
The solar, was the sun stellar.
Actually, it started on January 1st.
Right.
On January 1st, the fourth vortex opened and the stellar bridge grounded. On May 5th, the Templar actually opened and the fourth vortex activated. So we're progressively moving into this now. As of May 5th of 2000, we have frequencies of the fourth dimension beginning to move themselves through the planetary scalar grids. This is progressively going to make time move faster. Okay? This is going to affect our bodies if we can't get our fourth square DNA functioning, because the atmosphere is going to be transmitting D4, and if you can only absorb D3, it's like, if you look at your scalar template of your body that manifests everything else on top of it as crystalline in structure. If you take a frequency that's stronger than it, it's like taking a hammer and bashing those crystals and crushing them. So if you can't receive, if you don't have the fourth strand template beginning to activate, you can't pull in the frequencies of the fourth dimensional frequencies that are starting to come down now through the solar light spectrum. You won't be able to bring it into the body. It'll start crushing the template of the body. It's called molecular compaction. And it's actually the cause of death at all. Human bodies weren't designed to die. It's because the ability to bring in the higher levels of consciousness, the higher frequencies, has been blocked. And when that consciousness tries to integrate, it can't get into the body. It progressively crushes the scalar template, and that progressively erodes and deteriorates the body. Okay? We have a great opportunity with the frequencies coming into the planet now, because we can regenerate. We can use those frequencies to very rapidly regenerate the 12-strand DNA pattern. It doesn't have to get us. It doesn't have to harm us. It's just a matter of realizing you have this template to work with, and there are certain things you can do, literally with your own consciousness, to run energy and direct energy, that will begin to allow you to accept that kind of frequency into your body. So instead of it being harmful to you, it's actually helpful. It will help you get more happy. That's why we also gave a whole workshop on coping skills for the coming earth changes. We weren't talking about so much floods and earthquakes. We were talking about frequency changes and the DNA changes and what we need to work with to get our DNA working for us instead of against us, that kind of thing. Because there are some distortions in the DNA from other periods of time, from when the Anunnaki interfered. How am I doing? See people looking at their watches.
Can we take a 10-minute break or just do a stretch break?
Does everybody want to take a break? Yeah? Okay. All right. We do maybe like 10, because we have to be out of the building for 10:30. And I want to make sure I...
Just make it a 5-minute.
Okay. Okay. See, I'm scary. I can just keep talking and talking and talking. Are you enjoying this? Yeah. This out called The Indigo Children. Want to know if it was about this. That book, I know the one, I believe I know the one you're referring to. I forget the lady. I met her. She was one of the co-authors of it. They're studying the phenomena of indigo children primarily through the issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, and attention deficit hyperactive disorder. I would like, first of all, they don't realize that they're hybrids. Okay, the people that wrote those books, they don't have that information yet. And there's a lot of other people in the New Age movement that talk about the indigo children, but nobody seems to know who they are or what they are. Okay, we've been exposing right down to the DNA content, who and what they are. And I know because I am one. And the book, it gives you some insights into some of the characteristics associated with it. Indigo children can have a really rough time if certain things that they picked up in the DNA imprint from the parental gene code is very distorted. That will cause a lot of problem for them because they come in with the 6th DNA strand activated. That means they're pulling 6th-dimensional frequency and consciousness into the body even as an infant. And if there are distortions in the gene code template that they inherited from the parents, that can create a lot of backed up, built up energy that bounces around all over the place. And they can have behavior problems. They can, autism, for example, is usually autistic children are indigo children. SIDS children, sudden infant death syndrome, is directly connected to indigo children. All right, there are major issues out there that you know, we don't know where they're coming from, that are directly connected to the indigo children. One of them is what they call attention deficit disorder. But I would like to shatter that illusion real fast, because right now, it's even there, somebody sent me an email about this lawsuit in Texas that's being brought against the makers of a certain drug that's used to treat ADD. They're being accused of creating false criteria, creating a disease in order to have their drug cell treated. And it goes further than that. The One World Order agenda that's being run through the Zeta reptilian races and human Illuminati Nephilim that are associated with them, they are targeting indigo children and the Grail lines because they have the DNA that can override the frequency fences here, and they have the DNA that can get control of the planetary grids right out from under them. What's being called ADD and ADHD are not even real diseases. There is no proof that there's biochemical imbalances that cause them, but they make it look like there's proof. These diseases are not diseases. They've been criteria invented to spot certain groups of people in order to get them under chemical mind control. And that's what's going on with the ADD movement. That's one of the biggest and most right in your face thing that's going on, but we're taught to perceive it as something else. Just like we've been taught all along to perceive humans as one like cluster of beings that are all the same. So we don't ever think about maybe there are portions of us that are part reptilian, maybe there are portions of us that are part Anunnaki. We're taught to see a thing as something different. The best way to hide something is to put it right in front of people's faces and call it something else, and get them to believe it's something else. That's what's being done all over the place, particularly with the ADD movement. The indigo children are the incarnate members. In fact, every one of them are incarnate members of the Emerald Order of Melchizedek Cloister. There are several types. There are 3 primary types, which I did a workshop on that too, because it's a whole bunch of heavy information. But many of you in this room may be indigo children. They started 100 years ago with the indigo birthing program. There's 150,000 of them coming in between now and 2012. So there's a lot to do with that. The books that are out right now, I've not seen one that touches what an indigo child really is. They're describing symptoms, because that's all that's been available. I have behind the scenes information because I've been living behind the scenes most of the time. So does that clarify?
The autism, I work with young children, and autism is increasing. And they're trying to tell the children in the classroom
Can't hear you.
along with behavior problems. The autism is increasing at a phenomenal rate. Autistic children, and they've got sometimes 2 kids in a classroom along with behavior, ADD, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing.
The kids are having bioenergetic problems, particularly the ones with higher strength content. And we'll have these problems too. This is some of the stuff that I discussed in the workshop that I had done specifically on coping skills for the coming Earth changes. If we have distortions in our DNA template, it is going, whether we're a child or an adult, it's going to create problems with the new frequencies coming in. We're going to get hypersensitive to certain things. There's going to be a lot of short circuitry going on in the physical body, the mental body, the emotional body. The children that are having these symptoms, and even adults that are having, they like to throw labels like schizophrenia on people who happen to have abduction experiences. You know, the whole psychiatry paradigm is getting to the point where it's harmful to people. Because everything that's happening with 4th strand activation, which is our next natural step of evolution, as we go through the still activation cycle, we're supposed to activate our 4th DNA strand. You get out-of-body experience. You get interdimensional communication. You get all these type of things, and you go to a regular standardly trained psychiatrist, and they will tell you you have a disease, and they will try to put you on a drug to stop it. That is scary. That's why at some point I would like to address groups of psychiatrists and say, why don't you look at this paradigm? This is 15-dimensional physics, and showing where the identity structure plugs into it. Do you think maybe you might be missing something? Yeah? Okay, I do want to get back online here, so we can get through this program. Okay, I think I covered most of these. Let's see. Oh, that's the other one. We got the next one up already. 7 primary methods of visitor manipulation. Okay, monitoring, physical and astral abduction. Okay, monitoring If you live down here, you can pretty well be well assumed that you're being monitored by somebody, at least by your own higher identity structure, which is good. That kind of monitoring is good for you, because it's just the rest of yourself saying, wake up, so we can get together here and, remember. But monitoring is also being used on a large scale by every one of the visitor races. They're monitoring everybody on the planet to see what is going to happen in the next 17-year period with the negative agendas, including the human Illuminati government. I mean, has anybody ever heard of Echelon? Yeah. This is basically a right to spy on anybody at any time. They do it through the phone lines. Certain key words that you might say on a phone conversation triggers those computer banks to start monitoring your phone calls. And then, of course, there's people that monitor the tapes and that kind of stuff. That's the small level of it. There's also all sorts of technologies being designed to spy on people. They want to know everything from genetic content. That's a big one as far as the negative agendas. They want to know genetic content. Because what some of the agendas, the negative agendas, are trying to do is orchestrate a program of genocide against the races they don't want here, which are the indigos, the rail lines, the regular root race humans that they feel are below their use level. So there's a lot of monitoring going on in all sorts. There are implants that are put in with certain abductions. Some of them are physical implants. You don't have to have a physical implant to be monitored. One of the real sneaky little things that they're doing, I think it's kind of funny because we're taught that interdimensional science is not reality, it's fiction. Yet the government is using it very actively and very well. The remote viewing programs they used to do, that supposedly they didn't work, so they gave them up. They didn't give up these programs. But they not only went into remote viewing, which is out-of-body astral projection to spy on things that are not in your physical locale. They also know how to do remote manipulation. These are humans, not just ETs. These are humans that sit in laboratories. They're part of the interior government, and they will go and they will have hit lists as far as people to keep an eye on, people to implant. They can do frequency implantation through the astral field. They've learned to become D4 functional, fourth dimension functional. They started with remote viewing, and it went further. And this is why they're making sure you don't think even the remote viewing went anywhere, because they don't want it to be discovered. That they can literally send people out in out-of-body states, target other people's astral bodies, and implant them, or put in mind tapes. These are like, sort of like telepathic communication, except it's forced, where they can literally create an electromagnetic pattern that contains, just like your computer screen. It's really dealing with a digital language, but it can pull up pictures for you. Well, if you put certain digital configurations in the brain, in the brain waves, it will pull up pictures for you or words for you. They are, many of the government guys in One World Order agenda are implanting people with thought programs. Literally, mind control wheels. It's like a CD playing in your brain, and you think it's you. They're experimenting with these at this point. 2003 is the target. These are certain type of things that are happening with the ET, with the negative ET guys. And also because in, I believe it's August 14th, 12th of 2003, there's something called a magnetic peak happening in the electromagnetic fields of the planet, which makes the dimensional blend much easier. Now, this is the first time, I believe, since 1900 that this magnetic peak occurred at this strength. It's a prime time to bring in infiltration. It's a prime time to start mind control programs. And that is a date that they're aiming for. The August 12th, it's actually, I believe it runs from about August 8th to August 17th is the real range, but about the 12th is when it peaks out. When the Earth does its magnetic grid peak, that's when the negative Illuminati that are involved with, see, I have to make a distinction between the Illuminati involved with the Anu and the ones that are involved with the Draconians. This is the Draconian agenda. They are planning to orchestrate through the HARP program and through a couple of other programs that are similar, that are connected, a mass mind control thing.
What about chemtrails? Is that connected?
As far as the genocide program.
What is?
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails.
There's airplanes flying overhead dropping all sorts of interesting stuff on us that they keep telling us isn't going to hurt us. They're seeding right now. They're seeding, from what I was told about the chemicals, they're seeding certain inert biological agents right now, and there's a fourth activator that they're aiming for around the same period of 2003 that will create, it's a hybrid virus that they're planning to use with these. It's not being used yet, but it is on the agenda. This is where the stuff gets scary, where we realize, we look up in the skies, we see these planes flying overhead, dropping stuff on our head. This isn't just fantasy anymore, you know? And I'm not the paranoid type, you know? A lot of the big con is, oh, anybody that starts talking about this stuff, they fit into a category called conspiracy theorists. You know, those paranoid, psychotic people that nobody normal listens to. That's part of the mind control. There's people who do know what's going on, or trying to tell people, but the mainstream is being brainwashed into believing that they're, you know, wacky or something. If we look at the pieces we have sitting before us, we have the Heart Project. Do you really think that thing is harmless? There's some good voice about it out there. You know, angels don't play that harp, I think is one of them. Okay, it's really worth looking into if you need convincing, because it's all around us. If you learn to see things for what they really are. So, anyway, we have all sorts of issues, and I don't want to go into the scary stuff, because there's a lot of stuff out there already. You can look that up. You can go on the internet and find conspiracy theories from here until eternity, and probably about 75% of them are right. You know, the other 25% aren't. What's most important is knowing that, okay, what if the worst case scenario is there? What you need to know most of what to do about it. And that's what I'm trying to teach. That's why I don't spend a lot of time getting people scared about it. I'm not going to get you scared about something unless I can tell you in the same space how to fix it or how to handle yourself against it. Because I look at it this way. If it was all so bad and doom and gloom and there was no solution, I would rather not know, personally. I mean, if the world's going to end and I was going to be destroyed and there's not a darn thing I could do about it, let me enjoy my last few weeks or years or whatever. You know, don't even tell me. But it's not that. That's not the case. It doesn't have to go this way. There are things being orchestrated now within the guardian nations that are trying to stop this thing of 2003. And we may be able to do it. The Peru trip that I'm going on in August that we've been asked to do some grid recoding is part of this too. So there's a lot being done. We're part of it. It's multi-dimensional, many thousands of different races involved in this. So I don't teach people to focus on the worst case scenario. I teach you that if it happens, you already have the tools, the personal tools of integration and learning how to handle your space. If worst comes to worst, if it gets really bad down here, you take a Stargate out. And that's an option that has not been here in thousands and thousands of years. But it will be here. If this place doesn't turn out real well, if the plans to get things back on course here don't work well, there are evacs planned. But they're only going to be able to be done with people who have the DNA that can pass through Stargates. That's why the Guardians are introducing the bioregenesis programs. What's nice about the bioregenesis programs, something called critical mass. And this is one of the things that the reptilian government people really want to stop the indigos for, because the reptilians, the indigos know about this. If you can take a small group of people and get their DNA up to a really high activation level, it'll have a ripple effect through the race template. We are all linked through the unified field of the dimensional space that we live in. Our frequency will affect everybody else's frequency. If you get a proportionately small group of people up to a very high DNA activation level, which is the ability to hold very high frequency, it will raise the frequency and activate the DNA in the race pool. So even the people that don't want to hear a thing about any of this, if there's enough, a core group that can get their DNA activated very high between now and 2012, it can pull the whole race along. And that's what they're aiming for. That's what they're hoping for. That's why we're introducing the Cathara Biospiritual Healing System. There's not one mention of ETs in that book. There's a reason for this. A lot of people out there don't want to hear about ETs. You know, it's the healing system that teaches you how to use your bioenergetic field more effectively. It also builds the Mahara seal. It also triggers activation of your DNA and your Kundalini and your Merkaba vehicle. Okay? Yeah. They're just some of the little things that it does for you. We don't advertise it on that. You know, we tell the people that have a consciousness that can understand that about it. But it's just simply being marketed as this will begin to activate your natural imprint for health, which it does. it begins to help across the board. But by the way, it also does this stuff that's going to get you through this period that you don't want to know about. So there's a lot of things that are being done. That's why we're very optimistic. Okay, I'm going to get into the subprime methods of manipulation. Here we go. We got through the monitoring. The physical is pretty obvious. There are people that are literally being like hijacked by government people and never return, or returning and being brainwashed or saying the opposite of what they used to say that got them in trouble. There's this happening on the physical level with humans. There's also, and I've heard a lot of stories about people going to UFO conferences and they annoy them enough to all of a sudden they get these like really weird diseases right before them die. What you don't usually hear about is the fact that some of these electromagnetic pulse technologies can be very specifically targeted, and they can disrupt the heart rhythms, which means they can induce heart attack. They can disrupt the natural biorhythms, which means they can create cancer. This is the power that is now in the hands of our Illuminati government guys. And it wouldn't have been in the hands of them if the Zetas hadn't given it to them between the 1930s and the present. So there's a lot of really weird things going on. But again, if you know how to do the Mahar seal, if you get these techniques moving in your field, those EMP technologies are not going to work on you. They can beam at you all they want, but those frequencies in your field will buffer them. It'll send a signal back. There's also ways to kind of, I usually don't do that because I just let the universe take care of balancing things, but you can also reflect things back if you find something throwing energy at you that's meant to harm you. Once you get D4 functional and start to be able to see in the astral level a bit, you can throw certain pulses back. You know, just what it threw at you, just throw it back in the same vector or the same line of transmission, and it backfires on them. You know, but I try not to get into psychic combat too much. There's higher things to do. You know? But anyway, these are some of the things going on. We have the astral abductions where they literally pull part of the consciousness, the part of the consciousness that's associated with fourth dimensional frequencies. That's your astral body, your astral mind, your astral consciousness. The good guys and the negative guys both know how to initiate out-of-body experience on people. They can both pull you out of body. Once you learn how to pull yourself out of body, nobody else can pull you out of body unless you want to go. So that's part of the reason we teach out of bodies. Once you get D4 functional, they can't mess with you in D4. And what the really wonderful thing is about all of this, we have a 15-dimensional matrix, and the government guys and the negative reptilian guys that are working down here thinking they're so hot because they're messing with everybody on D4, most of them can't go beyond D4. If you can learn to go D5, they can't do a thing to you. This is why raising consciousness, which is the same thing as activating higher DNA strands, which is the same thing as building a Merkaba vehicle and activating your Kundalini, they're all connected. Once you do this stuff, you're out of their league. They can't mess with you. And this is why they're trying to suppress this information. They have tried to suppress it for thousands of years. Because you cannot control someone who's in control of themselves. Okay? Now let's see. Okay, scalar mind control. I was just talking about these. The EMP technology, scalar pulse. Okay, bioneurological blocking. This is something I just want to address briefly. I think I mentioned it earlier in the first lecture. The Zetas use this a lot when they want to immobilize you to take you on an abduction. They usually use it through a mechanical apparatus. Looks like a little silver wand type thing, and it casts certain frequencies that interrupt the brainwave patterns, particularly in the areas of the brain that control motor skills and movement. And they're able to create what's called a bioneurological block, a temporary freezing, where you're literally, you have no motor abilities left because they disconnect the brain from the motor abilities, from the nervous system. So that's a technology that's used a lot with the Zetas. The Guardian Zetas, the ones that work with the Guardians, very rarely will use that unless somebody goes into panic. Now, it won't hurt you if it's used in the right way. And if somebody, if you know, a little gray that's a good guy appears because they've been asked to, because the person's soul matrix said he wants them to start having contact so they can start realizing they had a contract for these things, and the person freaks, they're scared to death, you know, because of the encounter. Sometimes it will be used to calm them until they can be taken and counseled. But very rarely. Where it's usually mostly used is with negative abductions, where they're taking you in for medical experimentation and that kind of thing. Okay. Again, if you know how to handle your biofields, they can't run it on you. If you have, all you have to do is when they try to, if you see a little gray pop up with a silver wand in his hand, pull up your Maharic seal, and it's not that hard to do, and you're going to get the paper computers on this tonight, and I'm going to run you through a quick version of it. First of all, you may get a very strange reaction from that little gray. They kind of do one of those, like, uh-oh. And it's like, does not compute. They do this mental thing back to command center. They don't know what to do with it. They're only little robots anyway. They're, you know, some of them are biological, but they don't think for themselves. So you can actually take the upper hand in an attempted abduction experience by knowing how to handle your biofields. And then you get your pillar over here, your hard steel pillar, and you go, what do you want? You know? They're not used to this kind of thing. So there's a lot of advantages of learning the scalar template technologies. All right, another thing I wanted to address, this is one of the reasons I didn't want to get myself in trouble staying for the crop circle meeting, because there was a lot of wonderful things I'm sure that the gentleman had shared, but I didn't want to put a frequency out in the room that started stimulating question asking in a way he didn't want to go into. Crop circles are actually, they began here, as a form of mass scalar frequency mind control. They are, again, I will go back to what we're going to learn how to do with our scalar technologies. When we begin to work with bioregenesis technologies, we use something called geomancies. These are symbol codes that are actually scalar waveguides. When you put a symbol code into your template, into your body template, it will direct the scalar configurations in that area. It can activate certain things or shut certain things down. It starts transmitting frequency depending on what geometrical form. It's a symbol code that serves as a waveguide. These are the principles of chelantic morphogenetic science. They're mathematical waveguides. We use them in the body when we're working with chelantic science and cathara healing to stimulate the DNA, to reactivate the templates. What you're seeing as crop circles on the ground are mathematical symbol codes that are directing the scalar frequencies of the planetary grids. They transmit frequency in the ultra-low and ultra-high frequency bands. And that frequency affects the bioenergetic fields of everything on the planet. Some of them are good. Some of them are not good. When you begin to be able to sense the energy signature behind things, you'll be able to tell which ones fit into which category. It started as a draconian trick. The first ones that started manifesting quite a long time ago were actually experiments by the Zetas and Draconians. When the guardian races saw what was being done, because this not only affects the people, this affects the literal planetary scalar grids, there were also counter-reactive ones put in, where you might have one in this continent, and that's on a ley line that connects to the grids over here. So the good guys have put a counteractive one over here to neutralize that one. It's been a game of almost tic-tac-toe. You have one, and at this point, you don't know who's making which ones. Now you have humans running around in fields trying to make them too, you know, which is that they don't do the same thing. But man-made ones don't quite do the same thing as the ET ones. So most people don't realize that these pretty pictures on the ground are far more than trying to warn us about that, you know, there's somebody out there and they're starting to let us know that they're. It's a lot more than that. These are chelantic morphogenetic science scalar technologies in use. Some of them are good and some of them aren't. What's nice about the good ones, once you start to be able to feel, and you can feel it with the heart chakra, the fourth chakra right about here. You'll get a feel of either aversion or an expansion when even looking at the pictures of certain ones. You can use, even from a picture, without even having to go there, you get the good expansive feeling from it. You can project your energy into it, bring back its energy signature, and it has all sorts of data recorded, encoded in. You can tell by how it affects your heart chakra, which is connected to your astral body, which is connected to your D2 emotional body and your second chakra. You can tell if something is good for you or not, and you can take the benefit if you find a crop circle. If you see a picture of a crop circle that's good, you can learn to move part of your consciousness into it through the heart chakra, and then inhale it back in and take an imprint. And you've taken the encoded data, the electrically scalar encoded data, from that image, from that symbol code, into your body. You just don't want to do it with the negative ones, so you got to get used to sensing them first. Okay. So that's one of the things that I wish more people knew about crop circles, because they are a real phenomenon, but there's a lot more to it than most people realize.
So if the farmers go out with their plows and tear all that up, does that change it?
It doesn't change it any more than if you took a marker and say you were going to induce a certain symbol code into a certain chakra, and you drew with a marker on your body the picture of the symbol code, and you brought it in through the natural processes of breathing, and then you washed it off. You still brought it into the template, and it still has its effect. So even after they're gone, they will still have their effect. That's why when the Guardians saw the negative ones coming in and using this technology, they couldn't just come in and erase them. You know? It doesn't work that way. You can make them go away on the surface, but they're already encoded into the grids as the scalar templates of the planet. So what the remedy is to reprogram them by putting on the same ley line or energy conduit to it a new set of programs that alters the original one and makes it harmless. And that's what's been being done out here. It's like, you know, alien chess, you know, chess games. We're watching out in the field. It's there. Let's see. Okay, the next one, disinformation through government infiltrate, CT contact, channeling, ancient visits, those kind of things. I think I talked a lot about that already as far as how a lot of the angels are actually ETs and they're not well attended. And most people are very well aware of the disinformation coming out through the governments. We are disinformed from the time we set foot in preschool, and it only gets worse from there. We're taught sciences that have nothing to do with the sciences the governments are using, because the governments are using for the last 70 years interdimensional sciences. You don't hear a lot about that in science class. It's not allowed to be taught. There are control things in here that we really have no idea. We're being disinformed about lots and lots of things. We're being disinformed about organizations like AMA, FDA, lots of other A's and B's and all sorts of other letters, and I'm not going to say too much on tape so I don't get in trouble. But there's certain programs being done here that we've come to accept as common knowledge. This is good for us. No, it isn't. We have a network of multinational corporations pumping a pharmaceutical industry. Did you ever watch TV and watch the commercials on your regular? How many of these are drugs these days? You have drugs for every problem. Can't get it up, can't get it down, can't breathe, can't do this, can't do that. There's a drug for everything these days. They will invent diseases to give to you to make you think you have, so you need a drug to fix it. This is not an accident. This is part of the mind control disinformation propaganda. It's right before our faces, and we're being taught to think it's normal. Right? There's other more sinister things, such as the example of the ADD issue, where literally diseases are being created. If they would do that to children, what would they do to the rest of us? If they would literally, in order to make sure certain children that had propensity for psychic development, like the indigo children, to filter them out, or at least to get control of them, they would make a disease that lots of other children would fit into too. A disease that is counteracted and supported with drug therapy to repress the disease. They don't even know what percentage of the people that are going to be affected are indigos and what are going to be just regular children. They care so much about our children that they're letting our children be put on drugs as a legal thing to do. And our medical professions and our psychiatric professions are being taught that this is the right way. They're not bad people, they're not evil people. They're being taught a certain bunch of things in textbooks and colleges. They're being taught stuff with information controlled by government corporations. Many of the government corporations control book industry. They control what information gets put in textbooks for schools. The control factors here are frightening when you really start to look. But again, we have the solutions if we're willing to move beyond that. Say, forget the propaganda, let me learn something new, because I see where this is going, and this is going nowhere. We have, at least, we're being given a chance to learn a new paradigm through which we can hopefully get some control over ourselves and our beings.
Is it immunizations that are causing this future?
That's someone I didn't want to touch.
We don't have time.
We don't know. We
No,
don't touch
I know.
immunizations here. No, and I don't want to get myself in too much trouble as far as, you know, if you say enough and you scream it out loud enough and you're identifying all the little pieces of the big picture and putting them together where people say, oh my God, this is really happening, isn't it? That's when you get in trouble, and I don't need to create havoc in my personal life right now by doing that. Immunizations, let's just say, are a tagging mechanism that has more of a future reference thing than an immediate thing right now. And it's run by the same group of people who are running the rest of the nonsense, which is the Illuminati secret government backed by the Zetas and the Dracos primarily. Okay. Physical implants and certain varying infections. Most people know what that means. You get abducted and they put something physical in some part of your body in order to track you or to alter your brain signals so they can keep you under, biological control. Shape-shifting and cloning. Okay, this is one that too many people know about. Certain gene codes, such as the Nephidim reptilian human strains, have a recessive gene, some of them, that allows them to, the body to shapeshift. It could turn into other things. It could appear as other people. It's only certain strains that can happen. The draconian avatars, let's call them, the dark avatars, from the 10th dimensional frequencies, they like to body snatch these bodies. They literally displace the essence that was born into it, which you can do if you know how to play with frequency in the interdimensional spectrum. And they integrate their own consciousness template into it, take over the DNA, and then activate that dormant code, where they can start shapeshifting and looking like anything they want to. There's not a whole lot of them out there right now. More want to come. So that's one of the things you don't hear too much about. Another way shapeshifting is used is some of the draconians have the Dracos, not draconian, the Dracos that are human, half Dracon. They still look like Dracon, but they have certain ones have the ability to temporarily trigger the human level of their gene code where they can appear human. So there's a lot of this kind of stuff happening.
We're in the home stretch here.
Already? It doesn't close to 10:30.
10:25.
10:25. Okay. Okay. Essence displacement and body snatching. That was another one. It fits in with what I was just talking about as far as displacing an organic essence by overrunning its frequency and literally dislodging it into the dimensional field where it kind of goes into dimensional warp, and it's a scary space to be as a consciousness because you kind of fragment. And they take over bodies. I have had a number of people come to me at this point that had field possession. People think possession isn't real. That's because they don't remember the age of sciences. In the old days, back in Egypt, and I remember because I had an incarnation back there, and we ran an ascension school. One of the first things every initiate had to go through was field clearing, and that was getting rid of all the other things that tacked onto their astral body that weren't meant to be there. This is what's happening now, and if it gets bad enough, particularly when you're dealing with the higher levels of consciousness that are coming from the negative matrices, they have a lot of power. You're coming 10-dimensional frequencies coming into your body. Unless you have your 10th dimensional consciousness functional, you got quite a battle on your hands. We're doing body snatcher backing for people. This is one of the things Cathara healing helps with. If you do the Maharic seal, which we are going to get to before we leave here, it will stop that from happening. It will also start to dislodge. If somebody's trying to do that with you, it will start to dislodge the attempted infiltration of your biofields. The real reason that the Guardian Alliance is pushing so much of the information on bioregenesis right now, part of it's to give us back the ability to do ascension. But the most urgent part is so we don't get blindsided here and have a whole race end up field possessed by the negative matrices. We're really not ready for this level of stuff. We could have walked into this a lot easier than crash. Here's geologic science, and you crash, here's bioregenesis, and you're kind of left like, what? Because we're not taught this stuff. This is the key to getting us free. Later we plug in the details. Later we worry about how to figure out, okay, where does physics and all that fit in. Now, since we don't have so much time left, and I can go for 20 minutes on each page, I'm gonna get one of these for each of you. So you will have all of the stuff that's in here. We get into a page here that has, I'm not even gonna put it up. It shows you more on what a bioneurological block is, what a frequency fence is. And we get into some pictures of crop circles. These things I don't have to go into with you now. I wanna get you right into the scalar technologies. And particularly into the Maharic seal technique. Okay, can you go to page 15? Now, what we're going to be looking at in this diagram is over on this side. This is part of the Cathara healing program. It's more complicated, and I have to do a course on that for you. But what I want you to know is about These things, can you lift it up a little bit so I can see fine, please? Okay. Now, these things here, just letting you know all of this, they're part of the body template, okay, the scalar template of the body. They are dormant right now. They're called shields. They're crystalline structures, crystalline meaning that they're composed of scalar wave grids that are formed on helons and particuli grids. They're dormant parts of the natural anatomy that become active as energy fields within the bioenergetic field once certain levels of the DNA are activated and once certain energies are run to open certain chakras. Now, when we teach the chakra system, we teach a 15 chakra system, and we're going to get into that structure in the Sunday workshop. We're going to get into the structure of what you have there, where your 15-dimensional anatomy is, and what plugs into what. But right now, to understand the hard seal technique, there's going to be a certain symbol, which I'll talk about in a minute, that's going to be used. We have something called a main vertical current. It's a current of energy that runs down the center of the body and runs down into the Earth's core. It connects each of us to the Earth's core. It also runs up the top of the head and out into space into the higher levels of your own morphogenetic scalar structure going up the dimensional fields. Okay. We are going to use a particular symbol code that activates the 12th dimensional frequencies. We're going to run it down, main vertical current, down into the Earth's core, where the 13th chakra is. Now we're going to use the breath to do this too. The breath is the key. Okay, the breath will push or pull. That's how you push or pull energy through the body system. If you want to pull energy up, say, from the earth at 3 feet, you inhale. If you want to project energy from the 4th chakra upward, you go and blow it upward. So there's push-pull with the breath. The breath activates Kundalini. And the Tibetans used to know this. They have a lot of mantras and breathing rhythms and all that. We're going to use simple inhale, exhale, breathing things to direct the energy of this symbol down to the Earth's core. The symbol, because of what it is, a scalar guide that will stimulate into activation dormant scalar imprints in the planetary grids. The planetary grids, the scalar grids of the planet, are called the planetary shields. And they are the same thing. We have our personal shields. They're frequency spectra that open up once certain coding in the scalar fields are activated to bring certain frequencies to life. So we will be taking a symbol code, bring it down to Earth's core, using that to first activate momentarily the planetary shields on the 12th dimensional level. Every time we do this, it helps the planet to hold 12th dimensional frequency, which means it helps to create a frequency barrier for protection in the border system. So we're helping the planet every time we do this too. Then we bring it back up through from the Earth's core, back up to a position 12 inches below the feet. That is a spot that doesn't have a thing like this on it yet. It has a little crystalline frequency, standing wave pattern, that once it's stimulated by the energy from the Earth's shield, will begin to activate its own shield. This, once it activates, is called the Mahart shield. That is the part of your scalar anatomy that corresponds to dimensions 12, 11, and 10. That holds the frequencies of your consciousness and the frequencies of your higher dimensional identity that correspond to that harmonic 4. We activate this, and using the breath, then we bring the symbol back up, bring it up to the heart chakra, and then up towards the 14th chakra, which is about 36 inches above the head. This creates a live line, a conduit line, between the earth energies and your energies. It activates your Mahart seal, and after a few breaths, this seal, this configuration that forms in the auric field, will literally pop and change into a standing pillar of energy that runs from the Earth's core all the way up to your 14th chakra. You end up standing in a pillar, a scalar pillar of energy. And when you work with this, like frequently, you can start to feel this thing around you. And then you can start to expand it and include other people in it, which helps trigger their Mahart shields. This is a part of our anatomy. We should be taught about from kindergarten, but we haven't been able to remember in thousands of years. The technique is not too hard. Well, it depends on what version you do. We're going to do a real simple version tonight, just to give you the idea and to get you started. Also, by doing it with me, even if it's a simple version, just once, because my shield is activated, it'll start transmitting frequency into the room, which will start affecting your Mahart shields. Now, if you don't want it done, that intent alone will block it, because you all have free will. And it's not my job to, impose Maharshal activation on anybody. But having the frequencies running through, that the guardians are able to run through my DNA because of the activation in it, it will provide a field in the room that will assist everybody who wants to try this to hold that frequency a little better, so you get used to doing it yourself. So that's why I'm going to run you through a quick version. In this package that you'll get, if they haven't done tonight, I think those will get them tonight. If not, we'll have them ready, for tomorrow. There's a little bit longer version. It's still called the temporary version. That works good. That one I would suggest you would read onto a tape yourself. Even if you can't remember the steps, it's okay. Just read it onto a tape, put your headphones on, and just follow what the tape is telling you to do. It's still creating the same effects in your biofield. Okay. Then for people who are real diehards, who really want to understand this stuff, they can take spiritual healing and learn the 26-step wonders. I forget how many steps in that. Again, it's one that needs to be put on a tape recording to run you through. But each level is even more powerful than the one before. But even the level that I'm going to do right now with you, even that level alone is enough to give you a temporary field protection. There's a big difference between this and the New Age concept of bringing in the white light. Okay? White light corresponds to the frequencies of D12. However, if you cannot ground or anchor that frequency in your DNA or in your body template, it's not going to do you a whole lot of good to put a white light bubble around you. It'll sit there, but anything can still go after you from the astral level. You're not anchoring that energy. What the Mahar Seal technique does is it activates in the DNA template and in the body template the configurations of scalar standing wave points that can hold that frequency. So when you begin to run the energies, you will be able to hold them in the body, not just have them floating around and dissipating around you, like that's what happens when you do this without anchoring it. So there's a big difference in technique between a lot of the stuff you'll see coming off the internet and the New Age stuff. Some of it's great, but others of it, they sound good. But when you start to know the anatomy and know how the pieces work, you see they don't work. There are people teaching Merkaba mechanics, where they're teaching you to blend your field with other people's. That's absolute insanity. You take on the energy of everybody else around you, including the karmic pattern and any distortions in the DNA. You really need to know your anatomy, and that's why we're teaching that. But tonight, we'll teach some of the anatomy in the Sunday workshop. That's where you're going to get to know your parts and that kind of thing, so you get more control. Want to do this exercise? Can you go to page 14? That's the one right before that. I want to show you the symbol. I'll talk for a minute about what symbols do again. Symbols are mathematical configurations. They're electromagnetic instructions to the scalar templates of the body. They are scalar wave guides. Okay. This appears first as, it's called the Hierophant symbol code. And it's a very ancient symbol code because it's a primary geomancy. The six-pointed star is called the Merkaba star, actually. It is the geomancy, or the entire scalar wave pattern of the 12th dimensional frequency. Okay. There are certain other ones. There's a pentagram, for instance. That classic symbol is the standard scalar wave configuration of the 5th dimensional frequency bands. So geomancies and forms, shapes, are platonic solids, all of these things. They have a translation in terms of what they mean in the scalar spectrum of the interdimensional scale. When we're using this one, a lot of people recognize this as the Star of David, but it's a lot more than David's. It belonged to a lot of people before it belonged to David. Okay. Yeah. It basically symbolizes the two electromagnetic fields, the Merkaba fields, the electrical field coming down and the magnetic field coming out that surrounds all forms on each dimensional level. That's that vehicle of light. If you get those fields spinning in the right ratio with each other, it creates shift in angular rotation and particle spin, which creates ascension and the ability to move through space-time. Okay, so there's a lot more associations than just being Jewish with this. Okay, once upon a time, it became the symbol for the Jewish faith because they had a lot of, in the Kabbalah and those kind of things, a lot of the workings of the Merkaba mechanics. They had part of those teachings. So it was part of that sacred knowledge. But it's not a symbol that belongs just to Jewish people. It belongs to everybody. So what we're going to do is, when we're using frequency, we want to direct specific frequency. We want to direct D12 frequency to stimulate our D12 shields. There's also something else you need to use with this to activate the Maharic seal in the planet and in yourself. You don't need just D12 from this spectrum. You need to combine it with D11 frequency from the antiparticle universe. Okay? There's a specific way to do this, and it comes out into a color wave spectrum. You can direct a very specific frequency in the multidimensional spectra if you know the wavelength spectra and what color that looks like. You can use the color to direct the specific frequency. And that's what we teach in Cathartic by Spiritual Healing. We give you the frequency charts all the way up the dimensional scale, so you know when you're using a certain color, what frequency you're directing. Now, when we're doing the Maharic seal, we're going to be using a combination of the 12th dimensional frequency that comes out to look like white, the color white, and we're going to combine that with the 11th dimensional frequency that is actually called silver black. It's a very dark silver. It's into black light spectra. When you put the two together, you get a pale silver. So pale silver is going to be the color that we use to direct frequency. We are directing scalar waves again. Okay? So we're going to visualize a 6-pointed star, which is actually 2 6-pointed stars put together. So there's actually 12 points there, but they're put together. You have one in white and one in dark silver. You end up with a pale silver 6-pointed star that is really a 12-pointed star. It has all of the frequencies of the antiparticle side and the particle side going up, enough to activate the Maharic seal in the mind. So very simply, by using your mind to direct an image of a picture, you can directly alter your DNA template, get it to work at a higher level, and you can create field protection and a whole lot of other things. That's why I say if there's any one technique you're going to learn this one. Because this sets the Maharic seal will create the Maharic shield activation. That Maharic shield is your perfect imprint. That was when you came in through the pre-matter levels, your avatar level of identity, before distortion occurred down in the middle fields. That was your perfect imprint that you came in on. That can be used to regenerate the perfect imprint all the way through, clear out all distortions. You clear out the karmic pattern, it can clear out health problems, it can clear out all sorts of things. And it can also make ETs that are not nice close off. So, can somebody do the lights in here? I like to do these with lower light. Does anybody know where the lights are? It helps to concentrate by toning down the light a bit, so you can focus on the inner instead of being distracted by the outer. Now, in these books, you're going to get the longer version. Yeah. In fact, we can shut this up for now. We don't even need that up there. Everybody just remembers
in the front.
That's the symbol, right? It's an easy one to remember. You've seen it for years and years and years. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think that one too. Is that needed for filming?
You'll be blacked out.
Let's see.
Just the back ones up there.
Yeah, the back ones, that would be nice. Whoever turned them off back there, can you hit the back ones too? I don't know what the switches are. No?
Your face will be black.
Well, that's okay. I mean, even if this, you can still hear my voice, okay? The state is more important than the video. And this. The reason I like to begin teaching people these things with a more subdued atmosphere is because it really tones your consciousness down a little. When lights are bright and there's a lot of stimulation, your consciousness is out here. What we want to do with these exercises is get the consciousness back in to be able to center inside the head and become aware of the internal. And it's harder to do that when you have a lot of stimulation on the outside. Okay. Now we're going to start. I'm just going to start with a little bit of just breathing exercise for a minute, just to get used to being aware of your breath. Inhale slowly for a second. Hold it just for a second or two. And then exhale and let all the tension move out of your body. Try to feel that sensation with the intention. Do a couple of breaths like that. Simple inhale. Exhale. Let your body melt. Let it feel like a wet noodle just kind of sinking down in the chest. Relaxation is very important because it takes you into the alpha brainwave pattern, which is where your body consciousness starts to listen to your conscious mind. I'm casting a frequency now, and I'm hoping it'll I've been talking at a very high pace most of the evening. I'm going to try to slow it down now slow everybody's frequency down a little because this exercise will work better from a more relaxed state. Okay. Now, for a moment, call to mind the image of the Hierophant symbol. Remember, it is a pale silver, six-pointed star. Imagine this image as if it were drawn in pale silver light on the inside of your forehead. That's the location of your sixth chakra. Holding the image in mind on the inside of your forehead, inhale, and while you inhale, bring in that image into the center of the brain, into the pineal gland. It'll take a little while to get used to using the breath to move energy. Because at times it will be inhale and do this at the same time, but I can't say it simultaneously. So you're breathing in, inhaling, and moving the Hierophant symbol from behind your forehead into the center of your brain, in the pineal gland. It is now positioned over the main vertical current of the body, where it can be moved up and down through the chakra system and through the body template. We're going to use the breath again. Take an inhale breath for a second, and on the exhale, you're going to move the Hierophant symbol down, all the way down to the Earth's core, right through the main vertical current, out the legs, down into the ground, and down to the Earth's core. And if it didn't go down with the first breath, take another inhale and push it the rest of the way down, because sometimes you can feel it. It gets stuck on quite down. Now, breathe normally and hold the image of the Hierophant symbol in the center of the Earth core. Just imagine what that might look like. We're going to use the breath for a moment to activate that symbol so we can activate the scalar shield of the planetary grid momentarily. Inhale again, and this time, send energy down into that symbol and out. Out on the horizontal plane. See the symbol expand out into a disk of crystalline energy. And now the Hierophant symbol is in the center, and there's a spinning disk deep in the Earth's core, right about halfway through, as if it was the disk of spinning energy, halfway through the Earth. When you really want to make this exercise work strongly, you would take several steps, several times. You would breathe in and send more energy down into the Earth's shields. Because the more energy you send, the more energy it will send back up to you. But for now, once is enough. So now, with your attention down in the center of the Earth, at the Earth's core, the Hierophant symbol at the center of the Maharic shield of the Earth, we are going to use the energy from the Maharic shield of the Earth to activate our own Maharic shield. You'll remember in the discussion, our Maharic shield is 12 inches below the feet. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use the inhale breath this time to inhale the Hierophant symbol up from the Earth's core to a point 12 inches below the feet. So inhale and visualize the Hierophant symbol moving up to a point 12 inches below the feet. And then exhale gently. And when you get accustomed to this exercise, as you make that move of inhaling the Hierophant symbol up, you will notice that it also takes with it a cord of energy from the Earth's core, as if the Hierophant symbol is now attached, and it has a tail. And that tail connects to the Earth's core energies, and the Hierophant symbol drags that energy up to the point of your own Maharic shield. It's a silver cord of energy. Try to sense the silver cord of energy that runs from the center of the Earth up to 12 inches below your feet. That's going to be your energy feed line. It's called the Planetary Biofeed Interface System. There are many things you can do with this energy, because this pale silver energy is non-polarized D12 frequency. It is the strongest healing frequency on the planet. So now, let's put our attention back at 12 inches below our feet, where the Hierophant symbol is. Inhale and exhale and push energy into the Hierophant symbol. And as you do, expand another disk of energy out on the horizontal plane, 12 inches below your feet. This is your Maharic shield. Try to feel the reality of it. And if you didn't it the first time, inhale more energy and exhale it into the Mahara shield. If you play with this several times at home, you will start to get the sensation of this platform of crystalline energy that you're walking around on. That's a really neat sensation. Now, to really get a very strong Maharic pillar, which is the objective of doing this, that is the Maharic seal, the pillar of frequency, of scalar frequency that comes up in the biofield. To get that strong, at home you want to practice for a while, bring more energy. You'd use the inhale breath to draw energy up from Earth's core, up through the silver cord, and then expand it out into your Maharic shield. You do that several times until you start to feel it vibrating. You can feel an energy there. For now, we don't have to worry about getting there yet. But what will happen next is we'll take one more inhale, draw energy up the silver cord, exhale it out through the Maharic shield, and this time you'll notice a little flutter feeling in the Maharic shield itself, and all on its own, it will do a little popping sensation, and you will notice it folds up from being a disc below your feet into a pillar of light that runs up around you as if you were standing in it. And that pillar of light extends way down into the Earth's core and way up into the atmosphere and all the way up the 15-dimensional structure. This is your Maharic seal. You can strengthen this further by imagining again, still positioned down below your feet, 12 inches below your feet. You have the Maharic, the silver star. You have the Hierophant symbol. Now, you can energize your Maharic seal pillar more by using the inhale breath to draw more frequency, more energy up from the Earth's core through the silver cord. This time, pick up the Hierophant symbol and bring it up to the 4th heart chakra, which is right about between the breasts area. And then exhale that energy out into the 4th chakra. The 4th chakra is connected to your astral body, your 4th dimensional astral body. You can take more breaths and bring more energy to fortify the astral body. Bring it up, expand it out into the 4th heart chakra. And on the final breath, we're going to bring it up, inhale, and push it out real far beyond the chakra, all the way out to try to feel the boundaries of the Maharic seal pillar that is around you. You can literally, simply by breathing out, by normal breathing, every time you inhale, you're drawing energy up from the Earth's core, and every time you exhale, you're exhaling that energy out into your Maharic pillar. You're fortifying the Maharic seal in your field. Try to feel the sensation of the energies that are running. Because right now they're active. They may be little energies right now, but the more you do this, the stronger the energy gets. And you'll be amazed at some of the sensations you may get. You may start to get some kundalini rising and some really warm, tingly spots in areas you don't want to talk about. That pass when the energy balances. You may get spontaneous, clear cognition. All of a sudden your head clears, and you didn't even know it needed clearing. If you work with this technique, you can show yourself the magic and the science of scalar group mechanics. From this space, I'm going to take you a little bit further, and this isn't part of the Maharic seal. What we just did, this is all you need to do for the Maharic seal. The more complicated steps that you can do on audio tape, read it onto the tape yourself, they will help make this stronger and they will help it bond into the DNA even more. But this is good enough if you encounter anything scary. I don't care if it's a mug around the street or a little gray trying to take you for an infection. You pull this pillar up and you can shift the way reality will unfold back into its pattern of perfection. I have had attempted muggings or attempted attacks that were literally deterred. And people shifted and started saying, I'm sorry, and ran away after I pulled up a Maharic seal. It's a very powerful technique. Before we close tonight, I'm going to take us on a little journey since we're in a very nice space here. I'm going to sit down for this one. It's one of my classic journeys into the interdimensional spectrum that I've done a lot in New York City. And they're usually very spontaneous. These are the ones that come out of my 5th dimensional aspect of identity. Ask your 5th dimensional aspect of identity. Is there anything we can do to serve these people? And I just get guided to do something. So that's what is happening now. I'm being guided to call choice, the plateau of contact. It's the beginning of an exercise I believe we'll be doing in the workshop on Sunday that is creating a space for contact to happen, for subtle contact to begin initiating. I'm getting telepathic dialogue right now from the Guardian Alliance. I have that on a daily basis. They're always in tune with me. That we can bring this group very quickly into a space where they can begin to feel, at least feel or sense, the presence of the Guardian Alliance. It will be done also through your own soul levels of identity. So you're not exposing yourself to anything that will cause you harm or get you off your own natural path of evolution. Okay. Visualize for a moment a spark of blue energy, like blue flame that you would see in a gas flame. Blue gas flame. Visualize the spark at the center of your brain, at the pineal gland. This is a spark of fifth dimensional frequency that you can call a soul spark. You're now going to gently inhale and gently use the exhale breath to push the soul spark down through the base of the spine, right at the tailbone. The tailbone, where the first 8 cells are stored. First 8 cells of your body that was created upon. Just breathe for a few moments gently and imagine the blue soul star down at the tailbone. This is going to awaken a bit of the Kundalini energies of the fifth dimensional frequencies. This will allow a bit of the DNA to begin bringing in the fifth dimensional sub-frequencies within the lower strands. It will create a window where the beginning of fifth dimensional consciousness communication can start, which is the level that is actually required for membership in the Guardian Alliance. They work with D4 or lower consciousness, but to become a full contact member where you are assigned to, asked if you want to help heal things, a trust factor of D5 consciousness is needed. With this window to the fifth dimensional frequencies, you'll open an opportunity for contact. And the contact won't happen tonight. You'll feel some of the energy coming in tonight, but in about 3 days, you'll begin to feel a shift that has to do with what we're doing right now. A shift that's a little window in your own consciousness that leads to someplace else that your soul would like you to go. So we'll take the spark of blue energy that is down at the tailbone. And we'll now inhale it again, upward, up to the top of the head, the 7th chakra. And then we'll expand it there into a blue halo of light sitting on top of the head, like a disc of light, colored blue, on a horizontal plane. This image is going to represent a platform of perception that you can learn to use to go when you want to go into a state of fifth dimensional perception. It will take practice, but you can, with practice, get to the point where you can begin to see and perceive from the fifth dimensional level instead of the third dimensional level. You'll be able to see the fourth dimensional level as well. But from the fifth dimensional level, things make more sense. So now with the blue halo spinning on top of your head, we already have our Maharic seals up. I want to stress this. We are going to do a group endeavor where we create one large blue halo hovering in the room like a platform, like a flat spaceship. But don't ever do this kind of exercise with any group unless you have your Maharic seal up, because that seals your personal fields. So you can join in group endeavors without jeopardizing your personal self. There's trickery being run in some of the New Age teachings that will teach you to do something like this without teaching you how to do the Maharic seal. Your fields are sealed right now, so you are safe to do this. Imagine now that the halo of blue energy that spins now above your head, feel it spinning, and the direction doesn't matter. It will spin whatever is most natural for you at this moment. Feel it growing and starting to spin faster, and feel it expanding out and outward. And start feeling it touching the person sitting next to you, touching their field. Start imagining now a large blue halo of energy spinning about maybe 2 feet now up above the group, in the room, with a blue platform of energy. There is a reality scape on top of that platform. You can look at us on the underside of that platform as on one side of the veil. And what's on top of that platform is what's on the other side of the veil. So the platform can be looked at as a veil. And you can now take a portion of your consciousness and make it into the form of a small white spark of light. And gently drift. You don't have to use the breath, you can if you want, whatever feels natural. Drift that white spark of your attention up through your crown chakra at the top of your head, then up into the air directly above your head. And first, try to feel the resistance at the level of where that group energy construct hangs in the air. It is a scalar construct. Thoughts are things, they create scalar words. Try to feel the little spark of your consciousness, a little resistance. And when you feel that, you will know you're hitting the bottom of that scalar pattern that we created as a group. Once you hit that resistance, breathe a little bit, be aware of the body, and then inhale, and push yourself through that resistance zone. And quickly, try to feel yourself as a little spark of energy, little spark of energy sitting on top of the platform. Try for a moment to scan what's around you, try to see. You may see at first everything is in a cobalt blue color, dark blue background, and a light cobalt blue line work, as if it's a grid. You're beginning to see the fifth dimensional frequencies. In this space, with your attention in this space, I'm going to ask any one of you in the room, and you're not going to tell it to me, you're going to tell it, you're going to broadcast through telepathy. Any one of you that would like to initiate contact with a member of the Guardian Alliance, and it is not a contact that it's something you can't get out of. It's something if you want contact, fine. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. This is the place to go and ask for contact, for communication. Try to position yourself there now as a little white spark of light. And for a moment, imagine that white spark of light stretching out into a body, just like you have down here, and all of a sudden you have a little double body, a little body of you that's sitting up there. Take the chair with you if you happen to be sitting there. So you see yourself sitting in a chair now, up there, up in the fifth dimensional frequencies. And now imagine that the whole group, this whole room, actually has a version of itself transposed up there, in the fifth dimensional frequencies. But it's all blue. Imagine it is like a photograph that was taken just with blue filters. That's the frequency of the fifth dimensional frequency, the wave spectrum, primary length, blue. Now, from the area that would be behind me in this room, imagine in the room up there that you see three beings walking towards you, coming into the room from the area behind me here. There are three beings. Each of them are members of the Guardian Alliance, and they are with us in the fifth dimensional frequencies right now. They are not down here physically. They are with us in D5. Try to see them. Try to imagine what they look like. Try to sense their presence with the body of you that's up there in the fifth dimensional frequencies. With some of you, I am watching now, in the fifth dimensional frequencies, the three beings that are members of the Guardian Alliance have separated, and one has gone to the left, one to the right, and one is more in the middle. And they're moving through the people, our fifth dimensional selves up there. Three people have been handed something in the left hand. If you can become aware of this portion of your consciousness, and start making a link to this level of your consciousness, you'll be able to initiate conscious contact with a high guardian type group. Three people have been given something in the left hand, I'm noticing. This has something to do with contact they've already had. They were already contacted by the Guardian Alliance members, but they weren't sure who they were. I am also being told that we will do something similar in the next workshop in preparation for the Skywatch. That If we can reach a certain level of consciousness in the Skywatch, we will be shown some type of verification of our efforts. If we can reach fifth dimensional consciousness, I'm being told that we will see something very interesting to see. We may see something else besides that, because right now there are some other beings that are roaming around there in the fourth dimensional frequencies. And some of them are Zetas. Right now, I just would like you to, before we leave, remember what we did of creating the disc as the place between the veils, and then putting a portion of your consciousness up on that disc, and then manifesting an image of your body up there to begin to open the D5 eyes and ears, so you can begin to have a presence there and connect with that level of your identity. That level of your identity is called the archetype. That's the level of you at D5, the control center of the soul matrix. If you can begin to bring in this level of consciousness, you will find many things opening very rapidly for you. Consciousness, understanding, information, contact. We can come back now and just remember what we did. You can take this home with you. Try it tonight. Try to create that platform for contact. It is a beginning. It is a beginning of mass contact by the Guardian Alliance for those who want to participate. And this is news for me because they didn't tell me that that's what this group was going to be about. Okay, so it's probably running quite late. How are we doing? Uh-oh. Did that feel good? Did anybody feel any energy shifting yet? Sometimes you do on the first times. Good. Okay. I think we better hurry because I think I'm running over time. Thank you for coming. I hope you're coming back for Sunday's event. So not scheduled for anything tomorrow or anything, but thank you for coming. Sure. In this workshop, preparation for contact, you're going to get a crash course in something that I have done almost on every one of these. I've done single workshops on. Now, it's not that important to understand and remember every detail. All right, there is a chart pack to this, and we'll do it on a love donation, which is, we're going broke on this, but if you want the information, I want you to have it available. Everything that's in here that we may have to go by too fast, you can have in the, in the chart pack. Oh, John, I have to go, the mic. Okay, so one of the first things that we're going to get into is, before we get into it, the first thing on the list there, I'm going to cover a little bit, because we didn't get to cover it in the first lecture, are the DNA sun matrices, which are basically the templates of the different stellar races, and where the human fits into that, and where the indigo humans fit into that, and hybrids, just so we have an idea, a little bit clearer idea of what I talked about before. From there, we're going to go into the part of this material that is the most exciting to me, because it is the most valuable to every person on this planet. It doesn't matter if you believe in ETs, it doesn't matter what you believe in. If you're willing to try a model of looking at identity and at yourself, it's a new model, it's a 15-dimensional model of self. This gives you the keys to the kingdom of your own soul, the kingdom of your own being. It's worth trying, even if it's something newfangled, never heard of it. It's actually not newfangled. It's a very, very ancient system of teaching beings how to become whole while they're in embodiment. So we're going to get into, a little bit, 15-dimensional human anatomy. And we're going to get into the structure of the 15-dimensional mind, because there are levels of mind that go with each level of dimensionalization. So that's one of the things I'm going to try to spend a decent amount of time on. So by the time you leave here, you'll know where your 15 chakras are, for example. You'll know what they are, hopefully. You'll know that you not only have a chakra system, that if you want to learn more about that, you can study some of the Hindu teachings, because they get into that a lot. There's the chakras, but there are also things called huva bodies. Huva means light sound. It's an Anahazi word for meaning light sound. It's an energy field composed of light and sound, which forms scalar waves. Now, I clarified this for one person. I said we'll talk about scalar waves a lot tonight. We'll talk about scalar grids. A scalar wave is simply, it is a group of energy units that have the process, the natural process of internal fission and fusion. They are fixed points of energy that form in geometrical arrangements. They flash on and off. When they flash on through fission, They create particle and antiparticle. When they flash off, they go into fusion, come back together, and they disappear. Literally, our particles are flashing off and on, flashing off and on. So a scalar wave is a standing wave. You know, you have waves of light that move. This is a wave of light that stands, and it flashes on and on and off. On means manifestation simultaneously of the particle and antiparticle, and then flashes back off into antimatter, which is a state before matter manifestation. So when I talk about scalar wave templates or scalar templates, these are the blueprints of energy, of light and sound frequency in the form of scalar waves that matter particles build up on. These are the frameworks of dimensionalization. There are levels of these that form a 15-dimensional structure of scalar wave grids that consciousness, to come into manifestation, needs to plug itself into. A level of your consciousness ends up going into each one of those 15 dimensions. That creates multidimensional identity. So we're going to get into that so you see basically the roadmap to your higher dimensional identity. I found this to be the most valuable paradigm I have ever seen. And it should be taught in every church and in every science class if anybody wants to teach people how to become who they really are. Okay, so we're going to get into that, and that takes us into the physics of spiritual identity, where spirituality is not just a concept. It's not just a vague promise of something once upon a time some God said and wrote down in the book. It is a living promise of energy. It's a natural way energy and consciousness work within a multidimensional system. So by understanding our parts and how our consciousness manifests through layers of scalar wave grids, we begin to realize that just like we have radio waves that we don't see, but they end up as sound in our radio, we might not see our templates, but there is a tangible structure to our soul and to our oversoul and to the higher identity levels that go beyond that. So we're going to look at that. Okay, we're going to get into a little bit of the secrets of fetal memory, reincarnation, and their connection to visitor contact. Now this could be a whole lecture unto itself. So I'm probably going to breeze past it. There is a free handout. It's a 7-pager. This goes with the chart pack, but it's not attached to it. This gets into the real nature of visitor contact, and I go right to the heart of the matter. And it gets into the relationship between the self here, God, ET, and what it all means and where reincarnation fits into this. So I would suggest, instead of trying to hop, skip, and jump around that, I'll make a few little references here and there. You'll get more by reading that than the way it's put, okay, because it's very sequential in the way I have it in the writing. So you'll all have those. You don't have to buy them. They'll be there for free. Okay, becoming your own expert. This is something we're going to need to do, because right now people who are having contact, even little bits of contact or out-of-body experiences, these are the people who have more knowledge about how consciousness is working than the experts do up there. The government is not going to be able to help you with this. They can try, but they don't have any more knowledge than you do, really, except for the ones that are hiding all the knowledge from us and causing half of the problems. You can go to clergy, but clergy don't understand anymore the tangible structure of the soul. They're not going to tell you about multidimensional identity. You're going to need to be able to have enough confidence in yourself to say, I'm going to learn to trust myself. I'm going to learn to ground that higher identity of mine, and that's going to be my guide. I'm going to go to my master within and make my own direct connection to source, whatever I choose to call that source, higher power, God, whatever I want to call it. This is a time when you are at the leading edge of a new wave of evolution. That is what's happening here. And it's exciting and it's wonderful. But we need to realize when you're in the front wave, there's nobody there to ask questions and to point the way. We're going to have to become our own leaders. So I'm going to cover a little bit about what we're going to do, how to be empowered as a contactee and start taking control of how you want your experience to go, what you're going to do with it. Okay, I'm going to get into a little bit of your role as an empowered contactee, how you can help other people, what you can do to assist in the mass drama that's going on here. Because there are things you can do, and revolution isn't it. That's just going to get you flattened by the government forces and things. It's not about revolution, it's about re-evolution. So we're going to get into that a little bit. And I'm sorry if I'm talking fast. I want to get through this so I can get this information to you before it's 5 o'clock and they're telling me I have to stop immediately, because we have a real tight deadline tonight. I can't run over. Okay. Let's see, initiating positive contact. We're going to get into a basic technique. We started it in the last workshop. We're going to go over it again, because this is a technique we're going to use when we go out in the field. So we'll go over this technique. We will also go over the Maharic Seal technique again, because honestly, I don't want to take anybody out to do any kind of energy work unless they're willing enough to do the Maharic Seal, because you put yourself in danger if you don't have that frequency of 12-dimensional frequency in your field. So this is something that you can teach other people. It's simple, it's easy, spread the word, get them to use it, particularly in contact if you're going out looking for UFOs, okay? we're going to get into a little bit, and it's not very long, the protocols for the Emerald Order Melchizedek Cloister and the Guardian Alliance. They have certain things that they look for as far as the type of people that they're willing to contact. They're willing to work with anybody, but attitude is important. You know, people that come in with attitudes and egos all puffed up and, yeah, prove this to me, prove that to me, they don't even talk to them. You know, they don't have time for this. They're working on the planetary grids right now to make sure everything works out okay for all of us. So if you're sincere and you're interested in the work and you want to communicate with them, there are a set of protocols that they have suggested that you can begin working at home with yourself to begin the process of initiating first subtle contact. If you're willing to work with the techniques to get subtle contact, then at some point they will verify for you in a physical form of some sort. And it will be very personal. It has nothing to do with me. It's about if any of you want to communicate with them. And I tell you, boy, do they have a lot of information. Okay. And we'll basically cover really quick a little bit of the Emerald Covenant, which was the interstellar treaty that was made 248,000 years ago that promised human evolution down here would get to be back where it was supposed to be in the first place, and about the diamond vision, which is the vision of the diamond sun DNA, the original 12-strand human imprint, and moving human evolution, at least our own, back into that pattern before it gets hijacked out from under us by the other hybridization programs. All right, so by the end of this, hopefully, we may not have time to do biofield clearing here. We can do that later. We can work on that, in fact, out in the field if we have to, okay? That's more like a hands-on kind of, energy work thing, and I've taught that before in strange situations like field work, so I've done it in the Great Pyramid, actually, over in Egypt. So we can do it in the field. All right, now, can we go to the next slide? I do apologize for talking fast, but like I said, it's all in writing, so you will get it in writing. If I'm losing you just there, well, okay, let that go, what are we on now? That kind of thing. I talk fast because I have a tremendous amount of information to cover that it could take me 12 hours to talk to you and you'd be asleep by then and we'd be, get that anyway. Okay. The Earth-human race lines. This is where we get into the different DNA sun matrices. They call them sun matrices because of the diagrams that they use. They have a particular form of diagram, I'll show you that in a couple minutes, that they use to chart strand templates. And these are not the same type of tests that our scientists are using right now to chart the chemical components and even the frequency signatures that are underneath the chemical components. It's a whole different form of testing that goes into the structure of the scalar templates themselves. The diagrams are used to show what strands are where, and I'll show you the beginning parts of the diagrams. They get very, very intricate, actually, but we don't have to go into that for this. What I want to get across is basically who's who in this game and who we are in relation to that. Okay. We have the star seeds and the DNA substrand matrices. The star seeds, what are called star seeds here? There's a difference between Earth seeds and star seeds. They're both human, but the star seeds are hybrid humans. They're a little bit different. Even in the original imprint for the human, for manifesting humans down in the Earth realms, the original creators created a group of races called the cloister races. These cloister races held the strand imprints for strands 7 through 12, as well as a single strand that went with the root race that they were connected to. So there's a whole evolutionary plan involved here. The cloister races and the gene lines that have come out of those from ancient times are considered one of the starseed lines. There are other starseed lines that were made from taking those cloister races and then recombining them with other things. So we have several starseed lines, and I would like to be able to understand that because some of you probably fit into all of those categories, and it's okay. Some of them have challenges as far as what the DNA is doing, but that can be fixed. And as long as you know that, there's no problem. So I just want to get across to you a little bit about the starseed and who they are. You can read a lot of this, you can read all of this in the chart packs. I'll just go through little points that I want to hit. Okay, right in here, in this section, I talk about the 7 root races and the 5 cloister races. These were seeded 3 different times on this planet, and the last time was about 800,000 years ago. That was the 3rd seeding. There were 2 major seedings before that, and I believe the first one was about 550 million years ago. So this is an ancient, ancient race. What our scientists are finding so far doesn't tell hardly anything about the story of what the human lineage is. Okay, with the 7 root races and 5 cloister races, the root races came in different cycles. You would have, for example, the Atlanteans were one root race. That was, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4th root race. They would come in for a cycle of time, and then they would phase out, and the next root race would start to come in. And there were changes in the DNA and changes in consciousness that went with this. We're part of the 5th root race, which is the Aryan root race. And all of the root races had all of the colors. So it wasn't just, one was black, one was brown, one was white, one was red, one was yellow. It wasn't that. Every one of the root races had all of the skin colors represented. Okay, now we're on the Aryan root race cycle. This cycle was involved with activating strand 4 in the DNA template. The other root races filled up the imprints for DNA strand 1, 2, and 3. What we really have right now is 3-strand consciousness, and we have a 3-strand biology. We wouldn't have it in 3D if we didn't, but science is only detecting the double helix. They're not detecting other coding in the double helix that goes down the dimensional scale and up the dimensional scale. That's why they're not finding it yet. Eventually, when they have more sensitive equipment, they will. So we are entering a cycle, and I'm going to get into it at the end of this a little bit, where 4th strand activation creates all sorts of neat things. All of a sudden, the consciousness is not just going to be 3-dimensional. It's going to move into 4th dimensional perception. What we're experiencing here with the visitor phenomena is a natural part of our evolution because of the stage of the race cycle that we're in. It is natural now that we'll begin perceiving what's in the higher dimensional fields and the higher time cycles. It's a very natural thing. It may seem strange, but if you understand the evolutionary blueprint, which I'm going to try to give you at least some part of here, if you want to really understand it, it's described in very deep detail in Voyager's book 2, The Secrets of Mente. It gets into the creation of it, who created, how exactly it created, which races went where, it's very detailed. And I don't think I could remember all of it if I tried. It's a lot of information, but it's there. If you want to understand from the interstellar race perspective of where the human race came from, it's worth reading. It's fascinating. Okay, so we have basically the cloister races with the 12-strand template. These are called the diamond sun DNA. So the original human imprint was called the diamond sun DNA matrix. That's a 12-strand DNA matrix. There are several other sun matrices that have a bit different strand content, some higher and some lower. The cloister race human is considered a hybrid human compared to the root races because it contains within it the coding of the human level of harmonic 2 and harmonic 3, which is dimensions 4, 5, and 6, and 7, 8, and 9. It has those codings also in it. So it's an extraterrestrial human as well as an earthbound human. Okay, we go through the cloister races. They're a pretty normal part. Then we get into some other types of experiments that have been done. Get down to the bottom here. So through the course of Earth human history, there have been further hybridizations with various interstellar races, creating more varieties of star seeds among the Earth seed root race populations. This is like rude awakening. First of all, we walk around, everybody's human. We don't realize some of us are Earth seeds, some of us are star seeds, and it goes right down to the DNA substrand matrices. A substrand matrix is, and I'll show you when I show you the diagrams of how they chart the strands. You'd have a strand, and then you have all these little codes in the strand. The little codes determine the substrand matrices. What exactly is the scalar coding in there? And that will determine what the manifestation template will be. Okay, we can go to the next one. Okay. Now, one of the other hybridization programs that has been here from the beginning of the third seeding, 300,000 years ago they put them in. They took the cloister race human and they combined it with what was the original seed race that the original human was seeded into to create the human pattern from harmonic 2, from dimensions 4, 5, and 6. The original seed race for the humans was called an orifeme. Now, an orifeme race is a composite gene code. It's part Syrian azurite. These are the Syrian blues that some people see and that you find paintings of in Egypt in some of the hieroglyphics that think they show blue people. These are real people, and they're from harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, that reality system. We're part azurite. We're part Lyran Syrian Anahazi, which are the Syrian whites that a lot of people run into. I think the lady that was involved with Ray Fowler's book was involved with the Syrian whites. Those, and up higher, see, we're going up the harmonics here. We're going up the dimensional scale. We have the orifeme that were in harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. And the azurites were in that same dimensional frequency band, the same harmonic. Going up further, out of density a little bit more, up further, we had the Anahazi. They're from dimensions 7 through 9. You go up to the next harmonic, a little bit less dense matter. You get into the Elohai Emerald Order. Now, this is not the same thing as the Elohim. The Elohim were a digressive version of those. You hear a lot about Elohim sometimes in ancient texts and those kind of things. So originally, the human line came out of the, on harmonic 5, dimensions 15, 14, and 13, we were the Melchizedek, Cloister, Brenoa. Now these are not even, this is a state of being not even in form yet. It's antimatter. It is a scalar consciousness, radiation, consciousness as pure conscious radiation. Okay. Melchizedek Cloister is the lineage we came out of from harmonic 5. From harmonic 4, we went into the Elohai Emerald Order, where we started to go into density, into the prematter liquid light densities. From there, we moved down into harmonic 3, the Lyran Syrian, then to harmonic 2 with the Azurite. You take the Azurite and combine it with the Anahazi, and you end up with an Orpheum, and that's the seed race that the original human was put into. The original human was called the Turanisi, and it was created on a planet called Tara, which is the same place of Earth, but it's the Earth of the past and also the Earth of the future. The Earth in harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, is referred to as Tara. The Earth in harmonic 3, dimensions 7, 8, and 9, is referred to as Gaia. So in the New Age movement, you hear a lot about Tara, Gaia, what is this place anyway? They're all different harmonics of matter manifestation of the same planet. We're on the first level of density. So that I wanted you to understand the differences there between the harmonics. So this is the basic human lineage, and it's a very, very ancient race. There's a hybrid strain created by taking the Orpheum and combining it with the Cloister race. This created a DNA strand template of 24 to 48 strand potential. Not just the diamond sun. It had the diamond sun in it, but it could transmute further, completely out of the time matrix. It could fully master, if all those codes were activated, the full amount of consciousness of what's called an ultra-terrestrial, which is beyond space-time and matter. And I don't know, some of you were in the lecture I had before, I showed the energy matrix, beyond dimensionalization. These are the levels of consciousness that correspond to the levels of consciousness beyond dimensionalization. So the hybrid type is really it's an Orpheum hybrid, and today they call them indigo children. That's what an indigo child is. It not only has the 12-strand DNA template of the original human, it holds the potential of 24 to 48 strands. This is important when we come to Earth grid mechanics, because there's a part of the sciences of physics that our scientists haven't identified yet. But we are bioelectric units. We are conduits, and our DNA is a conduit to run energy from the interdimensional spectrum down into the Earth. A being that can hold 24 to 48 frequencies of energy, of consciousness, has the power to directly affect the planetary scalar grids and change them. And that's why there are a fleet of indigos coming in to help recode these planetary grids so this place doesn't go into bullshit. And it's not going to. They're doing very, very well with it. It started 100 years ago because they knew this time frame was coming. They didn't know exactly how to go, but they were preparing with the indigos coming in 100 years ago, and progressively more and more coming in. So now we have another type of starseed that we're aware of, the indigo child, the Orpheum. These are the elder races. These are the founder race humans. When an Orpheum incarnates, it doesn't incarnate from the 3rd through 6th dimension. A regular root race person would incarnate somewhere between the 3rd and 6th dimension. That means your consciousness was at one of those dimensional levels, and that's where it went into fetal integration from. With the indigo imprint, the minimum that dimension it will incarnate from is D13. So they hold large amounts of consciousness in the body. That's where they can access a lot of information. And they also, being on the planet, through that critical mass that I've talked about before, they directly affect the acceleration rate of the DNA of everything on the planet. So they've come here to help humans get the 12 strand back, and then you can work on getting the higher strand content back. All right, so the Emerald Order Orpheum are basically what we call them. I just refer to them as the Emerald Order or the Indigos. Indigo children, though, there's a lot of misunderstanding about that word in the New Age movement because they identify them basically with ADD and all that kind of stuff. That's an indigo that's having a problem grounding. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, the indigo imprint is called the Emerald Sun. The Emerald Sun DNA matrix, because the Emerald Order is a very ancient name. It's a translation of an ancient name that had to do with certain frequencies coming out of the ultra-terrestrial levels of consciousness beyond manifestation. So they're known as the Emerald Order. And so the DNA is kind of called the Emerald Sun. It's just points of reference. They name them these things, so we have a way to categorize them, and a way to identify the differences between the DNA templates. Okay? All right, and another thing here I want to mention. These are the primary Grail lines, or the Christ jig lines. They were here long before the Christ story started, but Christ was one of the Emerald Order Orpheum. He was an indigo child. He had full 12 strands activated, and he had the ability to, if he needed to, activate 24 to 48. So there was a line of children that came from the Christed families that through the Council of Nicaea and a bunch of other groups, and the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, they edited out much of the family lines of the Christ, so nobody would know that there were descendants left behind. And there are, and there still are. There may be many people in this room that may be part of the Christ lives. It simply means you have a DNA imprint that will allow you to anchor and bring into full embodiment at least 12 dimensions of consciousness. Because what's called Christ consciousness, which we'll talk about, actually I talk about it very deeply in that little handout that you can get. I explain very clearly what Christ consciousness really is. It's not just a concept, and it's not just a spiritual feeling. It's both of those, but it is also a physics reality. It is an integration of full 12th dimensional consciousness into an embodiment. That's what Christ had. That's what he was trying to tell us about. So there's a lot of validity to the ancient stories, but they took out the guts. They took out the science by which we could understand. They took out the tangible structure of the soul. That was the roadmap. That's why it's being given back now. Okay, can we go on to the next one? Am I going too fast? Great. Sometimes I remind myself of a record on 78. Okay, now, there's a secondary gray line that emerged about 248,000 years ago. It was actually permitted to occur here. It was a hybridization program permitted here to assist the human races and the human cloister races that had become contaminated earlier by Anunnaki forced hybridization programs. The Anunnaki are a Syrian race that have digressive gene codes. They can't go any higher than D11. Most of them are D9. So they only have 9 to 11 strand templates. That, when you interbreed something with that strand template with something with a higher, eventually it will bring down the higher strand template. And that's what happened to a lot of the root races and some of the cloister races here. They got contaminated with the Anunnaki hybridization programs, and they lost their own template. They no longer had the 12-strand potential, and that caused a lot of problems, and they're still going on. So there was another race that was created that combined an ancient race called the Nephilim, which was actually from the second seeding. There were big wars fought over this one. The Nephilim were Anunnaki that came down and interbred with human females and created a race that in the Bible was called the race of giants that terrorized human beings, and they were literally kicked off the planet, and there were wars fought. And this was in the second seeding, more than 800,000 years ago. So what was done, because the Nephilim imprint has part Anunnaki and part human, the highest of both, we were allowed to bring them back in an agreement to help the other Earth humans that had the Syrian Anunnaki contamination in their coding. These were a little bit different because they weren't regular Nephilim that had something called a reverse matrix, where actually the scalar patterns are running in reverse so they could not plug into the higher consciousness. They were a Nephilim version that combined with an Elohim matrix, these are families of consciousness very high up that, there will be books on that, but I'm not even trying to go into it. But when you combine the Elohim that had its coding pretty well intact with the Nephilim imprint, it created a race that could be brought in here that could be hybridized into the Anunnaki human strains that were digressing and bring them back up. This is where the story of the two Christs came from, because there were two Christs, but it started long before Christ, before the Christ period. And when the first Christ was born in 12 BC, we call him Joshua 12, he was the one that came in as an indigo child and had the full 12-strand coding. There was another one born in 7 BC that came in, he was part Nephilim. These were the Nephilim race lines that were meant to help the evolution of the humans that had the Anunnaki code digression. And it's called the Ruby Sun DNA matrix. It has 9 to 11 strands. It doesn't go as high as the 12-strand pattern. It's the step in between to get the people who had very digressive gene codes in that in-between step where they could transfer over to hold the 12-strand pattern. That's where the second Christ lines came in. So there are two Grail lines, and there are descendants of both of them running around with us today. And that's one of the things that visitors look for, because they're looking for this coding to amp up their own hybridization programs. Okay? So if we can understand a little bit about this visitor, then this has been going on for ages. It's not new. Sure.
The Nephilim have been seen in Israel again. Recently,
yes.
The what?
Some of them are coming back.
Israel.
And usually the ones that are coming back in are the ones from Nibiru, because they're part of the Anu takeover agenda. They're pretending they're our creator guys. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to get back on this. I will probably try to save questions for the end, because I want to get to the guts of this, which is just showing you the roadmap to your parts, so you can start playing with them and remembering they're there. And it'll be then it's all in your hands. You'll be fine once you realize how easy it is. So anyway, These are the race lines. We have another group is a hybrid race that has up to an 11-strand potential, but the codes are running in reverse. It's called a low-little son DNA matrix. It's out of the Anu Elohim matrix. This is where you get all the stories of the ancient Anu, the god Anu, and all the stories about Anu and that kind of stuff that's coming up out of the Sumerian thing. This is also the same matrix that these days, this DNA calls itself Jehovah. So this is the line of, when you read the Bible and it talks about Jehovah, they put that word in there, okay? And that's scary for a lot of people, because a lot of people think that it's a real whole full, that's it, that's the name of God, and if you don't call God Jehovah, then you're not worshiping God, and that's not the way it is. That is a twist that was put in there to mislead us into worshiping Anu, which is a matrix of consciousness that severed itself from the higher levels and wanted to play Creator God. So there are higher things. They took our sacred teachings and they twisted them. That's what's so aggravating. That infuriated me, because I remember my incarnations of being a part of these ascension teams and slaving over manuscripts and trying to bring them through like I'm not doing it now, and to watch what they've done with it. That's why I teach with zeal. When I teach about the spiritual stuff, I know it works, I know it's real. I was part of it for thousands of years. So were you. You can remember just like that. And then these guys aren't going to play games with us anymore. They're playing games again. They're contacting certain members, particularly incarnate members of their matrices, their starseeds, trying to get them to run their agenda without telling them what that agenda is. And that's why we're exposing what the agendas are, because nobody else is. They're playing games behind the scenes. They're saying, oh, we're your family, follow us, we'll teach you this, we'll teach you that. But they're not revealing what the core agenda is behind it. So somebody has to, and that's why the Elohai are coming in. That's why the Emerald Order is coming in and saying, well, you don't have to believe us. And you're welcome to believe anything that talks to you from anywhere, from some big heavy spaceship. But it might be worth considering, what we're telling you too. So it's a personal opinion, whatever you want to choose to believe. All right, with the Elohim, the Anu Elohim hybrids, there are races of beings that have been here. They came up through the Knights Templar lines that you hear about in history. They were a group of them, but they started, a long time before that. The worst ones we're having a real problem with are, let's see, are they on here? Yeah, the Black Sun DNA matrix. These are the reptilian human hybrids they look like humans, but in the substrand DNA matrices, they have draconian codes. Now, draconians are a different matrix of consciousness. They're not out of the Elohai or the Elohim. They're out of a family of consciousness up in the non-densities. They're just called the Seraphi. And just like the Elohai had certain fallen members that were called the Elohim, the Seraphi had fallen members called the Seraphim. So the Seraphim lines were the reptilian lines. They're responsible for a lot of the reptile creatures around. Some of them are fine if they're connected to the Seraphi matrix. But the ones of the Seraphim, just like the Elohim, broke their connection to their higher levels because they wanted to play creator gods. When we're dealing with the Black Sun DNA human hybrids here, we're dealing with incarnate members of the Seraphim draconian matrix. But once they get in human form, they're very controlled up there. They don't get free will. They don't treat them that way. Once they're in human form, if any of you happen to be incarnates of that matrix, you don't have to play that game anymore. That's what they don't want you to know. Because if any of their people down here knew what the game really was, they'd be out of there in a second and say, fine, I'm glad I'm reptilian, I'm proud of it, but you know what, I don't like your agenda. I'll choose freedom. And that's the choice we all have. This is why it's important to realize at least some of the history of the DNA coding that's involved the human lineage. So we can start to understand, what are these visitors doing here? Why are they here? Why are contactees chosen and others not chosen? There are answers to those questions in the lies in the DNA. Okay, let's see. All right, the one thing that I'd always want to stress is, even if you happen to be a person who has some of the digressive strains, bioregenesis techniques, the techniques that they're bringing in with using internal scalar grid mechanics, directing it with your own consciousness, you can begin to repair your template. No matter what's done to it, it can be reversed. Anything in a human form still has a dormant imprint somewhere of the original potential for 12-strand pattern. It's kind of like a hologram. The little parts will always contain the imprint of the whole somewhere in there. So it's always a potential to choose to consciously evolve. Say, okay, I'm going to figure out what I am. I'm going to open up to my higher parts of my own identity and find out what I'm connected to and what I need to do next. It's conscious evolution that the Elohim or Elohim matrix is trying to get us to become aware of. We can flip. Okay, primary hybrid types is just a quick, recap of it in a little bit clearer form. We have the diamond suns, the oyster race humans, the emerald suns, and the ruby suns. They're the ones working the emerald order agenda. Okay, the pro-human, help humans evolve back to their original potential agenda. You have the Belil stones, and there's several different versions of these. You have the Templar stones, which are 11-strand Nephilim reverse matrix. You have the low Belil that we talked about. There's several different types in there, including some of the Anunnaki strains. These are all Anunnaki strains. High Belil was actually, these weren't too bad. They were Nephites. It was another hybridization experiment sent a long time ago. I think J.J. Hurtak talks about the Nephites and the return of the Nephites in his Kizvinan book. And they were, again, a hybridization experiment trying to help the people with the reptilian coding to get back online with the ascension path. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about DNA codes that go directly into correspondence with what dimensional levels of consciousness you can pull into the body. And the more dimensional levels of consciousness you pull into the body, progressively less dense the body matter gets, because it changes the angular rotation of particle spin on the particles. There's a whole process here. It's a science. It's a science of ascension. And this was the standard science for millions of years, and it still is the standard science in most other universal systems. We have been in quarantine down here, and it's about time we came out of it. So this is what I'm talking about. We have a potential that the only thing we hear about these days is some kind of lame promise that religions promise us, but for 2,000 years they've been promising, and everybody's still here. It hasn't worked. The promises alone don't do it. You need to understand the mechanics involved, and that's what we're bringing through. Okay, and then we have the black stones, which are the Draconians, and there's several different versions of them. The Nephilim are the ones that are the hybrids in human form. They're humans walking around with reptilian coding, and they're the ones that some of them can shapeshift. And I've heard like reports of people saying, gosh, my father turned around and I swear to God, he was a reptile. And then he turned around again, he wasn't. I'm scared to death of my father. I've had people say this to me. In fact, I remember Linda Howe, when Howe had talked to me once, and she said, do you know anything about this stuff? Because I had like several people call me this week and tell me this really bizarre thing, and they don't know each other. They're completely different people. They're talking about the Nephilim races. And these are the people, when we talk about the secret government and the people that are messing with us, the one world order, these are the guys that are behind it. These are the guys that were behind the Council of Nicaea. They were behind the Spanish Inquisitions. They were behind the burning of the Cathars. They were behind the destruction of the Templars. Anybody that had any information about the way ascension really worked or about the two Christs, they made sure they got rid of. Real Christian folks these were. Burn them. Figure it out later. Maybe they're not well, too bad. At least get rid of them, then we don't have to worry about it. We have been conned here in our civilization into believing things that are not true. And the things that were true, that were our heritage, were taken away from us. And it's about time we found out so we can choose what we're going to believe. And we can reclaim, if we want to, what's ours, which is the genetic potential to experience the ascension. And it's also the same process by which you block electromagnetic pulse frequencies that are going to try to put you under mind control. Spiritual development is a science, and it creates scientific results in your biofields that will create immunity to all the nonsense the negative agendas are running here. That's why they don't want you to know this. You know this, you're going to be a free man or woman. You're going to be a free person. You're going to be self-sovereign, and no being, I don't care if it's a president, a king, a dictator, or an ET, is going to govern you once you learn to find the master within and govern yourself. Okay, let's see. Okay, and here again, the word sound refers to the DNA template. Okay, there's another little thing I want to point out. Here's a little twist. You get this a lot in the channel groups. They say, council of so-and-so. This is the council of so-and-so. They use numbers. Okay. They use numbers to describe them. Council 12, council 24, or council does that. People are figuring, oh, well, there's 24 people on this council, or there's 9 people on this council. Nope. It's a little code that they're using. It's actually their signature. Council of 9, for instance, would be such as the 9-strand guys right here. It would be the Axios, Pleiadian, Nephilim, Dracos that come in from Nibiru. The ones that are the Nephilim that somebody said that were, they have been seen recently, walking around on Earth, the giants. They have the 9-strand pattern. Council of 9. Council of 12 is a Turanicium original human council. Council of 24 is an Emerald Order Orpheum Council. So when you see these references in some of the channel stuff or the ET stuff that's out there, this is what they're talking about. They're giving little clues as to who they really are without telling you anything, unless you know the codes. This is one of the little secret codes, okay? Let's see, we need to clue about this. Okay, let's see, can we bring that down so I can see the top? Yeah, here we go, okay. This diagram is used to chart DNA templates. It's not what they look like if you look at them under a very powerful microscope. It's the pattern they use to be able to spread them out, because it's all in the same place. It all will manifest in a double helix because of the polarity that you have from the D12 on down. You have polarity, so you have a double helix, a base electrical and a base magnetic helix. The 12-strand diagram is used to show placement of strands, and when they get really into it, when they're really mapping DNA, talk about mapping DNA, our scientists should check this stuff out. It is extremely sophisticated. There are basically 12 primary codes or substrands in each strand, and then there are many, many codes built up upon those. So there are layer upon layer of scalar patterns, frequency patterns, that hold levels of consciousness into the body that create the template that your particles progressively build up matter density upon. So we all have one of these. Now this one is the 12-strand DNA matrix, I believe. Yes, yes, 12 dimensions of consciousness can embody in a form that has this template, once this template is activated. Okay, can we go to the next one? This stuff you can read when you do the paperwork on it, because it really was applied to other things. Now, this is the 24-strand. It's called the double diamond, but it's actually one of the emerald sun matrices. We were breaking them down even further in this other program we did on indigo children. But the double diamond is also one of the emerald sun, indigo imprints. So it's 24-strand DNA matrix. There are 24 strands instead of the 12, and each of those would have their levels of coding. That type of being can hold 24 levels of consciousness into a body. Okay, can we put the next one? This is the High Council Emerald Orb. That is a type 1 indigo child. It's 48-strand potential. They don't come in with it activated. It will activate if they need it to run energy through the planetary grids, because if they stayed activated on that level the whole time, they'd blow the planet up. You couldn't have more than 5 beings with this coding fully activated, running that amount of energy through their bodies on the planet without literally crashing the planetary grids. So there, people coming in on these imprints, on these birthing biological imprints, these are done by contract. They're appointed, and they only come in on planetary service missions. You don't just joyride in an indigo imprint because it might be neat to experience. You'll get your personal stuff, but you're here to do something that affects the race evolution. So that's what really having these imprints available for biology down here is for. It's for when there's crisis or when there's digression is happening. They will bring in imprint, beings with the imprints like these to begin amping up again the race gene code potential, so we don't lose the 12-strand potential here. So the root races have a chance to become what they were intended to be in the first place. Okay, if we can go on to the next one. Okay. Now, just to show the difference, see the darker coloring on this one? This is the Templar Sun, 11-strand reverse DNA matrix. That's the Nephilim, one of the types of Nephilim. They have strands missing, because everything is supposed to come in sets of 12. The manifestation patterns come down in sets of 12. Like when you incarnate, for instance, you come in cycles of 12. One of you implies 11 more. And it's a base 12 mathematical system all the way up in the harmonics. So this would be the Nephilim imprint. The coding in the strands does not allow for strand fusion, which means in the normal imprints, when they activate, the strands in a normal 12-strand pattern will begin to fuse together, and the codings here will merge with here and change to a different coding, which progressively changes the density level of the cellular structure. When you get into the Nephilim, they can't undergo strand fusion any more than to second density. So they could ascend up into harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, but they could not biologically take their body any further than that. Their consciousness can be stationed up in the higher dimensions, up to dimension 11. What this creates for them is an overlord consciousness stuck up in D11 that manipulates this little puppet down here. And unfortunately, the little puppet down here is a person who doesn't realize what's happening with its gene code, that kind of thing. So the Nephilim have a lot of problems, just like the Anunnaki or the Anu humans have a lot of problems. We have these levels of consciousness. They do direct us. They'll either do it consciously or unconsciously, but when you integrate it, you realize it's you. Okay? All right, so that's the Nephilim imprint, 11-strand reverse. You go next one, please? Okay, this is the Blue Sun, 10-strand, part reverse DNA matrix. It has part of the dark strands and part of the light. That means some of them can plug in and some of them can't. It's still an evolutionary problem. They cannot undergo cellular transmutation beyond second density, for instance, 4, 5, and 6. These guys that have these messed up matrices are stuck in time. They can't completely stand back out into non-form, which is the original form that all consciousness emerges out of. So it's a problem of evolution becoming stuck in time. You have to either regain your connection to the perpetual supply of energy coming from source. If If you sever that connection and your DNA template can't hold it anymore, you become finite unless you suck energy off other things that have energy coming through them. So the matrices of consciousness that have these problems, the biologies that have these problems, create beings who have a consciousness that needs to suck energy off other people or other planetary systems. They use people, and they do it as instinct because they need it to survive. What they really need is bioregenesis. But it all depends on whether they're willing to work with the law of one or not, whether they're willing to say, I won't violate any other races. That's where these problems started, where beings up in the higher levels decide they want to be creator gods, and they wanted to manipulate and exploit, and that is not, that doesn't work within the natural laws of universal physics or the natural laws of spirituality. And they made choices to sever themselves from the rest of creation in order to try to control things and manipulate things. So that's how they ended up in these predicaments in the first place. We're going to switch that. I'm going to go through sort of fast. This is another one of the digressive matrices. It's a 9-strand reverse DNA matrix. This is the 666 pattern. This is why it's called that. It has to do with the 6th code and the 6th strand being taken out. It's very specific. It's in the Mente book, Voyager's Secrets of Mente. This pattern is explained. That was the original meaning of the 666. It was a band, a genetic band that was put on some of the Nephilim races, the Draconian Nephilim. There were Nephilim that got involved with the Draconian and made their clothes worse. They're the ones that came in and were forcing breeding on females, on human females. And they created the higher races, the higher guardian races, literally created a ban on them coming here. They could come here, but they couldn't interbreed anymore because they put in what's called a DNA seal. They blocked purposely certain strands within the race morphogenetic field that controls the whole template for their race, and they blocked it until they would stop abusing other forms because they were coming in here and they were raping women and they were making them have babies to populate the earth with their kind so they could take over for the Draconian matrix. So the 666 seal is sign of the beast. They're back, and that's a lot of what was referred to in the biblical teachings. They took a lot of what it meant out, but they were referring to the races, the sign of the beast. These were the beasts, and unfortunately, they're very pretty, a lot of them. They're rather tall. They can be anywhere from about 7 to 11. I've seen some of them, but usually the ones that contact are about 7 feet tall. Many of them are beautiful blondes. They have platinum blonde hair and the most beautiful faces, and they're sweet and soft-spoken and seem oh so spiritual. They can run a con like you've never seen. They like to tell you that you were aged once upon a time, and that because they enhanced you genetically, look what you became. And they're coming back to raise you up higher. No, they're coming back to hijack your evolution. They didn't create you in the first place. So this is one of the cons that's being run. The New Age movement is the big space where this is being run. A lot of their angels are actually these guys, the angels communicating and channeling. These days, when an angel says it wants to talk to you, ask for its resume. Be polite, but ask for its resume. Ask it questions. Don't just assume it's something, it is what it says it is. Give it some tests. And you can do that better when you know where your parts are and where your higher dimensional levels are, and you can integrate those. Okay, this is the Black Sun, classic Black Sun reptilian times in reverse. This is what the Nephilim are running around with. It's the template of the guys that did the Cathar executions and the Council of Nicaea, and the guys that are running the secret government now here that had signed the treaties with the Zetas and then got their karma back by having the Zetas sign the treaties with the Dracos, and now they're under control of the Dracos and they don't really want to be. So that's where you're getting all the problems in the Illuminati factions now. Most of the Illuminati factions are out of this DNA imprint. They're humans, but their substrand matrices are coded to this. They don't have the 12-strand pattern potential. They can go through bioregenesis to get it back, but most of them would care less. They're more interested in running control agendas. But if you ever know of anybody that thinks it might be on, they want to do bioregenesis, send them my way. I'll be glad to teach them. Because we have negative agendas. But the people and the beings involved, it's ignorance, not evil. They're not evil. They're ignorant to the law of one, to the natural law of physics, universal, unified field physics, that allows everything to function harmoniously. They get trapped in control agendas and they don't know how to do it any better. They think they have to survive by dominating other races. They need healing, is what they need. They're still part of us because we all came out. This little paper I have over there, a 7-pager, explains some very interesting things about where we all came out of the common source. So we are much more related to these beings, all of us. all beings in the universe are much more related than most people realize. And that paper will get into that, so I don't have to do a 20-minute one on that. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Humans are chosen for visitor contact. This is important to know. About 90% of all contemporary Earth humans who are being contacted by visitors are of the three primary ancient human hybrid starseed race lines. Either the gray lines, which would be the emerald, the diamond, the ruby sun DNA templates, or the Ano Elohim, which would be the Belil sun templates, which included the Templar template, or the Nephilim reptilian black sun templates. There's a few others and like crosses between them in there. They're the three primary contactees. If you're a contactee, there's a very, very good chance that you fit into one of these categories. There's a very good chance you might be one of the messianic lines. They call them messianic, they call them Christ lines, they call them grail lines, whatever you want to call them. The ones that have the ascension. Okay. Humans are chosen for visitor contact. This is important to know. About 90% of all contemporary Earth humans who are being contacted by visitors are of the three primary ancient human hybrid starseed race lines. Either the gray lines, which would be the emerald, the diamond, the ruby sun DNA templates, or the Ano Elohim, which would be the Belil sun templates, which included the Templar template, or the Nephilim reptilian black sun templates. There's a few others and like crosses between them in there. They're the three primary contactees. If you're a contactee, there's a very, very good chance that you fit into one of these categories. There's a very good chance you might be one of the messianic lines. They call them messianic, they call them Christ lines, they call them grail lines, whatever you want to call them. The ones that have the ascension potential. And anybody can get it back if you do biogenesis, but some are born with it, so it activates faster if you have it. It helps to know if you happen to be out of the Nephilim reptilian line, that does not mean you have to buy their nonsense. That does not mean you have to honor their agenda. You can very politely decline, say, guess what, I got aware, I don't have to do this. And you can learn to take control of your biofields, and then they can't control it. Then you wait till they heal, you can help them heal, but you get yourself together and heal first. Okay, let's see. Talk about that a minute. Okay, 4 primary groups of visitors. There's 3 agendas and 4 primary groups. You have the Grail line, Emerald Order, Elohai, and the Ruby Order, Nephilim, Elohim. Then you have the Belil Sun, Ano Elohim, and the Seraphim, Draconian, Black Suns. So there's 2, that you have those 2 Grail lines running. One of them is an Anunnaki Nephilim Grail line that's meant to help people with that coding, and the other is the original primary Grail line. So they're the 4 primary groups, and right now there are 3 agendas running. These 2 groups, the Grail line groups, are working on upholding the Emerald Covenant and helping humans to get out of this predicament. The other 2 are running control agendas, and they're fighting with each other as well. So that's going to be the saving grace of all of it. They're going to conquer themselves by division, because right now there's all sorts of rearranging and fighting all the way up the dimensional scale between these matrices. It's all about who's going to control the planet when we go through the Stargate opening cycle, and who's going to control the races from that point forward. If it goes well, which it probably will, humans will simply get control back over themselves, the way it was intended to be. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the Diamond Sun agenda is the one that's running the Emerald Order, just so when I refer to that, you know what I mean. See? See, when I do little ones like this is meant for you, basically for you to read. So I scan them real quick and just touch on, things I want to plug in. But you want in-depth, then, read the text is worth it. Okay, all right, this is good stuff. We start claiming your right to choose what not to do in visitor contact. Okay, there's a lot of things you can do, but there's certain things we really advise not to do if you want to retain your freedom of choice. One of those things is don't be naive and think that all contact is beneficial. Don't view visitors as our creator gods, as our space parents or our saviors. Okay, this is where a lot of people get into trouble. Just because they're more advanced right now, a lot of people are conditioned into thinking we're lowly, pathetic beings, and they're so much more majestic than we are, they're more godly than we are, we have to listen to them. It isn't that at all. They might be at a higher stage of evolution in certain areas, but many of them, even though they can do holograms before your eyes and do magic like you wouldn't believe, are not even as spiritual as humans are. Just because they can do magic tricks does not mean that they're spiritually pure or that their motives are pure. There's a little saying in some of the spiritual groups out there that the light can deceive, but the sound tells the truth. The sound is the vibration, the undercurrent of energy. Because you can make a hologram and make it look like anything. There's the energy signature behind it, that scalar template behind it, that you can learn to feel and sensitize to, that's where you will find the truth. And when you're dealing with people who do holographic insert technology like these guys, you need to learn to feel it out. Some of the best things to do are look at it, say, that's interesting, close your eyes, and then just move your body through it, feel it. And what you get hit with in the heart chakra, or what you start to feel in your body, it's telling you something. It might not be negative, it might be something in your own field that needs to get cleared out. So there's a lot of sensitizing things you need to learn to do. And you'll learn, if you want to, the technologies are there to learn. Okay, let's see. Yeah. You gotta realize, the answer to this one is you realize that we can be equally as powerful, majestic, and wise once we have our spiritual maturity through activating our DNA strings. Our potential is actually greater than many of theirs. That's why they don't want us to reach our potential, because we will have more power, awareness, and connections up in high places than they do. All right? Second thing you really don't want to do is expect human experts in government, religion, psychiatry, medicine, etc. to save you. They may be able to help you, to try to comfort you, to try to listen. But they don't have the answers either, unless they happen to be going for the last number of years on spaceships getting conscious training. People that are having contact, very intensive contact, that are being trained by groups that really care about humans. These are the people that have most of the information right now. These are the people that could be you a year from now, if you want to make contact and to begin working with it. Okay? The Guardian Alliance, for the first time during this conference, has begun processes of contact protocol. I'm supposed to teach other people that want to get in contact with them. They've never done that before. It was always just us. And it was beginning to be a big burden, because there's just too much that has to be done and too much that has to be taught. So people that want to contact them, that we're going to give a technique, tonight we're going to run through it again, what we're going to do in the field. You can also do it at home to begin personal contact with the Emerald Order, if you so choose to do that. If you choose to do it, there is no obligation. They're not control matrix. Your free will is respected. In fact, they will not intervene unless they are asked. The only ones they intervene with directly are the ones that are incarnate members of their matrix directly. That's where they might initiate contact with you. I had contact clear through because I remember incarnating out of their matrix. Some people maybe have contact with them already. And if they initiated it with you first, it's probably because you're one of them incarnate. And you just haven't fully awakened yet because the DNA is not fully activating it. Okay, so don't expect to be saved. We have to learn how to save ourselves here. It's really not that hard, okay? Now, they have a little more knowledge than we do. Our experts here have a little more knowledge than we do regarding the realities of contact. We need to become our own experts, and we can do this by finding the inner master, the master within. It has to do with our higher dimensional levels of consciousness that connect us directly to source. We have our own conduit. All right, another thing is don't become dazzled and seduced by the glamours that visitor contact. They can present themselves as angels. They can present themselves as Elvis. They can present themselves as anything they want to get your goat. Okay? If you happen to have a visitor manifest, and you have to feel this out. Do I feel like this is trying to control me? Is it really doing what it's saying? Or do I feel like someone's trying to control my energy here? You have to learn to feel this out. Because they can tell you sweet words. They can do amazing things and make wonderful things manifest before your eyes. A lot of you go, wow, the gods are here. There are some real ET groups out there that I feel bad for these people. The Elohim are really running around in circles. They are literally in like this space trance where they're just in daze mode all of the time because they're so tuned into the higher frequencies, they have no idea that they're being hijacked right out from under themselves. So you gotta be aware that, okay, it may be cool what they can do, and they may be good guys, and like, wow, you can grow up to do that too. Once you activate it, then you get to be 12 strength and ability and stuff. So don't be overly impressed by demonstrations of things. We're trained in our culture to be impressed by the outside of things, to look at an image and, oh, that's a beautiful person. It may be Jack the Ripper in that body, but if it's handsome, it's wonderful. It's a very good time to start looking to the inside of things and seeing what's in there rather than making value judgments about how we'll react to something from what's on the outside. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Do not engage contact before you've learned how to frequency seal your personal multidimensional bioenergetic field. Which simply put is, please learn the Mahara seal technique to be able to protect your fields. And part of this learning is learning simply the structure of your anatomy. It helps a lot when you're a little kid to learn about your internal organs and those kind of things. So like if it's time to go to the bathroom or something, not this mysterious magical process that's happening, you know you have a bladder in there. Okay, there's a real process that goes with it. By learning your anatomy, your multidimensional anatomy, it becomes that simple. Oh, I'm getting this sensation. I know what this means. This means I do this. So it becomes just as normal and logical as what we associate with physical body processes. That's why we're teaching. That's why the Emerald Order is moving in this direction with their teachings. Rather, we've not even hardly at all focused on my contact history or what I've done. I gave you guys a little bit of it because you're a UFO group. But usually we're right into the teachings that people can apply immediately. Okay, let's see. And the big one is, don't succumb to fear, feeling powerless and victimized. That is what they feed right into. You can look something scary in the face. You have two choices. You can choose to be terrified, or you can choose to remember you have an eternal self. You have a master within. It's part of your own consciousness. Nobody's jerking your strings around. It's you at a higher level of awareness. It's not stuffed into a little body that blocks out that awareness. If you know you have that part of yourself, you have ultimate power. No matter what. This is when we had the panel earlier, they say, well, are you afraid of death? Not at all. I am not at all. In fact, sometimes like, go ahead and make my day. It's a lot nicer up there. And I wouldn't be able to incarnate back in time, so, but I won't get out of that lucky again. And I won't be that lucky to leave early. I have to see the drama through. You get a power by knowing the rest of yourself that no matter what anybody throws at you to intimidate you, you don't get scared anymore. You become absolutely fearless. It's an amazing feeling. You could go into a combat situation, people with guns and all those things, and know one of two things. Either I am completely divinely protected and I will not be harmed, or if I do get killed, it was my time to go and I have better things to do when I get to the other side. You'll find a peace in the face of fear, and you will just feel the presence of your whole self. And it is the same presence that people call God, because you're a part of that God consciousness, which I get into more in detail in that little package that you can pick up on all that. But you need to know your power. That's the key to all of this. That's the remedy, is the solution. Even the guys in the government, the one world order guys, they don't want you to know this. The funny thing, they don't even know this. If they knew this, they wouldn't be trying to get power off everybody else, because they realize they have power themselves. We have power to manifest. Once we get past the little nonsense of trying to not let anybody else take our power, then we can get into the good stuff, like we have the power to actually manifest things like you'd like to see them. But that's later. First, you got to get your field integrity and get rid of the fear and look at the drama first. We will be teaching manifestation technique eventually too. Let's see. All right, so we're done with that one. This is posturing yourself for empowerment and contact. View yourself as an equal to any visitor. I don't care how big they are, how important they are, what title they have, and you know what this applies to humans too. I don't care if it's the President of the United States. I don't care if it's the Pope. Respect them as a fellow being. Honor that. Honor the job they're doing, and if they're doing a good job of it, double honor them. But do not consider yourself as lesser or lower than them. You have divine potential just as much as anything else in the universe. We are all created out of the consciousness of God. Okay, if you want to put it in spiritual terms, the energy that we are composed of that creates our consciousness, our conscious awareness, we are made of the units of the consciousness of God. We are all blessed beings, all blessed. All beings are blessed. If we could learn these things, we wouldn't have these power dramas. We wouldn't be impressed by presidents and popes and people who walk around with real important airs. We wouldn't feel little and insignificant compared to them anymore. We'd say, oh, you have ego problems and shit. Which isn't always true. Sometimes, see, leaders are born because sheep want leaders. When people act like sheep and they're more comfortable not taking responsibility for their own actions and finding out what's going on, they want somebody to do it for them, kind of like the perpetual parent concept. Some people just don't ever want to grow up and handle it themselves, so they will find a leader to represent their beliefs for them. That's what happened with Hitler. There were groups of people that were wandering sheep, and he focused that energy for them. They created him as much as he created them, the whole movement. So it's kind of a back and forth power struggle thing. Hold your own power, and you take yourself out of that framework. Okay. Yeah, hold your own power, decision, and authority over your evolutionary destiny. And again, this is dealing with anybody, ETs, government that's trying to do nasty things to you. Clergy that's telling you that you have to go to a priest to get his approval, to get God's approval. I am sorry. I respect priests. My uncle is a priest. And I respect the man for having a love of God and wanting to serve God. But you do not have to go to any other human being, ET, intermediary angel. You have the ability to make a direct connection source. And that's something that was taught in the early Christian churches before they destroyed the original books. The books of Enoch talked about that. The 6 books of process that were written by Joshua 12 talked about that. They also told you the ascension mechanics. Boy, and I see I made sure they got out there real fast. I think some of them are still holed up in certain places in Rome that I won't mention. Something to do with the catacombs, I believe. Okay. We need to be willing to take responsibility for our own conscious evolution and don't expect others, here, there, or anywhere, to do it for us. Because as soon as you decide, I'm going to let you chart my evolution, you're immediately putting yourself in a situation where somebody else is pulling your strings. You better hope they're nice. If you want to be sheep, choose your shepherds wisely. Make sure they know what they're serving. We all serve something. Choose well what you want to serve. Do you want to serve your own divine heritage, your own individual connection to Source God, that everything that has been used to manipulate us for thousands of years? Or do you want to serve a book that told you it was a certain way? Do you serve the written word of the law of God from 2,000 years ago that has been edited by the hands of man for 2,000 years? Or do you serve the living presence of the Spirit that lives and breathes through you? Which do you listen to? It's a hard choice that we're being faced with, particularly people who are religious in nature. Scientists are faced with another hard choice. What do I believe? I've been taught forever that anything I can't see, quantify, mathematically deduce, or put under a microscope and analyze is not real. Do you think it's an accident that science has evolved in a way that did not teach us interdimensional physics? Do you think it's an accident that they don't teach this as standard theory in the colleges that are breeding scientists? The government knows it. They're using interdimensional scalar technologies like HARP and a few other things. Why is it that the government can create all this neat stuff, but our scientists are just tripping over themselves trying to figure out if maybe there's a fourth dimension? Scientists have been duped just as much as spiritual people have been duped. And the duping has been by a group of humans who are connected to the stellar races, who are incarnates of the stellar races, that are trying to control here and keep us as stupid as possible, so we don't learn how it works. So you know what? When we learn how it works, it's complicated as all heck, but it's also beautifully simple. The real truth can be as complex as you want, but it can be as simple as a child would understand it. And that's when you get into unified physics, and when you get into the law of spirituality, it becomes beautifully, beautifully simple, and you can plug in any level of detail into it that you want. So, we gotta make a decision. If we're gonna be the authority, or some book, or some priest, or some science organization, or some government, who's gonna be the authority in your life? Who are you gonna serve? There's a song somebody sings that says, you're gonna serve somebody, baby. Who are you gonna serve? You know? Serve your own divine God connection, your spirit connection, that life force that moves through you. And even scientists have to admit, no matter how much they've been trained to believe none of this is real, where does your consciousness come from? You are conscious, right? You're sitting here perceiving, wondering about these things, right? Consciousness does not come from a haphazard electrical response from brain cells that happen to be structured that way, creating this phenomenon called conscious existence. Scientists need to start remembering their incarnational heritage. If they play with the DNA techniques a little bit, and they start to get these really weird experiences that don't fit into their theories, they will start to find themselves, and they'll start to redefine science and show what it really is. Same thing with spirituality. It's being redefined. It's all being redefined these days. And that's because we've been lied to for so long. At this point, if we continue to live under the lies, our species will not survive. We will not only be hybridized into something that we won't even be able to recognize, we will end up fragmented as consciousness down here, because eventually this planet will be destroyed by the processes that are being run here. So it's a big thing we're in the middle of these days. Okay. Be willing to learn the reality of the spiritual law of one and the scientific laws of the universal unified field of physics. Instead of taking a scientific assumption that, well, it's wrong until we prove it right, why don't we turn it around just for a minute? All you scientific guys, we need you out there. I don't have time to go reading all your stuff and then plugging the science I know into that. I need scientists who care enough to say, okay, maybe if we flipped it around and said, instead of trying to prove it wrong or say, I'll believe it exists when I see it, flip it around to, well, let's say it exists. I'm just not seeing it yet. If that were true, what would I look for? How would I plug in subatomic particles and muons, let's say, into cheilontic morphogenetic science and scalar templates? There are answers to these questions, and physicists are the ones with the jargon to do it. So I'm challenging any of you out there, please try it. We need the help. This will make it very real. When these sciences become the normal understanding, Humanity will reclaim its soul. We'll remember, oh, this is very true. It's not just a new paradigm some wacky person who says she's an E.T. hybrid is talking about. Okay. So if we're willing to learn more and willing to look at our paradigms and say, you know, there might be an awful lot missing, look where it has us so far. If we could remember where our race once used to be, when the cloister races were the dominant races here, and where they were very lovingly assisting the root races to evolve very rapidly. There were beautiful civilizations here with tremendous power, free energy power. There were no money systems. Money systems are a control system. It was not communal, it was not communist at all. It was called a synocracy, where each being had its own connection to source. Synocracy. Synchronicity put into a concept of social structure, where nobody told you what to do, but you would feel your connection to the whole. So people worked collectively in groups to help each other. People didn't compete with each other there, except for the Nephilim, because they want to control the planetary Templar. Those races ended up in wars because of the Nephilim races that were here. Okay, so if we're willing to learn, it will be worth it. Make remembering and operating from your spiritual center first priority in your life. More important than anything else in the world is your power base. Because without your power base, what are you? Powerless. If your power base is your spiritual, interdimensional, scientific, spiritual self, that needs to be first. Because no matter how much you love your children, or your husband, or your job, or your church, you are not going to be able to help them if you are disempowered. If you are falling apart or something is messing with you, you're not going to be able to help those people you love. You have to put your spiritual commitment before even the things you love most dearly out here. And then you will be able to serve those people and things to the absolute highest level possible. That's the little trick. Most people, mothers especially, and I'm a mother, it's really hard. Oh God, if I had to make a choice, I'd have to choose my children. Wrong answer. Those children have souls too. Okay? They're not all alone. You're not their sole protector in the universe. You're here to help them embody the rest of their soul. If you realize your soul and you choose to honor that first, you'll be guided. Your soul and the child's soul will communicate with each other to form the best situation here. Those kind of choices, if you find them, between spiritual life and like child or spouse, they're tests to see what your answer will be. And if you give the right answer, you get it all back. If you have to give up something like, you move out on your husband because you can't deal with your spirituality or something, or you move out on your wife because she can't deal with it, and it's all a bummer, you have to give all this up. You find if you just do it easily and let it go, it comes back at a higher level and it gets fixed. So that's a little spiritual trick, and as you go into spiritual development, that some things are levels of your own self-testing yourself, just to make sure you understand how it works. Once you do, the tests are no longer there. It gets easier as you go. Okay, how are we doing on time here? That's too bad. Good. Okay. 3:30 now. Realize that the rules of the visitor contact will become solved as we begin to understand the nature of our own eternal self. This is the key. There's a lot, and most of it's going to be in that 7-page thing, because that would probably have us going in a discussion just on that for the next 3 hours. It's going to tell us our real relationship to these visitors. And it's a very intimate one, and it gets into, we perceive time a little bit different than it really is. And when we begin to understand, this is why I want to teach you about the multidimensional structure of your own identity first, before I get into the stuff that's in that written thing. In fact, I think I'll let you take it home, and you can read it there. And then you can write to me if you have questions. Because I have a feeling it's going to, oh my God, it's not bad. It's just kind of a new concept that hasn't been around for about 10,000 years. It's coming out in new age movies a little, but it sounds very fairy when they do it. We show the kind of science involved with it, so it grounds it, makes it seem much more logical and real, as it is. Okay, we can change them. Yes, but right before the fun part, where I get into the graphs. Okay, I spent hours and hours making these silly graphs to make it easier for people to see the concepts I'm talking about, because I know I throw a lot of stuff at people and words, and they wear out. Pictures paint 1,000 words. Reclaiming your power, the tangible reality of your spiritual identity. Breathing into remembering the roadmap to the eternal self to integrate your multidimensional identity. We're going to show you the roadmaps, the basic framework that we're working on. Rediscover the 15-dimensional human anatomy and corresponding levels of mind. We're going to learn to direct the scalar wave electrotonal template of consciousness in time to reclaim the original 12-strand DNA pattern. That is what bioregenesis is about. Learning to use the mind to direct scalar waves. Thoughts are things. They generate electromagnetic frequencies. And electromagnetic frequencies have a correspondent under them, which is a scalar wave pattern. Because even the electromagnetic signatures have a smaller pattern underneath them. This is the level that science is not yet detecting. But eventually they will. And then we're all in trouble if they're still coming from the, one world order agendas that a lot of the government scientists people are plugged into. That's why I'm not giving you formulas right now. That's why I'm not showing you a whole bunch of things that plug the two sciences in together. This is for the people who are willing to work with it. They'll start getting the results. But most of the scientific community that's in the one world order will poo-poo this because it doesn't have the numbers that they're looking for. They're wanting the number formulas. And the Guardians told them when they tried to make contact, we won't give you the number formulas until you show us you're capable of handling that kind of power without destroying your planet. Right now, the Illuminati are in trouble. They're under Dracon control now, and they don't like it. If they had access to the number formulas that plugged in the science I'm talking about, scalar mechanics science, into their normal understanding of how science works, they would create World War III. Not with other human races. They would try to blow the Dracos and the Zetas out of D4 without realizing that to do that, they will crash the time grids here and bye-bye to the rest of us. So there's a reason why information is being withheld from the scientists. They were offered a choice. The Guardian Alliance had, on several occasions, from about 1940 on, attempted to contact them. They sent representatives in, secret meetings, the whole bit, offered them help, told them about the potential bullshit, offered to help. What they said was, you're going to give us weapons? They said, no, we're not going to give you weapons. We're going to give you spiritual teachings that you will learn how to behave in a way and handle your energy in a way that you don't need weapons. They didn't believe it. So they said, nah, we'll deal with the Dracons over here, or the Zetas over here, because they're giving us weapons and technology. Thanks, take a hike. That's what they told the Guardian races that came in. So we were sold out. Nobody asked us. I didn't see that on the ballots, the polls, which group of ETs do we want to deal with? Never put out there. Okay. So we're going to learn about how to plug in enough of the science to where we see where there's a system here. And there's a lot more to the system. You're going to be given enough that you can make it work inside your bodies. And that's what's most important. Because then the rest of yourself will guide you the rest of the way. And at the time when it's appropriate for the number formulas to be given here, for the concrete science that plugs in to be given here, it's going to be after 2017. After we see what happens as we go through now in 2017. Because it's so volatile right now, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Time is simultaneous, which means that everything already really happened, so we should know, except it works a little differently. There's something called probabilities. They're different time vectors out of the same moment point. Every moment point has a whole bunch of different time vectors coming out. It could be this one, it could be this one, it could be this one, it could be this one. Depending on what vibration rate the planet has will depend on what time vector it goes down. And right now, the vibrational rate of this planet and the consciousness of the people is shifting all over the place. So it's very, very difficult to detect between now and 2017 which precise future outcome we're moving toward. And we know which one we're trying to move toward, and it's doing pretty good so far. That's why I don't talk about being scary, because they're doing really well. The Guardian races are doing really well of getting the planetary grids together anyway. Okay, we're going to reopen to this with myself. Yes. Yeah, we're going to just touch on the bioregenesis technologies. When the Maharic seal that I taught you before to help seal your fields, that is the beginning of bioregenesis technologies. That's actually very powerful bioregenesis technology. It doesn't only protect you, it starts to activate your organic imprint for health. So it'll start from the inside out, recoding things that have been going wrong in the body. If it is used extensively with a lot of the other programs that they're progressively given, you can actually begin to either halt or begin to reverse the aging process. This is how strong this stuff is. This is the science of creation. It's the science of manifestation. And it has the potential. They used to regenerate organs with bioregenesis. You didn't have to worry about heart transplants. You just grow a new one. It was easy to do when they had the planetary grids activated for very strong free energy that they could then direct into the technologies of bioregenesis. And they had certain devices to amplify it and direct it. Light sound technologies. They're the technologies of the future, the ancient past. Through that, you can actually have the eternal body as normal. I guess that would be old after a while. Okay. So the solutions to the agendas that I talk about, the harmful ones, which I don't like to talk about too much, they are spiritual solutions because spiritual is a science. Okay? It's just as real as the stuff scientists are looking at here. It's just in a level of reality they're not looking at yet. So our solutions are spiritual, but that doesn't mean we're airy-fairy off in the clouds and being brainwashed by Elohim or something. Okay? Because there's a lot of that going on. if they're not teaching you mechanics, if you know people that are channeling the whole bit, and they have these great angels that are leading them around, ask the master angels why they're not teaching the mechanics of the bioenergetic field. Why aren't they teaching them this stuff? This is common knowledge in the higher universal fields. If they're so high, they either know it and they're purposely not teaching you, why might that be? Or they're not so high after all and they don't know it. These are the questions that people in the New Age movement need to ask. And if you know anybody in there, kind of gently, without getting them upset, try to get that awareness to them. Because they're being sucker punched right now. They're being taken and led down a road of ascension that doesn't lead to ascension because they're not giving them mechanics. Okay, maybe get into the fun.
Can you take a potty break?
You want to take a potty break? Then we'll get into the real fun stuff. I can go for hours. You want to take a 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Your long lost friends. It's called your body. It's called your interdimensional self. There's really a structure here. And again, it's all built on scalar templates. Scalar wave templates, standing waves, little flashing on and off points of frequency. Okay, now the first part, and I'm going to give you a crash course. We have done long workshops on these things and like different aspects of it. It's not something you're going to learn every part of overnight. And one part that gets directly into the very specific anatomy of the scalar templates is called the Cathara level. I'm not even going to throw that at you tonight. I'll just let you know that it's there. These are some of the outer levels of your anatomy to give you the basic structure so you start to understand the roadmap here. Then there are very intricate levels of the scalar templates that get into something called crystal seals, which control the body's particles and how they stay phase locked into dimensional bands, and how you can change that by releasing the seals so the body can shift the time continuum, aka time travel, or enter Merkaba. So it gets very, very intense, some of these things. I'm not going to throw all of that at you tonight. What I want to give you tonight is a basic understanding of the parts you're dealing with and you're walking around with on a daily basis. So once you know some of those parts, and you'll have these diagrams right in those packages, so you can take them home with you. A lot of them aren't published anyplace yet, because we just don't have time to get the books done. So at least you have the diagrams. I found them tremendously helpful in teaching, and also in remembering for myself where were what parts. So with this, I'm going to start with, now this diagram gets into the crystal seals grid. I'm not going to identify too much of that. These little star-shaped things here, these are part of the beginning of understanding the crystal seals. In Voyager's 2 Secrets of Amenti, we start to introduce this. This diagram is in that book, and it talks a little bit about the DNA and about the star crystal seals and the seed crystal seals and what they do. Right now, what I'm most concerned about is showing you the basics of the chakra system. There's a bunch of different chakra systems out there. There are people teaching 7 chakra system, and people teaching 12, 13. They're not teaching the full 15-dimensional spectrum. There's some people that are teaching like 560,000 chakras. They're not talking about the primary chakras. They're talking about all of them. There's thousands and thousands of little chakras on the body. Now, chakra is an energy center. What a chakra does, it has a little, what's called a seed seal in the center, which is a scalar pattern. It draws in frequency from the unified field around you. As we walk around, our bodies are actually processing energy from the atmosphere. They're processing frequency in the form of scalar patterns. There's an interaction that's constantly happening between the human body, human consciousness, and the space around you, and everything that's in the space around you. The chakras are energy filtration systems. They're a pumping system that keeps the interdimensional energies running through the body particle base to keep it alive. It's the life force circulatory system. And it's one of the more outer layers of the subtle body systems, the subtle energy systems, the energies they can't detect yet, they call it subtle. Well, this is one of the outer levels. There are many deeper, deeper, deeper levels that we get into when we go into Cathara healing. Now down here, you have the base chakra, and that draws energy in from the earth. It goes down, actually, it can come all the way down into the earth. And if we can lift that up just a little bit, so we can see the bottom here. This thing in the middle is called the central body current. Some people call it the main vertical current. It's a current of energy. To explain where it came from, I'd have to go into the whole fetal integration process with you, and that's another workshop. But there's a very specific way that the main vertical current forms in the fetal tissue from conception all the way through. So there's a whole process here that we do have recorded someplace on paper. It's important to know you have a main vertical current of energy that literally connects your energy system, your body and your subtle body systems to the planetary core, and also up into what would appear to be outer space. It goes up into the higher dimensional spectrums where you just don't see it anymore. When we look up, we don't see the dimensions, we see outer space. So there's really a line of energy that connects us to the planetary core, all the way through this level of manifestation, and all the way up through the higher levels of identity into the other dimensional fields. Our main vertical current is where the chakras form out of, and they form little vortices of energy. They all have two, they're like little bow ties. You have one funnel going this way, one funnel going this way, drawing energy in. One transmits energy. Actually, they both transmit and draw in at the same time. Some are more dominant where they'll be magnetic and they'll be drawing energy in. Others will be projecting energy out. So there's an electromagnetic balance between all of the chakras. It gets really confusing when we get up in here because there's a bunch of them running through the pineal gland that's been dormant in our race for a very long time. This is going to change as we progressively begin to activate DNA. Because when you activate DNA, you activate chakras. And when you activate chakras, you activate the systems, the body systems that are built upon those chakras. Underneath your particle base, you have an energy feed system that's following the template of scalar grids that gives your body its form to begin with. So the chakra system feeds different organ systems. The chakras that are located down in here feed life force energy in through the organs that are down in this area of your body. When we have the first chakra down here, and it's associated with the reproductive processes, and so is the second one. This is the second chakra here. It's called the sacral chakra. This is called the base chakra. Now, the base chakra is singular here, but if you look all the way up at the top, what's called the seventh chakra is actually the other half of the cone of the base chakra. And it's energy coming in and energy transmitting out. They actually can work both ways. They'll draw in and transmit either way, depending on really the stage of evolution you're at. It changes as your DNA strands activate. I'll tell you a little bit the connection between the DNA strands and the chakras too, because it's directly connected. Okay, so we have base chakra 1, chakra 2, the sacral chakra. This is connected to a level of your identity that's known as the emotional body. This is where you get the feeling of emotion. And when people are doing in the New Age movement, they do all these emotional body clearings and that kind of stuff. They're working with the energies that are about out here in the bioenergetic field. They correspond directly to the second chakra. The second chakra processes D2 frequency, dimension 2 frequency. The second chakra is connected to the second DNA strand template. The third chakra is connected to the three-dimensional mental body, where we get our mental focus here. That processes energy from the third dimension. That is connected to the third DNA strand template. See how easy this system is? This is really how it works. It's an eloquent dimension that is connected to the third DNA strand template. See how easy this system is? This is really how it works. So it's an eloquent, beautiful design where if you understand the 15 dimensions and you understand that 12 of them can be embodied in a human form, you have a 12-strand DNA template, you have 12 of those 15 chakras that are going to be directly connected to the energy that's feeding into the DNA. It's all connected. And it's connected to, we get into a level called the Kundalini, which are the life force energies that are usually dormant, that are coiled at the base of the spine. A lot of the Eastern religions and philosophies get into activating the Kundalini. Unfortunately, they tend to not teach you about the rest of things, like the scalar grids the body's built on, and if there's blockages in those, you can have some really outrageous Kundalini activations. I mean, people sometimes go crazy from Kundalini activations, because the ones that are teaching the old Eastern systems aren't aware of some of the distortion factors that are in the DNA strand template and that will also manifest within the Kundalini energy currents because they're in the DNA. So we deal with the DNA, clearing distortions out of the DNA, then progressively activating the DNA strands to create Kundalini activation and chakra activation, which creates Merkaba field activation. So it's all connected. This is the science of ascension, Merkaba mechanics. And it was the ancient sciences that were taught for hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, when people knew how to go through stargates and it was no big deal. They didn't have cars and automobiles then, they didn't need them. They had free energy that didn't pollute anything coming from the grids, from the energy grids of the planet itself, because they knew how to run it. It's just like we have a chakra system, so is the planet. We are connected, our chakra system is connected to the planet's chakra system. Okay? So we have chakra 1, chakra 2, sacral chakra. Chakra 3, processing three-dimensional energy, is the solar plexus chakra. It's right about in here. You can begin playing with these and trying to sense them, like lay down in that, kind of relax and try to feel where they are. You can also, if anybody does dowsing, you can gently hold one of the dowsing things, like lay down and just hold it there, and you'll start to find where your chakras are, because it'll start to do circles in the areas where the chakras are. Okay, we have the third chakra. Fourth chakra, this is what everybody in the New Age movement likes to talk about. Open your heart with love and light. It's a wonderful concept, and yes, we need to do that. The fourth chakra is connected to the fourth dimensional frequencies, which is the transition point from you have your D3, you have your D1, 2, 3 down here. It forms our little reality bubble down here. When you're dealing with the D4 frequency, you're going into the next harmonic. When you go into D4, this is where you're going into the domain of the little grays and a bunch of other things that like to manipulate people. When you're told to open your heart chakra, just do meditations, open it with light and love, it's not only your heart chakra you're opening. Each chakra corresponds to a level in the auric field, and you're opening your astral body field when you open your heart chakra. When they're telling you to open your heart chakra indiscriminately and not look at anything negative, just open it to everything, they're saying, let's get them to open their astral field so we can get in there and mess with them. All right? This is something they don't tell you in the New Age movement. This is something they don't know and they don't want to hear. But if you're willing to understand this, it's no big deal. You can love somebody without laying yourself down as a doormat to let yourself get walked on. You can modulate your heart chakra and choose when it's wise to let your fields loose. Because once you start sensing your chakras and start sensing the connection, you can feel an energy connection. Once you know to look for it, you can feel it between the chakra and a certain area in the atmosphere right around you. And you start to realize when you do certain things with the chakra, it changes the feel of this. You can learn to fortify the astral field, which creates more energy in the heart chakra that allows good frequency to come through, but will block out distortion frequency. So it's very important to learn to work with the chakras, but also what's deeper. When you work with DNA, you're changing chakras. You're changing the whole thing. So if you go to people to do chakra work, if they're not doing anything else, they're only treating the surface. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg. It's not going to do a lot of good. The leg's still going to be broken. It may do surface changes temporarily, but those changes won't hold unless you take them deep into the template, which is the Cathara grid. The Maharic seal technique goes right into the Cathara grid, which programs the B12 frequencies into the DNA, which goes into the chakras. So it's grounding those frequencies right into the body pattern, which is different than other systems that don't teach you about the Cathara level. Okay. Up here, we have the fifth chakra. The fifth chakra is concerned with communications. And a lot of people have constricted fifth chakras, particularly people that are afraid of like speaking and they're kind of shy and that kind of stuff. If you learn to see auric fields, you'll be able to see constriction in that chakra because they're holding back the energy there. That has to do with the communication facilities, with speaking and communicating verbally with others. It also governs a lot of other things. These are some of the outer attributes they're associated with. It corresponds to a level of the auric field that we call the archetype level, which is the fifth dimensional level of the auric field. The auric field, just like the chakra systems, corresponds to each of the 15 dimensions. So you have literally a series of energy fields extending out around you. To understand in simple terms, this little diagram down here of circles. Each one of these circles represents 3 dimensions. They're called huva bodies. Huva bodies are light sound bodies, and they are composed of 3-dimensional frequencies each. Okay, we're a 3-dimensional consciousness down here, and most of us right now, because the DNA is not activated, have a particular configuration in the auric field that looks like a membrane between our D3 level and our astral body level. Okay? This is called the Nada Huva body. It corresponds to chakras 1, 2, and 3, to DNA stranded templates 1, 2, and 3. That is the first level of our 3 levels of our auric field. You'll have your physical particle base, you'll have your emotional D2 body, and you'll have your mental D3 body. To begin the process of expanding in higher consciousness, you work with the DNA. It begins to make the higher chakras process more frequency, which begins to dissolve the membrane. It's called an etheric membrane between the 3rd and 4th dimensional frequencies in the auric field. That allows that level of consciousness to start embodying. So as you work with DNA, all of these things happen at the same time. When you're building Merkaba, you're activating DNA, you're activating Kundalini, you're breaking down the divisions in the Huva bodies, or the light sound bodies. They're not just circles, they're spheres. You can imagine yourself walking around in multi-levels of concentric spheres, one inside the other. And the process that we call ascension or evolution or getting the heck out of the lower dimensions is the process of progressively opening up those little inside spheres, breaking them with frequency by bringing in the level of the next sphere, and then you're out to the next level of expansion. You eventually expand out of matter-particle density. We'll get into in a little bit. The density levels that are associated with each Huva body level, with each, and it's not just us that have Huva bodies, the planet does too, the galaxy does too. They're, in fact, in the Keys of Enoch, I think they refer to them as time cells, consciousness time cells, which is a little vague for me, so I tried to, I define them better, and they told me Huva bodies is what they're called. So I use that term. I always think of Hoover vacuum cleaners, but it helps me remember it. So these are part of our anatomy. We have a chakra system, which is the first thing you really need to know, because a lot of the exercises in bioregenesis are using symbol code induction into the chakras, where you need to know where certain chakras are to move the energy. It says, go to the 7th chakra, and you're like, where is that? After a while, it comes natural. You just know where they are. A lot of people already know the first 7. Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is also known as the third eye, 6th chakra. That's the one where when that begins to activate and open, people start to get very clear inner imagery, psychic imagery. They can do a lot of remote viewing and that kind of thing. And the more you activate DNA, the clearer your inner visualizations will become as far as what you can see in the higher dimensional fields. That happens through the 6th chakra. That's connected to the pineal gland. Now here we have the 7th chakra. It's called the crown chakra. This is where, in a normal fetal integration, which mine wasn't, the consciousness comes in from its non-manifest state and it integrates into the body through the crown chakra and then anchors right around the base of the spine in the fetal pattern, which is into the first 8 cells, actually. We get into the first 8 cells that are stationed at the base of the spine. That's where the original imprint, the original fetal integration memories are stored. Okay, so when we enter fetal integration, the baby body has these chakras too, but most of these look like little buds. They're not open yet. They're not funnels yet. They're little like round things that have screens on them. And slowly, as the body gets used to being here, they'll progressively open. What we did, it was kind of funny. We had some problems getting in the crown chakra of the body, so we had to rip the seal off and open up the heart chakra, and we threw ourselves into the astral level, which is not the usual process. So we all have a memory someplace of coming into the body. But when we're dealing with the chakras, most people are dealing with 7 activated chakras right now. You have 1 through 7 are basically the chakras that are active in the human form as it is functioning right now. The lower ones are functioning pretty well, but they're not able to ground or bring in some of the frequencies from the higher ones. So the higher ones are not processing as much frequency as they normally would or could from the higher dimensional fields. These chakras not only bring in energy, they bring in consciousness. Your consciousness is held in the dimensional scale in the form of frequency, scalar frequency. So when you're bringing in consciousness, you are bringing in energy frequency from the interdimensional spectrum that has your particular consciousness signature on it. The chakras are the part of the apparatus that allows that consciousness to embody. If the DNA template is blocked, the chakras will be partially blocked, which will block out your ability to run that portion of your consciousness into embodiment where you can know it as consciousness here. Right? Now, we have chakras that are coming into activation now, particularly with people who are working with the DNA strands. With the period of time between 2000 and 2017, the stellar activation cycle that's going to happen, people are going to go into spontaneous activation of DNA, and some of these higher chakras are going to start to activate whether or not the body is ready to handle those higher frequencies coming in. That's why some people will start to get sick between now and 2017, because they will not be able to handle the frequencies moving through the environment. This can be stopped if you work with the DNA. You simply open up the DNA that opens up the chakras that allows those frequencies to ground in the body. Because if those frequencies try to come into the body from the higher dimensional spectrum, say you have chakra 7, then you go into chakra 8, runs kind of diagonally this way, and then chakra 9 runs here. They're bringing an 8th and 9th dimensional frequency. If the body can't anchor that, if the portions of your scalar templates that make up your body happen to be blocked or distorted, they're supposed to be receivers of frequency. If they can't receive that frequency, that higher frequency comes in and starts to crush those templates, and it distorts further the scalar grids, which distorts the one next to it and next to it. So it creates a condition called molecular compaction. This is actually what causes death. Death is not natural to the human body. It occurs because of molecular compaction. Molecular compaction is a condition that erodes the template that the body's built on progressively. And what that creates is a progressive degeneration and change in the chemical hormonal compounds as they're supposed to manifest within the body. It actually starts about age 12. Actually starts at birth, but if we're going to be technical, age 12, certain hormones are released in the body that aren't supposed to be because of certain DNA blockages. They're characteristic to our race that we've had for thousands of years. So there are potentials here of immortality, of longevity, not to mention ascension. That when you work with this level, template levels of your being, these things become a potential reality. It's not going to happen overnight, but knowing the potential is there, knowing there's a process that you can begin using and begin learning more about. To get there, it's worth learning. It's very exciting, and I've seen in the other civilizations that were built on this type of knowledge, they had phenomenal healing abilities. There were beings coming from all sorts of interstellar race communities for healing, because the humans knew how to do it, because they had the scalar technologies. They understood the template mechanics. Okay, so what we're going to go into now, we have the 8th and 9th chakra running through the head that are dormant right now. They're beginning to activate, and they will progressively activate more so the closer we get to like 2017, because that's when we're going to be pulling in 8th and 9th dimensional frequency into the Earth grid. The Earth grid works in a similar way. It draws in frequency from the multidimensional spectrum. Usually, when we're not in a stellar activation cycle, the Earth is stationed in its own little time cell, its own little Nadahuva body, and the 4th dimensional frequencies and the ones higher are blocked out by a membrane. It's not a membrane you're going to find if you go out in space and look for it. It's a frequency, like a frequency fence. In a stellar activation cycle, the chakras on the planet open, and they begin to run that frequency through, and it begins to break down the barriers between the time cells. It begins to break down the barriers between the planetary Huva bodies and the galactic ones as well. And what that creates is a condition of time cycle blending between the time cycles that are in the higher harmonics and the time cycles that are here. This is what we're moving into right now. And we may get some really strange effects. People are already seeing, like, I saw a castle in the sky. I could have swore I just saw an image of a big castle in the sky. I'm losing my mind, knowing really bleed through. It's called a dimensional bleed through. These are some of the experiences that you may run into as we go through this. Let me see how I'm doing on time. Not too bad. Okay, now can we move this down? Oh, wait, I'm going to show you one more thing. In Earth core here, this is the 13th chakra. It's called the Earth core chakra. That's where our electromagnetic fields connect to the Earth's electromagnetic fields. When we're running the Maharic seal, we're opening that chakra, and we're connecting with the scalar grids of the planet, temporarily throwing some energy down there to activate the Earth grids a little bit, and then drawing that energy back up to activate more things in our own bodies. It's a natural process. It actually helps the Earth when we do this, so we're not taking something or doing a violation to the Earth by taking those energies. Here is the 12th chakra. It's about 6 inches below the feet. When we're doing the Maharic seal exercise, there's that Maharic shield that is about 6 inches below that, about 12 inches below the feet. So there are parts of your anatomy that, if you know where they are, you can start using them to do things like protect your fields and use the Maharic seal. Can we pull this down a little bit, please? Okay. Now up here, we have the 7th, 8th, and 9th chakra. Then we have the 10th chakra. This is another one that's dormant, has been dormant for a long time. It's starting to come into activation on many people. It's about 6 inches above the head. Then above that one is the 11th chakra. It's about 18 inches above the head. And then about 36 inches above the head, we have the 14th chakra, which actually connects to coordinates in the universal scalar grids way out there. We're all connected to the unified field of the universe. Everything is connected. So this is the basic chakra system we're working with, and that's only the beginning of the fun. Okay, let's go to the next graph. And see, you'll be able to study this if you want to, at home. You can look at them and see where they are. You don't have to remember it all right now, because the charts are right there. Okay, just this side I need, really, just the diagram. They can read that later, it's not that important. Okay. These are the Huva bodies I was talking about. We have the dimension 1, 2, 3, harmonic 1 Huva body, but not a Huva body. Dimensions 4, 5, 6 has what's called the Alpha Huva body. The Alpha Huva body is also the level of identity that's called the soul matrix. Okay? When you come out to dimensions 7, 8, 9, you have something called the Beta Huva body. That is the 7, 8, 9 dimensional aspects of consciousness that are considered the oversoul identity level. Okay? And you come out here into dimensions 10, 11, and 12. This is called the Maharahubu body. This is where we get Maharic shield and all of that. That's the D10, 11, and 12 aspects of consciousness, of your dimensionalized consciousness. D12 is your Christed consciousness level. That is where you begin to completely pass out of form into, you become what's called hydroplasm. Hydroplasma is like free matter, liquid light. That's your avatar level of identity. These are portions of your identity, believe it or not, that you carry around with you all the time. You're never alone. You have this multi-vector consciousness, an awareness of yourself, simultaneously existing in a number of time frames, all at the same time. There's an eternal self that stands back behind all of this while playing the game as well. That's the part of you, it's your eternal self that you want to find. You find it by integrating more and more of your higher dimensional identity. You begin to realize time is simultaneous. For one, it's all actually going down at once. It's just separated by the illusion of space-time, which is created actually by the DNA coding. You begin to realize how eternal you really are, and all of a sudden, whatever life dramas you find yourself in, be they incarnational, if you have your incarnational memory or your weird ones here, you start to realize you're an actor playing parts in the theater of time. And it's like a house of mirrors in time. We run into each other a lot of times, and we don't even realize it's us, because we forgot who we were. So as we progressively integrate these higher dimensional levels of our identity, we progressively go into a state of consciousness where you don't lose individuation. You expand the concept of individuation. You become one that knows itself as many, but is still one. And that progressively goes, that even the higher you expand, you progressively go into this concept. And it's very hard to describe. It's experiential. And as you begin to activate even the 4th and 5th DNA strand, and start tapping into the soul matrix level of identity, you start to get a feel for what this is. When you start to get glimpses of your incarnations, and it feels like they're happening right now, you're not remembering a dead memory. You're tuning in to somebody else's brainwave pattern that's in a body in a different space-time location right now. It's a piece of you in a different space-time. Incarnation is simultaneous. Okay? As we expand, we begin to be more and more aware of that. Our time perception changes. We're no longer single vector consciousness perceiving one single line of development. We can observe several single lines of development all at the same time and know they're all us, which is really interesting. And you realize that the drama you're involved in right now is very similar to the drama you're involved in all the other ones. Just like with me, I have been teaching Ascension for millions of years, if you look at it in linear terms, in many different space-time places. I have aspects of myself teaching these very same things in the terms that can be understood in the times. And it's really neat when you start to see that. Even your little life dramas, the little issues you're working on, you start to find your incarnations. You realize they're working on them too. You're doing a part, they're doing a part. There's these interwoven plans and reasons that you incarnate as all of yourselves. You're all working on a piece of it. When you start to get this and start to feel the reality, you can hear it from me, but it's going to be real to you. There's going to be the difference between believing and knowing. You can believe what I'm saying, but when you start to experience it, that's when you throw belief right out the window. You don't need belief because you just know. And this is what you have to look forward to as you work with these programs. Okay, when we move out of there, we get past dimension 10, 11, and 12, and we hit our D12 Christed consciousness level, which is something many people probably won't be hitting in this lifetime right now. Some of us can. It's a full 12-strand DNA activation. First, we got to worry about getting the templates in there, fixed, and then we have to progressively work with them. It takes time to activate the DNA templates, particularly since they haven't been active in thousands and thousands of years. It's like trying to turn the power back on in a house that's been sitting vacant for about 10 years. It's like you turn it on and you duck, waiting for, is it going to turn on at all? Or is it going to throw sparks and burn down half the house, or what? The circuitry needs to clear itself for a while. Some people will be able to do it very quickly. Some people it will take more time. So we can't promise you that if you do this in 6 weeks flat, you can ascend. I'm not sure it's that easy. I'm still working to clear the parent imprint out of my DNA strands. It's to dictate whether I'm going to be, even though I know all the dynamics, I know how to do it, and I've done it before. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time between now and 2012 when the Stargate's open to get my own imprint cleared. But I know it works because I've done it before. And that's why I can say to you, I can't promise you that it will work for you this time, but it'll get you closer. The next time, maybe it will, but maybe it will this time. If you can get your DNA activated, you can get to the point where the barriers between your hoover bodies start to break down, you become capable of passing through stargates. You become capable of passing through them without spaceships. Spaceships are used primarily to use as a buffer to take you through if you can handle a certain amount of frequency infusion into the higher dimensions, but you couldn't handle it with your body alone. So a lot of times people that are being taken on spaceships, they're actually having DNA repair done so they can progressively get more able to go through themselves. They used to call it ascension in the old days, sometimes they still do. It's the same process. You can look at it scientifically as Stargate passage, you can look at it spiritually as ascension. It is the same thing. Science and spirituality are one. They're just different translations, different way of looking at the way reality works and the way consciousness works. Okay, let's see, when we get down here, when we get out here to these levels, at this point we've expanded. If we've fully activated 12 strand, we blow ourselves right out of matter and we become hydroplasmic pre-matter liquid light, the Christos, the cosmic soup, but we're still conscious of ourselves being. And it's a very powerful level. You can't even describe it while you're in a human body. It's like, yeah. You go into another level that corresponds to the 13, 14, and 15. This is called the Raja Huva body. This is the level of identity called the Rishi. And it is, again, a multi-level of identity. You know yourself as many, but you're not even in a liquid form at that point. You're in pure conscious radiation. And then there's one expansion that you'll go through to get out of the time matrix. You're still dimensionalized here. You still have some type of perception of the passage of time. Because the passage of time is created by dimensionalization and by consciousness moving itself through the dimensional structure at different angles. Time is really not a reality. Existence is a reality. Time is kind of like a game we play with ourselves to experience something other than not time. It's hard to describe. When you get up into the higher levels of being, why does it all exist? Something to do? I mean, I haven't figured that one out yet. Right? But there's this whole process of once you come into dimensionalization to experience space-time matter and individuation, you will have to go through this process of progressing back out. It's not just, well, I go in, I'm going out tomorrow. It doesn't quite work like that. You get yourself stuck in dimensionalization, and there is a process, a physics process that you have to go through. It takes more than just being a good person to be able to send. I've had a lot of people in the New Age movement say to me, well, I'm a good person, the angels will get me through. It's like, oh really? I hope they recode your DNA because you're not going anywhere if they don't. You can. And I've had them say, oh, we don't need the details. So, you don't need the details. Okay, that's like trying to add up numbers without the numbers. You don't get very far. You have a concept of how many of this and how many of that, but you have no numbers to represent what you're trying to measure. You're not going to get a measurement. This is what's happening with the distortions in the New Age teachings. Personally, we can do overkill on detail, but we try to give just enough where it makes sense to your logical mind. Your mental body needs to integrate too. A lot of the light, love, spirit teachings are not teaching you to integrate the mental body. They're teaching you to forget that. That's lower mental stuff. Go into the spiritual spaces and don't worry about it. If you want to ground your spiritual identity of the higher dimensions, it has to come through the third dimensional mental body. If you refuse to integrate the mental body, you're creating a third chakra blockage, where you're not grounding those frequencies. You're not going to ascend while you have blockages in the chakras of those DNA strands. So this is going to be a group of people who we probably never thought you were going to get a course in spiritual integration at a UFO conference. But you are going to have more information on what real ascension is, what the science of it is, than most of the New Age people who have been claiming to be experts for the last 20 years. So be a little ahead of the game. When we get out past the Raja Huva body, this is where we make the transition completely into a different level of reality called the energy matrix that is not dimensionalized. I can't even explain the physics of it there. I've experienced it, and it's very hard to explain. It's like being a cloud of massive consciousness that stretches everywhere and touches everything and knows itself as everything and itself at the same time. It's a very special space of being. There's 3 levels to the energy matrix. One is called the triadic level, the next one is called the polaric level, and the last one out, the last expansion before you fully expand into complete at-one-ment, where you just know yourself as all, is the achatic level. Now the teachings that I'm bringing through right now are called achatic level teachings. Most people bringing through ascension teachings are bringing them through from about here. A few good ones are bringing them through from here. We're bringing them through from here. So the information is a lot more accurate, is a lot more detailed. And that's why it's different than a lot of the other things that are being taught out there. There's a lot more information contained within these areas. When you expand out of time, when you complete all this, intensive ascension stuff, you will get out into what's called the Tanatra Huva body. Next would be the Dhyana Huva body, and then the Prima Huva body. These are the levels of identity that are called ascended mastery levels. There's a lot of people in the New Age movement out there saying, oh, I'm an ascended master, or I'm talking to ascended masters. And it turns out, if you do a matrix scan on these guys, they're talking to guys that are in D5. Well, they ascended from D3. Personally, I aim higher, because somebody in D5, you can have people here that have D5 consciousness. You could have people here, depending on the gene code, they can have D12 consciousness. If something is calling itself an ascended master, but it's not explaining to you the structure of 15 dimensions, because that is the standard structure, that's the way they are structured. If they're telling you there's only 12 dimensions, they're only telling you about this part of things. They're omitting this part, either because they don't think you're ready to learn, or because they don't know themselves, because they haven't grown that far yet. A true ascended master consciousness is one who we all begin out here, in the pool of all we can call one. And it's energy, conscious energy. We move through the different levels and go down into full matter manifestation. Then we come all the way back up. That is an ascended master that hasn't come back yet. Now, that being has gone down, got all the codings of the 15-dimensional matrix and its double parallel matrix, and it's come all the way back up. Then when it comes back down into a body pattern, it can inhabit a body pattern of, say, an emerald or indigo with a 48-strand capacity. This is where the DNA matrices plug in. They will determine what amounts of your consciousness you can bring in from these higher levels. We have a 12-strand pattern. This race was created, the human race was created to be an avatar race. We were supposed to be the avatar guardians of the interplanetary solar system, of the stargates. We've fallen a long way. We can get back up there. Okay, we can switch to that one. Okay, here we go. Matter density levels and body types. Okay. We're dealing with the Nada Huva body. Dimensions 1, 2, and 3, which is called harmonic universe 1, or harmonic, we call them harmonics of matter density or harmonic universes, whatever you want to call them. Harmonic universe 1 is characteristic of physical matter or gross matter density. It's density level 1, and the biologies tend to be carbon-based biology. Up here, in harmonic universe 2, it's density level 2, in the alpha Huva body level, and this means when you integrate the alpha Huva body into the Nada Huva body, you change the Nada Huva body and transmute it into this. This is dimensions 4, 5, and 6, a different time cycle than this. This one moves faster. This is a carbon silica-based biology. That's density level 2. That's what we'll progress into next, as we begin to work with the DNA. Actually, the whole planet is going into that space between now and 2017. Because on the planetary level, the planetary Nada Huva body is blending with the planetary alpha Huva body and part of the planetary beta Huva body with the opening of the 7 seals. So if we don't get our bodies ready to handle the same transitions, we're going to have a hard time staying in the physical body while the planet moves through these transitions, even if it goes well. Okay? When we get up to harmonic universe 3, density level 3, beta Huva body, that's if you integrated the beta Huva body, you would turn what you have now as a carbon-based body into a full silica-based biology. It's etheric matter density. It's what we look at, we see it as ghost images, but we don't look like ghosts to ourselves. When we're in that density, we still look like we're physical. Okay? When we get up into the Mahara Huva body, and this is when we get into integrating the hydroplasmic level, crystalline liquid light of being, our avatar levels of identity, density 4, dimensions 10, 11, and 12, it is a crystalline liquid light. It's a liquid silica-based biology. That's when we find ourselves, kind of think of yourself as a piece of an ocean that just flows around and moves through things and can take any form it wants, any time it wants. You gain mastery over the time matrix as you move up. You gain mastery over saying, okay, well, I know I can shift my vibration here to go down to harmonic 1, or I can pull it up to here to go to harmonic 2. This is mastery of space, time, and matter. This is what a lot of scientists would like to figure out, but they're doing it the wrong way. It has to be done internally. Then you will master it, and we all have the ability to do it. When we get into harmonic universe 5, matter density level 5, this is where the Melchizedek Cloister runaway family is coming from. The ones that started our lineage, the human lineage down here. All the way up through, well, I should run them down, but all the way up through the matter densities to where we are down here. The Elohai are down here, and the Melchizedek Cloister families are up here in harmonic 5, density 5. That's where the Rajahuva body is. So when you transmute yourself and expand all the way to your Rajahuva body, you become a set of standing wave patterns, which from here would look like fire. That's your flame body. You become a sun. This is part of the reason why they refer to the DNA matrix as sun matrices, because they are getting you back to your pure radiation energy form, which from here would appear as light or fire. This also tells us some interesting things that I'm not even going to try to go into right now about what we see when we look up in the sky and we see flaming balls of fire. Energy is conscious, and consciousness is energy. They're not just suns burning energy. They are forms of consciousness. The planet is conscious energy. It's a different form than we're used to. Suns are energy. Stars are energy. In the old Native American traditions, they used to teach about the star fathers. They used to feel a reality of presence with the star beings, not just the ones who came from the stars, but the energy of the stars themselves. When we transmute ourselves all the way back up to the matter density levels, we become eternal identities, for as long as we want to stay in dimensionalization. When we blow ourselves out of there, which probably looks something like a supernova from our scientific perspective, we will end up in those levels of the energy matrix that are not dimensionalized. And there are levels of the body that go like that. We have the triadic matrix, and that is, they call it the Satanta Huva body, but they call it the Merkaba body. And there's fancy names for these that aren't that important unless you're studying comparative religions, because some of the religions use some of these words, or pieces of these words. It's telling you what level of teaching these religions are coming from, if you know some of these. Like there's a religion called Eckankar that deals with certain teachings. They're dealing with teachings from the Akkadic level, or the Akkaba body level. So there's all these correlations between other teachings that are out there that seem completely unconnected. It's all connected. It's all connected to the framework of the 15-dimensional matrix. Okay, let's see.
You have 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes.
Okay. Okay. This one is a more intense version of the one.
5 minutes.
5 minutes for what?
Change tapes.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, this was familiar from before, which was the chakra system, the body. What I'm focusing on here is showing the levels of the auric field that correspond to it. We'd have the Nada Huva body, we'd have the Atha Huva body, we'd have the Beta Huva body, and we would have the Mahara Huva body. So I'm showing those levels. And it's showing you where the chakras cross through into them. If you follow these lines out, this, so when you get home you want to look at this, you can see what these lines mean. They're the projectiles of the chakras. The energies actually come all the way here, and the more you break down these barriers of good bodies, the more those chakras are going to pull in. And actually you start to have chakras merging together. And eventually you turn into a body of light. That's when you're sending it out of here. But you don't have to. It doesn't, it is not something that's forced on you. You can control it at that point. When you get good enough where you could do it, you also have the ability to choose whether you're going to or not. All right, so this is just to show you the relationship of the auric field, that field that's around you, to the chakra system. This is another part of your anatomy. And if you look at the charts when you take them home, because I'm going to make sure y'all have copies of them if you want them, you'll be able to understand it, because it's very clear. Things are labeled and it shows where they plug in. You go to the next one, please. Now this one I used in the other workshop to show where the Maharic seal was. Okay, can you pull it up, please, so I can see the bottom part? Okay, we talked about this area down here as being called the Maharic shield, and it's a dormant pattern of scalar frequency, which means it's in its off flash mode, but when you stimulate it with certain symbol codes and frequency, it brings it to life, and it starts its flashing rhythm, which means it starts transmitting its frequency through the body. We have not only the Maharic shield, which corresponds with the Mahara Huva body, we also have other shields. We have one that comes out around here that corresponds to it's called the telluric shield, that corresponds to the Nada Huva body. That processes those frequencies. When the first 3 DNA strands are fully activated, this activates. Up here, we have the Doritic shield that corresponds to the Alpha Huva body. When you have strands 4, 5, and 6 activated, this activates. Can we pull it down, please? This one up here is the Turic shield, and it corresponds to the Beta Huva body, dimensions 7 through 9. It's a halo. There's also other configurations. When you look at the old religious paintings, they were trying to tell you something. The halos on the head were referring to oversoul integration that comes with activation of strands 7 through 9 that creates the telluric shield in the electric field. They knew the sciences, and they depicted them symbolically, visually. There are other things when you activate cathara centers in the body that create the wing configurations. The angels were the ones who had those cathara centers 6 and 7 that are located back behind the wings, activated, and they were transmitting frequency through the field. There are some winged beings, but there is a whole metaphysical translation that if you knew what those pictures meant, you knew the science, but only the ones who had been trained in the science knew what the pictures meant. All right, so this has been being shown to us and represented as something different. Again, we're looking right at it, we don't know what it is, because we're taught to look at it as something different than what it is. The greatest way to hide something, the way they've been doing it all along, is put it right before your face and call it something else. Okay, so when we're working with integrating the body parts, I want you to know the body parts here, because all of it, if you're interested in any of the biogenesis techniques that we use, you need to understand this anatomy, because you'll be, it'll refer to do this with this part, do this with this part. You need to know the anatomy. That's why I'm running you through it here. Even if you didn't do any of those, just knowing that you have this structure, walking around with you, gives you a whole new playground of your consciousness, a whole new area of you to find and explore. Okay? We can move on to the next one. Okay, yeah, correspondences to the 12-strand DNA matrix. The Nadahuga body had it in the telluric shield, strands 1, 2, and 3. The auric field levels I have on here too. The etheric body, the emotional body, and the mental body. That goes with strand 1, 2, and 3. Strand 4, 5, and 6 go with the alpha Huga body, the Doradic shield. They go with dimensions 4, 5, and 6. We get into axiatonal lines, which are one Hazi language that haven't been here for thousands of years. So basically, this work needs a glossary. We just haven't had time to do one yet. But when you start to work with the programs, you get used to it. Oh, that means that. I remember that. That kind of thing. You get it out of context. You can read it and you can comprehend it by the context it's repeatedly used in. Okay, now here we have the Maharahuga body, or the Christed body. The Maharic shield, dimensions 10, 11, and 12. That's the fulfillment of it, the true Christed pattern. We have the Christian body, the Buddhaic body, and the Nirvanic body. These tell you something about the different religious systems and what level they were trying to get you to develop. They all fit together. They all serve a different level of consciousness to get you into that Christ and Christos state. So you had the Buddhaic teachings, the true ones, when they were originally given, were supposed to help you develop the 11th strand of consciousness, activate the 11th strand, bring in the 11th dimensional consciousness. The Christ teachings were originally to help you bring in the 10th strand consciousness, and the Nirvanic teachings, which are part of some of the Eastern philosophies, were intended to get you to stimulate the 12th strand. All of those activated together create the Christos body, or the inner Christ, which Christ was trying to show us and trying to demonstrate for us. We can go on. All right, here's the thing. When I used to do privates, and I don't do them anymore because I got absolutely overwhelmed. I'm not a psychic, but I do tend to do beta-huva scans, which are DNA scans from the 9th dimensional level, because I've been trained in that, and because I know how to activate my strands. I don't stay at a 9th dimensional strand activation, or I blow myself up right now, but I can open those frequencies for perception when needed. I just wanted to show you one thing on here of how it works. We have here the 15-dimensional matrix that we've seen before in some of, do you remember the 15-dimensional matrix? I showed that to you before. Right. I think I have one here. Right. Okay, so here we have our Huva bodies, our Nadahuga body, that's our incarnate identity. We have our Alpha Huva body, that's our soul matrix identity, Harmonic 2, Harmonic 3. We have our older soul matrix, that's our Beta Huva body, 7, 8, and 9. We have our Christed body here, the Avatar identity, in the 12, 11, and 10, and the Rishi identity here. What's neat about the DNA strand pattern, 12-strand pattern, each of the 3 strands corresponds to one set of 4 Huga bodies. You're dealing with 12 strands, so you cut it off here. The Rishi is something else you go into after you become Christed. So you have 12 dimensions of consciousness. You have 4 groups of 3. 1 group of 3, 2 group of 3, 3 group of 3, 4 group of 3. You can tell by finding out what activation level is happening in your templates, what level of soul integration you have undergone, what level of oversoul integration. You can tell what your next step would be to your next step of evolution, to getting to the next level. Some people have the higher strands activated, but they don't have these activated yet, and they have these activated. Right now, most people that come in on the Aryan imprint, which is the root race imprint, have strands 1 through 3 activated, and they're just beginning the activation process of strand 4. All these little codes are starting to activate. Once strand 4 activated, they become D4 functional. And they have astral perception, be able to see auras, all that kind of stuff. This is very useful because you can literally chart your development level. You can learn to see your own DNA matrix. So I wanted you to understand the correspondence between the DNA and the levels of identity and the 15-dimensional matrix and the shoppers and all the things that plug into that. Okay. Yeah, here we go again. Here's the 15-dimensional matrix. Okay, we have those 3 levels of the energy matrix out here that correspond with ascended mastery, and then there's our incarnate, our soul, our older soul, our avatar, and our Rishi identities. They are with us all the time. Because you can have distortions in the middle strands and in the middle levels of consciousness, when we, as far as connecting with your higher self, we get very specific. Higher self can be anything above where you are right now. If you happen to have some issues of karma happening up in this time cycle here, you will have distortions in your 4th, 5th, or 6th DNA strand that can mess you up here. What you need to do is start to build a conscious connection between here and here, and it'll start to progressively realign all of those things. When we're doing the Maharic seal, we're activating these templates in the body, which is progressively creating a pillar of frequency, a pillar of light that links these together and progressively starts to clear all the distortions out and set them back to the original pattern, the Christ pattern. So it's a bit, that's why I say if you're going to learn one thing, use the Maharic seal. It's very powerful. Okay, next one. Okay, this one I just wanted to show you real quick. Again, it's that same one showing the chakras, but this time we have where the Merkaba fields plug in. They're the light, sound, electromagnetic, counter-rotating electromagnetic fields that form in the auric field, and they are part of the process of being able to move through time zones, to be able to experience ascension. The Merkaba vehicle forms in the auric field as a result of the shields activating, those little things we saw at the different levels, as a result of the DNA activating, as a result of the chakras activating, as a result of the Kundalini activating. So that will form these fields in your bioenergetic field. And that is what allows the angular rotation of particle spin of your body to start shifting, where you can shift out of this time-space zone and into others. Okay, this is called the Crescent Star. It's called the Mahanta Merkaba. This is a 12-dimensional Merkaba vehicle. If you went into full 12-dimensional consciousness, activated every one of your 12 codes and didn't hold the grounding codes there to stay in body, you would become a light form. It would be shaped something like that, but it would be all radiating out of the center point. You can also end up as a body, where if you have a manifestation down here that's having a few codes unplugged just to keep in body, because you turn the light, you can't keep yourself grounded. You keep some of the codes unplugged in the 12th strand, stay in a body, you would have this configuration in your auric field. That would be the scalar configuration that you would literally be walking around in. You'd be what we call a form constant in here, where you have the holographic projection or illusion of a solid matter form, because it's all hologram, really. We get into that later in the higher teachings. Okay, so I just wanted to show you the full 12-dimensional Merkaba vehicle. Okay, this, I'm not even going to go over this because it's too long. It's in the Amente book, Voyagers 2. It's also in this little chart pack here, so you'll have it. This shows you the root races, okay? It's a big chart. This shows the 3 seedings of the races, who they were, what the cloister races were that came in with them, what strands each one were activating on, what period of time they came in, who were their host races, et cetera, et cetera. So it's giving you some of the G code stuff. And it's there. I figured you might want to see that since we'd stirred up that one. Okay. Symptoms of 4th DNA strand template activation. We're all going into this, okay? Some of us are having a jump start. They're usually the people that are having contact. We're going into 4th DNA strand activation because the 4th vortex on the planet has already opened. It's beginning to transmit D4 frequency. That's going to interface with our bioenergetic fields, which is going to stimulate the activation of our DNA strands, whether or not we're ready. So it's going to be a lot of people in the next number of years to start seeing weird things. There's going to be angel contacts and deceased relatives coming back and saying hi, and they're going to see all sorts of strange things. It's going to be very confusing, particularly for psychologists who are going to get like inundated with people having all sorts of weird experiences to the point where they're like, why am I drugging everybody? You know? I wish psychologists could understand what is happening, because they're going to start doing more harm than good. They're going to try to suppress these things with drugs because it's real confusing at first. With 4th strand activation, you get a lot of good things. You get, let's see, here's some of the symptoms that you get. You get less fragmented dream recall and the development of lucid dreaming. That's one of the first signs. You get clearer dream recall. Then you might start doing spontaneous out-of-body experiences and astral projection. Usually starting from the dream state, which usually perks your curiosity. You say, ooh, did I do that consciously? And you start getting interested in working with it. You may start seeing specks, dots, balls, and projectiles of light flipping around the room or outside. And you think, what is wrong with my eyes? You are starting to pick up higher frequency coming in, and your eyes are starting to sensitize to it. Okay, let's see. This is a wild one. I've had this happen for a long time. You can see from the whites of your eyes, where all of a sudden you find yourself looking from here. Your peripheral vision all of a sudden turns on, like somebody turned on a switch. It doesn't happen all the time. You just get these real clear visions as if you had just turned your eyeball that way. You're looking through the whites of your eyes. It's activating a different part of the eye mechanism. I'm not an optometrist, so I don't know my eye mechanisms, but I think it has something to do with the rods and the cones in the eyes or something. 10 minutes? Okay. 20 minutes. Oh, that's wonderful. Good. Okay. I want to let you know these because these are some of the things you need to watch out for. Because if you're already, even in this room, even interested remotely in the concept of ET contact, that's telling you something about higher consciousness and yourself. People that are still stuck fully in D3, that aren't doing fourth strand activation, could not care less about any of that flaky stuff. Okay? When you start to realize there's a reality to this, or start to have experiences, that's where you're beginning fourth strand activation. It's a part of your natural evolution. And it helps to know that when you're going through it. It makes a lot more sense when you realize, oh, okay, this is normal. It's just, unfortunately, our doctors and things don't know exactly what normal is anymore because we haven't had this for so long. Okay, you may start seeing auras around living things or inanimate objects. You may, let's see, oh, this one's wild. When you start to see through your eyelids as if the eyes are open. Did anybody ever have that yet? Isn't that wild? Where your eyes are closed, but you're literally seeing the room you're in. Why aren't my eyelids working anymore? It's a very strange, you're starting to change frequency and you can see through the molecular structure of the eyelids. It's really bizarre. Another thing you can get visually is macro or micro vision, where all of a sudden you can look at your skin and all of a sudden you can see all the minute little bacteria down there. Or you can see all the little holes in the skin cells, the dermis, the epidermis, and all those things, and you're not trying. It just spontaneously turns on. Or you may get all of a sudden as if you are someplace a million miles out in space looking at everything from way up there. These are some of the things you will get with fourth DNA strand activation, okay? So don't think you're going crazy, you're not. You'll also get an increase in empathy, and telepathy, and psychic skills, and energy healing abilities. You'll find more energy running. Channeling, and this is why you still have to be careful, because if you do your heart seal, fine, but you'll start developing natural interdimensional communication, and that's when you get messed with, okay? Let's see. You will get, let's see, where else? Communication. Okay, this is where you also get the beginning of reincarnational memory starting to surface. Reincarnational memory, contact memory, and maybe for some of you, fetal memory. Usually fetal memory comes a little later. There's a blockage. This is the first DNA strand. It has to be cleared with bioregenesis before you can unplug enough to remember all of it. You might start getting an emotional body feel for it. We start to remember being in that confined space, but to get visual, full memory of it, you usually have to do some DNA work on the first strand. Okay? You'll also get, let's see, seeing dimensional overlays or ghost images of other scenes transposed over physical 3D reality, where you might be standing there and all of a sudden you see a whole other scene, like a ghost image, right in front of you. Oh boy, and I'm hallucinating. It's not a hallucination. You are beginning to pick up the reality fields that are in different harmonics or different frequency bands. It's perfectly natural, and it stabilizes after a while. It's just when it first starts, it's really hard to blend those two spaces. Okay? Let's see. You'll start to feel a stronger sense of love and connection to the earth and to other living things. And at the same time, you may start to find this huge repressed anger for thousands of years toward humans. All of a sudden, you know yourself a little different. You feel you're a spirit in a human body. And you watch humans and you almost have a hard time relating to them because of what they've done. You start to feel the pain of the planet. I used to live in a place called Carbondale, Pennsylvania, where they absolutely raped the heck out of the earth by digging out the coal. And I would live there and I felt in my heart chakra this dead, crying energy. I felt the earth cry. And it was horrible for me to live there. And it's very painful. You may go through some of that. You get increased love and joy. At the same time, you just feel this sorrow for the planet and for the animals and all the things that are being harmed here. So you get through that, but it's a phase you may encounter. Okay. Again, you may get conscious contact with anything from angels, ETs, and to deceased people. You get your, let's see, direct cognition of knowledge from your higher identity levels. You just may spontaneously feel a burst of energy, and all of a sudden you know something you just didn't know before. This is fun. This is speed learning. It's really great. You'll get more and more of this as your higher strands activate. As the fourth strand activates, you'll start to get part of your astral consciousness. What you've been up to on D4 is right now, your D4 body is going and having experiences. It's learning things, it's doing things. So is your D5 self and your D6 self. So you have a lot of things to learn, because it's not just you, it's learning things down here. Some of the things I just wanted to bring to your attention, you can also get some negative things. I wouldn't call this negative unless you resist it. You may get change in sleeping and eating patterns. You may find excessive periods of tiredness where your body's trying to get used to the new frequency, or absolutely manic states where you can't sleep for 2 days and you're wired and it feels great. You just can't figure out why you can't go to sleep, you're not really tired. That's okay. That's DNA activation. A lot of people at that point go run into the doctor. Something's wrong, I'm an insomniac. You need to understand, the old labels don't apply to strand activation anymore. They will repress it. If you try to take drugs to stop this stuff, it's actually going to make it worse. It's going to, make distortions in the natural processes. You learn to work with it. Okay, I'm up tonight, so I'll work. So I'll do something interesting. And it'll balance out. It's just, when it first starts, you may get cycles of this, and then it'll calm down. Then you have another cycle. Okay, these are the hardest to deal with. You may get temporary mood swings or anxiety attacks or like manic depressive states like, wow, really bottom out and a couple days later. Or you may get hot and cold flashes and hormone fluctuations, which can create all sorts of weird stuff. So again, you might want to go running to the doctor or the psychologist to help you. It's better to really start to try to handle yourself. I'm not saying don't get treatment if you have real problems, but try to realize some of the things they call diseases aren't diseases, they're signs of higher strand activation. And the people who are being trained medically just don't know this yet. So you have to create a balance. Okay, how far am I willing to go? If I'm really falling apart, yes, I'm going to go to hell. And I'm not going to tell them I'm activating DNA strands, because that'll make no sense and they'll think I'm crazy until this paradigm gets out there enough where people understand. But it's much better if you can deal with it organically. Work with energy, work with the chakras, they work with bioregenesis. That's what these techniques are for, to help you through these processes. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Okay, realizing your roles in power contacting. I'm going to go through this real fast, and I want to make sure we get to the exercises that we're going to do tonight out there. This is, again, all in that chart pack. Okay, you were chosen for contact because you have the genetic potential for rapid DNA template bioregenesis and activation. Even if you're not an incarnate member of one of the hybrid races, they will not, none of the races, choose people who do not have the ability to rapidly undergo bioregenesis or DNA activation, because that's what they're interested in. Even the negative ones are interested in those patterns for their hybridization programs. So just the fact that you may be having contact would tell you there's a pretty darn good chance that you have some special DNA in there that can work to your advantage if you know what to do with it. Okay? Becoming consciously involved with your DNA acceleration process. This is important because it will allow your dormant genetic potentials and spiritual awareness to awaken more quickly. If you work with this from this end, your higher consciousness is working from that end, you get there a lot faster. That's why when you do conscious evolution, it works a lot better than when your soul is just trying to move you through things and you kind of ignore them all then. Okay, let's see. When you are helping yourself, you're not just helping you. When you do this and you raise these frequencies in your field, get your DNA activated higher, get your consciousness higher frequency, you are helping to make a shift in the race morphogenetic field because of the 100th monkey syndrome, the critical mass syndrome. This is scalar template interaction. So even if there's only a cluster of people who make these changes, it can literally change the outcome of all of the dramas on the planet. And that's what we're hoping for. That's what the Guardian Alliance is hoping for. Okay. Okay, this is some of the advantages you can learn on bench. You can learn a lot of advanced knowledge. You can discover very quickly after fourth strand finishes activating. By then you should know why you chose to incarnate in this lifetime, and remember what you came to do in relation to the mass drama. You start to access what's called your soul contracts. You make contracts with yourself of, okay, I'm going to incarnate in this space-time to do this and be a part of this group thing. We all incarnate into individual stuff and group stuff to be a part of group evolution as well as just single evolution. You'll start to access that when you go into fourth strand activation, more and more of it. Okay. Once you become awake with these processes and become a multi-vector consciousness, become an embodied soul and know it, you'll be able to help other people do that. You'll be able to do stuff like, well, not necessarily like what I do. You don't have to go and say, hi, I'm a hybrid. But you'll be able to counsel others. You'll be able to see and look at them, and they think you're absolutely nuts because you have all these weird beliefs, and you'll look at them with this great fondness, realizing they're sleepers, and they're not awake yet, and realizing that they can be. You can see their potential and they can't see it yet. So it becomes wonderful to try to show them their potential because it's there. And that's where it becomes fun. You really find meaning because you really know that you can touch people in a way that will transform their lives forever. It really could. So you feel like, gee, I guess I am, worth having something on the planet. I guess I'm pulling my own weight. At least I'm helping people. Yeah, something like that. Okay, if you commit to awakening, you can assist the program. All right, if you commit to the awakening process, you, at some point, if you want to, will probably have the ability to have contact and be asked to serve as an ambassador or a liaison when it is time for physical contact. We may not have physical contact with guardian races until after 2017. Right now, if they came in, we'd have World War III because the draconians have bombed right out of the sky. And it would create something that would destroy the planet very rapidly. That's why they're not coming. That's why they're not trying to do landings. If they did that right now, it would be perceived as an act of aggression against the draconians. And they would literally come in and the draconians have major weaponry. And that the planet would be decimated. So they're doing the subtle infiltration. Help the people to help themselves. That's what the Guardian's plan is. But after 2017, there's a very good chance, if it goes well, that we will have physical visitation ships coming down with Guardians and introducing stuff, that kind of thing. And that's what I'm looking forward to. If it goes bad, the people that are working with these programs that have got the DNA high enough to go through Stargates, there will be the opportunity for evacs. They won't believe you here. They'll try to help. They won't leave anybody here. Most people they couldn't take because the DNA will not get them through the D4 Stargates. They incinerate, trying to go through. So there's a whole plan here, and we're at the beginning of it. We'll get the proof. The proof will be there eventually. But part of the proof is us working toward developing the level of consciousness that's going to be necessary. Okay. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Let's go through these last couple ones real quick, so I want to get to the exercises. The one I want most. Okay, you can read this one in there. I've talked about this in the other lectures too. Basically, the objectives of the Emerald Covenant, to restore humanity to its original heritage and to give back control of the planetary and interplanetary temporal complex to humans. You can read more about it on that sheet. I want to get to the protocols. Somewhere in there, there's the protocols. Yep, there we go. That's it. Okay, Emerald Order protocols for contact. Start at the top here. These are important because they're about attitudes and about if you really sincerely would like to communicate with these people. And they're very wonderful people. There's certain things that they're criteria for contact. Okay. Contactees must sincerely desire to reclaim your spiritual heritage and to learn and honor the natural laws of consciousness and creation. If you're not seriously wanting to learn, it's like, oh, this might be fun to do, that kind of thing. The commitment level isn't there yet. You're just not ready to do it. And they're not going to waste their time or yours having any type of interaction. They will teach you when you're ready to learn. They'll interact with you when you're ready to take it seriously. But they have better things to do than try to convince a bunch of humans who couldn't be bothered into being interested in listening to them. So it's basically when you're sincere, if you're sincere, and you really want to follow agendas that are helpful to other human beings and to this world and to the planet, and not violate other things. If that means something to you, that's important. Because if you're a violator and you don't care, they're not going to talk to you. It's a spiritual protocol level. They're not going to endorse that. They're not going to even humor you. They may talk to you long enough to say, excuse me, you're violating things. Do you care? And if you say yes, then they might talk to you more. Okay? Let's see. Emerald Order contacts will always approach humans with respect, honor, kindness, and love, and expect in return a reciprocal respect and kindness in dealing with their contactees. They will not accept contact with humans who display rude, demanding, manipulative, exploitive, condescending, judgmental, or elitist attitudes, nor will they engage conscious contact with people who attempt to disown personal power and worship their contacts as gods. They don't want to be worshipped. They're friends here, they're higher evolution, but they want you to make your own connection. This is one big difference between these and a lot of the other visitor guys. So they won't engage that. If somebody's putting all the power on them and worshiping them, they will back off and they'll try to help them in the dream state, but they won't engage that to encourage it anymore. So they have certain protocols that are in our spiritual best interest, that they have them, and that's why they're doing them, okay? They encourage self-sovereignty and equality by personal spiritual integration. They encourage you to become what you really are for God. Okay? They will, okay, 5 minutes. You know what I'm thinking? We can do the exercises there. Okay, we're going to do them there anyway. So instead of having to do them twice, I'll tell you what we're going to do. So it won't take me a minute to tell you. It takes about 10, 15 minutes to run through it. We did run through it in the last workshop. like a quick version of it. We can do that just as easily out there, but I'll explain how we'll get out there. We're going to sit in a circle, and then we're going to talk a little bit, get some organized, get feeling the vibe out there. Then I'll run you through creating a space for contact. It's low kundalini activation that raises your frequencies to the fifth dimension level a little bit. If we can get the group up there, we may have some very interesting results. I'm hoping. That's what they tell me. Okay, so I do want to get through this because the protocols are important. I want you to understand where these people are coming from and also the opportunity that they're offering you if you want it. Okay? They will initiate subtle contact and communication before offering any physical proof of contact. And except for humans who are directly incarnates of them, they will initiate contact with you, and they may even come and pick you up. That's the exception to this rule. But most of the time, it will be subtle contact and communication. If you're willing to play and develop the skills, they're willing to meet you halfway, and they will communicate with you, and they'll progressively help you build that. Once you build that, you establish a communicative rapport with them. Then they will get into, I really wish I've tried it, but I've really had faith in you, and I've learned a lot, and I really like proof. At that point, you've got yourself to a point where you know that you still learned enough that is valuable even if you never got proof. That's when you get the proof. But they have promised that if you work with them, eventually, on an individual basis, that will be given to you. Okay, now, let's see. Okay, they expect you to take responsibility for consciously working to develop the subtle contact and spiritual advancement skills. Okay, should I say something? Yes, I thought I heard minutes there. Hearing minutes. Okay, if desired, they will assist humans in DNA template biogenesis, but they will not do this without you consciously requesting it. It would be a violation for them to impose that on you, unless you happen to be one of them incarnate, like I am. If they're going to do it with me, like, great, all power to you guys, I can work family. So they're not going to inflict anything on you that you don't want done. And that's what I like about these guys. They'll walk away. They love you enough to intervene, and they love you enough to walk away, if that's what's right for you. And that's the hardest kind of love. Anybody can love you and control you and that kind of thing. There's a higher love that allows, even if it means allowing somebody to fall on their face. You try it out and you try to help them. So they're coming from this space. There's a very high level of love. It's not the icky, gooey, control you kind. Okay? So for individuals who work with initiating, and developing subtle contact with the visitors, these guys, eventual physical verification and contact will be provided. And if crisis emerges on planet during 2017 stellar activation cycle, they will arrange personal evac through private contact for anyone whose DNA template is activated to high enough levels to survive Stargate transit. So this is basically the proposal they're offering. And they have it, there's a technique, I don't think I have it on Mylar. It's too small to read anyway. This is why I wanted you to have these packages, whether or not you paid them, I didn't care. There's the technique to use personally at home to begin creating a space for contact. And it takes a couple of weeks. They want you to build up the body to be able to hold certain frequencies, and the mind to be able to hold certain frequencies. Then they can make a bridge. Because they very rarely communicate anywhere less than D5 level. They very rarely come down into the lower frequencies. So if you can get your consciousness to D5, you'll be able to interact with them a lot easier, and it's a lot easier for them too. Okay? So what we're going to do, I'm just going to wrap up with this. I gave you a very quick course in anatomy, okay, subtle body anatomy. This becomes useful with any of the programs that we have, and we're progressively getting more. There are some techniques that were given in each of the workshops that I did here. There are several techniques for sensing energy and different things. Some people got them, some people didn't. So these techniques work with knowing where your chakras are. The technique that we use with the Maharic Seal works with knowing where your chakras are and the rest of your parts. Every bit of the biogenesis technologies requires some degree of knowledge of your basic anatomy. So that's why I wanted to run you through this. I want you to go home going, wow, I didn't know I had that. I want so much for you to realize the significance of what it means to have that knowledge consciously. That is the key to the kingdom, to your kingdom. And because I have my memory open, I remember what that means. And I know that every one of you, if you're willing to work with these techniques, either with them or with some of the programs or whatever way you're guided to, what you can reclaim. I'm only a little bit of the way there, and I am thrilled. I wouldn't go backward if they paid me $1 billion. So I hope that this has given you enough of an overview. You'll have the written material. Okay, so it'll make a lot more sense once you read it and say, oh, that's what she's talking about. You also have the diagrams. I wanted you to have the charts. So you would say, well, where was that chakra? Or, where was that, you'll be able to see. I hope that you use it. When we go tonight, we're supposed to be organized. I'm told we have to be organized. So we'll go and we'll very nice and systematically, so we don't annoy anybody that's running this thing, go out and sit in a circle. Okay, we'll do a circle first. Sit wherever wherever we're supposed to be out in this field. I haven't done that yet. We'll do the circle, talk a little bit, and then I'll run the exercise with the Maharic seal. We'll get our seals up. Then we'll do the D5 Kundalini thing to get the platform of perception up higher. So that's what we'll do when we get out there for anybody who wants to go. And I was basically promised if we could get the frequency of the group consciousness up high enough, we may see some interesting things. I'm holding my breath. They promised me photographs of ships or something for the last 4 years. They didn't tell me when. I'm praying maybe this is it. I was hoping Egypt was it too, and we only got a few little light balls, but on camera. But so this is what the agenda seems to be, and I think I gotta go. I think we all gotta go. Okay. Did you enjoy that? Yeah.